This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly.
Take your seats. Members, I have received notice from the Minister for Infrastructure that she wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, the Speaker's rulings that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must also do this by rising in their place, as well as notifying the Business Office or Speaker table directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their question. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedures, points of order are not normally taken during a statement or the question period immediately after. And I now call the Minister for Infrastructure, Nicola Mallon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement on the meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in the Transport Sector held via video conference on Wednesday the 5th of May 2021. The meeting was chaired by Eamon Ryan, Minister of Transport in the South, and was attended by First Minister Arlene Foster and myself. A number of issues were discussed at the meeting, including the latest EU funding position, new decade, new approach commitments, sustainable travel and transport, and our future work programme for the transport sector. In respect of EU funding, Ministers welcomed the continued cooperation between my department and the Department of Transport on EU funding related matters, and the potential for significant funding opportunities for North-South cooperation in the transport sector. The Council noted the various commitments outlined in New Decade, New Approach, in particular in the area of infrastructural investment. In relation to the A5 Western Transport Corridor, Ministers noted that both governments remain committed to the A5 scheme. The Council noted that I, as Minister for Infrastructure, have fully considered all the recommendations made in the interim report from the Planning Appeals Commission in September 2020 and have now announced the next steps for the scheme. These include the preparation of a further addendum to the environmental statement for consultation in early autumn, leading to the reopening of the public inquiry early next year. On high-speed rail connectivity, Ministers noted that both departments have further developed draft terms of reference for a strategic review of the rail network on the island of Ireland, which will take account of the need for balanced regional development, particularly in relation to connectivity within the North West. The Council noted that the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review was jointly launched by myself and Minister Ryan on the 7th of April, and that this work and the study itself will be overseen by a high-level steering group comprising of representatives from both departments as well as transport authorities from north-south. The Council noted the commitments in New Decade New Approach in relation to Narrowwater Bridge and agreed that departments will consider next steps to progress the scheme. In respect of renewed air services, Ministers noted that the review to explore potential government support for renewed air services between Belfast, Cork and Derry and Dublin is being led by the Department of Transport, working with the Department for the Economy and the Department for Transport in London. The Council also noted the ongoing work in relation to cross-border greenways. The Council noted updates provided by the Department of Transport in respect of a sustainable mobility policy review and the Department for Infrastructure in respect of transport decarbonisation policy development, including increasing sustainable and active travel. Ministers noted that officials from both jurisdictions will continue to liaise on policy development in relation to sustainable transport and travel. The Council agreed that a further update, including on opportunities for future collaboration, will be provided at the next meeting. Ministers also noted the outcome of the review carried out by both departments in relation to the current NSMC Transport Sector Work Programme and agreed the revised Transport Work Programme. The Council also considered a number of other issues, including the Seafood Business Plan and Budget 2021-17. Ministers approved the Seafood Business Plan for 2021 and the recommended budget provision for 2021 also. The Council also approved, in respect of North-South language bodies, the corporate plans for 2020-22 for Forests na Gaeilge and the Ulster Scots Agency and the 2021 business plans for both the agencies. The Council recommended the budget provisions for Forests na Gaeilge and the Ulster Scots Agency for 2021 and noted indicative budgets for both organisations for 2020-22, which will be subject to budgetary considerations by both administrations. In respect of appointments to the boards of the North-South language bodies, the Council appointed Regina E. Culletine, who is Chair, and Frida Nigilcahin to the Board of Forests na Gaeilge. The Council also appointed Freddie Kettle as Vice Chair, Alan McAdam, Lavinia Tilson and Karen Devaney to the Board of the Ulster Scots Agency. In closing, Mr Speaker, I welcome these important formal NSMC meetings and will continue to work with my counterpart, Minister Ryan, as we continue to collaborate on many aspects of transport across the island to improve connectivity for all our citizens.
Thank you, and I call Cathal Boylan.
Margaret, could I welcome the Minister's statement? Minister, I'm delighted that the Greenways is mentioned in the statement, but I'm a wee bit disappointed that the Middletown to Smithborough Greenway is not going to meet its 21 target. So could I ask the Minister, in light of that, would she undertake to work with Council, with the NSMC and others who are involved in it to deliver this project as soon as possible, because she knows how important this project is for that area? Margaret.
Yeah, the Ulster Canal Greenway is one of the primary greenway routes in Exercise, Explore, Enjoy, a strategic plan for greenways published by my department in 2016. And Phase 2 of the project, Smithborough to Middletown, as a member will know, is currently underway. The Greenway does stop just short of Middletown Village at Anagola Bridge, where a footway link to the village is to be constructed by my department. And Armagh City, Banbridge and Craigavon Borough Council has put forward a proposal to extend the Greenway northwards, which would assist delivery of the next phase of Greenway development to Caledon. And I, of course, am keen that my officials work to support these efforts and all efforts across all council areas to expand our Greenway connectivity right across the north, but also across the island.
I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister's commitment to North-South relationships and the importance to the economy and indeed to the environment in relation to this work. Minister, you mentioned about climate change targets, and I just wonder what further work do you envisage that there can be collaboration on in relation to tackling the climate change crisis?
I thank the member for her question. A number of the projects that we are working on are all about tackling the climate emergency. Minister Eamon Ryan is very passionate about this subject, and we are both very ambitious about what we can do as ministers. The All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review is an example about how you can work collaboratively to encourage people to get out of their private cars and to use public transport. And of course we have reviewed our work programme, and we have now added a new agenda item on sustainable travel and transport as well. And so that will look at areas of collaboration about encouraging the modal shifts that are required. So, there's a lot of work that has been done, but I think the important thing is that by reviewing our work programme, by updating it to reflect, the very changed environment in terms of climate emergency and the importance that is being given, that we will see a lot more positive collaborative working that will really fall directly into climate action right across the island.
Call John Stewart.
Mr Speaker, the Minister's statement mentions the New Decade New Approach commitments in relation to infrastructure investment. However, several NDNA schemes are unfunded. Would the Minister acknowledge that if she prioritises unfunded NDA projects over road safety improvements or maintenance and resurfacing, that it could come at the cost of increased potholes and compromising safety of citizens?
I thank the member for his question. I think the reality, and we went through it in quite a lot of detail yesterday at question time, is the fact that there is a significant shortfall in terms of the investment and the funding that's been allocated to my department. Of course, my department will carry out its statutory obligations. Once we have our budget, we have to take out the executive flagships, we take out what we're contractually obliged to do, our statutory requirements, and it's true that it doesn't leave much flexibility to do anything else. But I think it's very important that we also recognise that New Decade New Approach was the agreement upon which the institutions were restored. It's the basis upon which I entered the executive on behalf of the SDLP, and therefore there is a responsibility in all of us as ministers to deliver on the commitments set out in New Decade New Approach. That's why I've been trying to work closely with the British Government to maximise the funding and for them to honour their commitments about turbocharging infrastructure that they promised the people of Northern Ireland in New Decade New Approach, and of course working with the Irish Government as well in terms of the Taoiseach Shared Ireland Fund, so that we are maximising opportunities to draw down funding so that we can deliver on the commitments that we've made to the people of Northern Ireland.
Call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. I'm also glad that this meeting finally went ahead. In relation to her statement, under sustainable travel and transport, the Minister provides an update in relation to that. As the Minister will be aware, in the Republic of Ireland, the Minister and the Government have also committed to rebalancing their budgets towards public transport, active travel and sustainable travel. So, for example, 20% of the budget in the Republic of Ireland will go towards active travel, 10% to cycling, 10% to walking. Can I ask the Minister that whether she intends to take similar lead in relation to Northern Ireland? I was very concerned that yesterday she outlined that she intends to deliver a £20 million Blue-Green Fund at a similar level in this financial year. But yet the Minister has got a 29% increase in her capital budget. So this is a comparative cut in terms of active travel. And will the Minister reverse that decision and rebalance the budgets towards sustainable travel? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question. In respects of sustainable travel and transport, we will be continuing to work on decarbonising our public transport network, the importance of doing so to improve our quality and reduce congestion. And we will also be working together to see how we can encourage more people to walk and cycle and wheel and use those as their primary modes of travel in our towns and city centres. The member will know, as a member of the Infrastructure Committee, that the executive flagship commitments and the spending that's required are ratcheting up. So when you take out what is statutorily obliged and executive flagship commitments, there isn't much flexibility, as I said to the previous member, within the budget to do everything that you would like to do. What I give is a commitment that I will continue on with the Blue-Green Fund. That's the first time that we have had an infrastructural Blue-Green Fund that's to act as a catalyst for change when it comes to climate action. And the member will also know that we have invested £96 million in the purchase of zero-emission and low-emission buses to decarbonise our public transport fleet, which is an important part of climate action. And also will be aware that we invested £66 million in 21 new train carriages as well. So we're engaging in a lot of different pieces of work. We're doing stuff around the e-charging infrastructure as well. And all of this is about encouraging people to have much more attractive choices when it comes to sustainable travel, and then also encouraging them to use our public transport system as well. And we will continue to do that and maximise our ambition and delivery within the limited financial envelope that we've had given to us.
I call Liz Cummins.
Can Corla and thank the Minister for her statement this morning, and I too am glad to hear the cross-border greenways have been mentioned. Can the Minister advise him whether the Carlingford Loch Greenway was discussed at the meeting, in particular the plans to link the Greenway from Victoria Loch and Newry to the border? I think this would significantly enhance what's already a fantastic Greenway, and would certainly improve safety for walkers and cyclists who currently have to join the road again at Victoria Loch to meet the Greenway on down the road. Thank you.
I thank the member for a question, and I think that our greenways are a real pragmatic example of how we can really improve people's lives by collaborating and maximising the opportunities that are there for our greenways. The member will know that there are 3 greenways: the Ulster Canal, the North West Greenway and Carlingford Loch Greenway, that have all been subject to Interreg funding. There are difficulties emerging in terms of timescales and funding pressures within that, but my officials are working closely with SEUPB because we realise the importance of the delivery of the Carlingford Loch Greenway and all of the greenways that have been mentioned, and so we will continue to work with them to ensure that we can get the additional funding that's required to see those projects realised.
I call Martina Anderson.
Minister, you mentioned in the statement around air connectivity and sustainable travel, and TDs Padraig McLaughlin, Darren O'Rourke and I recently met with the City of Derry Airport Board. And as you know, that Derry's airport services the entire northwest and further afield, and 40% of the passengers who use it come from Donegal, yet the operational cost of the airport is left to the ratepayers of Derry, with the Irish Government making no contribution to it at all. So was the operational cost discussed of City of Derry Airport in relation to financial sustainability, and was the Derry-Dublin PSO discussed at the meeting?
I thank the member for her question. The member will know that as Minister for Infrastructure I have limited statutory powers in relation to our 3 main airports that's set down in the Airports Order 1994. But I and my department were able to provide support to airports and to the City of Derry Airport during the pandemic. My department, for expediency and logistical reasons, facilitated the distribution of a support package of £5.7 million in emergency funding on behalf of the Executive to Belfast City Airport and the City of Derry Airport in spring 2020. The costs of that were shared between the Executive and the Department for Transport. And then further to this, and following executive support, my department has provided £1.23 million in additional support for City of Derry Airport. And this short-term support grant has helped City of Derry Airport to remain operational during the pandemic. In relation to the issue of air connectivity, that would be a matter that would fall to the Department for Economy. So while we raised the issue in general, there's discussions ongoing between the Department of Transport in the South, the Department of Economy and the Department for Transport in London on the wider air connectivity piece. So the member may want to raise that issue directly with the Minister for the Economy. But just to assure you, I'm very conscious of the continued impact on our airports, and I think it's either this week or next week, I'm actually meeting representatives from the City of Derry Derry Airport with the Minister for Finance, and I would hope that the Minister for Economy might join us in that meeting too, given the responsibilities that fall across our three departments.
Justin McNulty.
Thank the Minister for her statement. It's clearly evident the Minister has worked feverishly to advance north-south and south-north opportunities. However, she's been obstructed by the DUP ministers from taking forward these important north-south Ministerial Council meetings. Can she advise on the impact and the potential delays to crucially important meetings and to crucially important all-island projects?
I thank the member for his question. The North-South Ministerial Council meetings provide a very important platform for us all across the island to be working on very pragmatic issues, particularly when it comes to my department, that will deliver multiple benefits for our citizens. If I just cite the climate crisis, for example, the climate crisis knows no borders. It affects all of us, and therefore the solution has to be that we all work together. It has been, I have to say, hugely frustrating that a number of NSMC meetings that I have been due to attend, either as the lead minister or as an accompanying minister, have been deliberately obstructed. What I would say, and I have raised this with ministerial colleagues, is that the nature of our place means that often our engagement can be very difficult and uncomfortable, but we still need to engage. When it comes to north-south and east-west, we also have to do so because the people on this island mandated us to do so when they voted for the Good Friday Agreement. And the third point that I would make is, not only is this engagement the right thing to do, we are legally obliged to do so under the Ministerial Code. So I hope, as we're entering a new week with a new dynamic, that people reflect very carefully on how we can heal division in our society, how we can work together and should work together in partnership across these islands, and how we must fulfil our legal obligations as ministers around the executive table.
Thank you, and I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement so far. Minister, in your statement, you said that both ministers noted that both governments would remain committed to the A5 scheme. The A5 improvements will result in improved access to Donegal. Was there any discussion regarding the Republic of Ireland reinstating the full $400 million roads grant, which they had offered towards the A5 and then subsequently withdrew?
I thank the member for her question. And we raised, as I said, the A5 project and the important role that has to play in tackling regional imbalance, connecting communities and, of course, improving road safety. There are so many communities, particularly in rural parts west of the Bann, who can benefit from investment in the A5 project. I very much welcomed the Irish Government's reaffirmation of its £75 million commitment to the A5, a new decade, new approach. And I have had useful discussions with the Irish Transport Minister, Minister Ryan, and the Taoiseach on delivering on our shared commitments. I'm also very conscious that the Taoiseach announced the Shared Island Fund, which is €500 million, and he's very keen to use that to deliver on NDNA North-South infrastructure projects, of which the A5 is one. So I will continue to have very constructive engagement with my counterparts to ensure that we can maximise the opportunity to drive this important and all of the NDNA commitments forward.
Philip McQuiggan.
And Minister, I note in the discussion sustainable travel was discussed, and key to sustainable travel obviously is having a modern and reliable charge point network. I welcome the Department was able to support the Interreg funded Faster project, which will install 73 charge points in Ireland and Scotland. Can I ask the Minister if this project was discussed at the meeting, and also ask her if she has any idea of the number of charge points out of that 73 will actually come to this island?
I thank the member for his question. While we didn't get into the specifics of e-charging infrastructure, although it is an issue that I would like us to explore further now that we have added the new agenda item, on sustainable and active travel, because I think we need very clear continued interoperability in terms of our e-charging network across the island. But we did make reference to the Interreg funding and the fact that that's another example of collaborative working across the island, but also with Europe. As a member highlights, it's anticipated that there will be 73 rapid charging points, and that will be partly in Scotland, but there will be here in Northern Ireland, I think particularly around the border region. Obviously my department is not in the lead of that, but we are working very closely with the FASTER project in SEUPB to see exactly where those will be located and the final amount that will come here to the north. So I can keep the member updated on that, because I know he's got a keen interest in it.
Emma Sheeran.
And thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Minister, I note in answer to Ms Barton's question, you didn't give us a clear answer that the Dublin Government are still going to fully fund or half fund the A5 scheme, and how important that scheme is for the entire region west of the Ban, which obviously has been lacking in investment for decades. We can see this final obstruction and how much frustration it has caused for residents in the North West. Do we have a timeframe of when we expect this to be delivered?
I thank the member for her question. In respect of the A5, the member will know that this has been a project that's a very long time coming and has been under the stewardship of a number of my predecessors, ministers. I think it was under Minister Murphy that there was the first public inquiry. I think under Minister Hazard there was the second public inquiry, and then there was the third public inquiry when the institutions had been brought down. So now we're in a situation where we have an interim report, which means that we have to then move to a reconvened public inquiry. So I understand the frustrations locally in respect of this. My officials are working at pace to produce the environmental addendum that's been required. We will go out to a mandatory 6-week consultation period on that, so that we can move that back to the PAC at the earliest opportunity. Of course, I have no control over when the PAC will determine a date for that hearing, but of course we will do everything that we can to expedite that. Once we get to that point, it will be then for the Minister to decide on the next steps, and I would imagine that construction of a project will be largely determined by the funding that is provided. My hope would be that you could move with different projects that are on my desk where possible in parallel, but of course all of these projects, the progress is largely dependent on the funding available once all of the statutory processes are completed.
John O'Dowd.
Minister, it would appear not only are the DUP boycotting North-South Ministerial Council meetings, they're also boycotting holding ministers to account who attend North-South Ministerial Council meetings. We have 5 DUP MLAs in the chamber today, including the chair of the Scrutiny Committee. I'm not aware of one of them asking your question. Perhaps they'd have been safer staying at home. But Minister, in regards to your statement in regards North-South high-speed rail connectivity, as I've said to you before, it will be an opportunity lost if we have trains speeding from Belfast to Dublin or from Derry to Cork, and the towns in between not achieving economic potential from them. Will the Minister ensure that high-speed rail connectivity is matched with rail connectivity locally, and also bus connections as well in towns such as Lurgan, Portadown and Craigavon?
I thank the member for his question. And in respect of his initial remarks, we have a responsibility and a legal obligation in respect of the institutions here, whether that is within the executive, whether it is within North, South and East, West. And we also have a duty to ensure that we have democratic accountability and scrutiny. And therefore, as Minister, I think it's vitally important that I am held to account, that I am scrutinised, and that all members have the opportunity to ask me questions. So I am disappointed at what appears to be a lack of engagement here this morning, given the importance of the issues that we're discussing, given that these issues are not even politically controversial, Mr Speaker. They're about practical issues that actually will really make a difference to people's lives and the constituents of all members right across this House. In respect of the rail issue that the member highlights in respect of his constituency, he will be aware that there's preparation being undertaken by my officials on the Regional Strategic Transport Plan, which will go out to consultation later this year. That's about investment in our road and rail and bus network here in the north, and I would encourage the member to respond to that to ensure that it is very clearly we're made very clear on the importance of rail connectivity to the Lurgan area. In respect of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review, we are coming at this with no preordained outcome. The terms of reference are such that we will examine existing rail links on the island to see can those be improved. We will look to see where we can provide new links and where that will be beneficial. We will also look at the role of freight and the role that that can play in the decarbonisation of transportation of goods on the island, and we will also examine rail connectivity to our international gateways, be they the ports or airports, and that will be But I am very excited by the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review. This is the first time that we have actually looked at our transport network on the island since partition, and I think that's a really important thing. And I actually think that by working together and having data-led investment decisions, we will really improve people's lives right across the island. On rail, when we look at Europe, they're making huge advances because they recognise the importance of rail, what it can do for the economy, what it does for the environment, and what it does for regeneration for local communities as well. So I am very excited by this piece of work.
Thank you, and I call Roy Beggs.
Speaker, the Minister mentioned in her report sustainable transport and transport decarbonisation policy development. Dual carriageway construction is hugely impactful adversely on the local environment, and are normally only built when there's at least 18,000 vehicles a day. So, Minister, does she accept there is inconsistency in what she is saying when she plans for decarbonisation, yet she is planning to build a dual carriageway for the A5 at Auchnacoy, where there's less than 8,000 vehicles a day, totally unjustifiable, and that she is in fact contributing to unnecessary greenhouse gas emissions by continuing to demand a dual carriageway when it is not justifiable in terms of road development?
I thank the member for his question, and he has very passionately expressed his view in respect of the A5 to me before, primarily during the adjournment debate. The original scheme put forward through the North-South Ministerial Council in 2007 was for a dual carriageway from new buildings to Auchnacoy. The PAC, as a member will know, has taken a different view and has said that there is an obligation on the Department in its role as the statutory decision maker to consider reasonable alternatives to the proposed scheme, and therefore a need to examine matters such as the extent to which time bypasses and selected improvements to the existing A5 standard would meet or fail to meet the overall aim and objectives of the dual carriageway scheme, together with an assessment of their environmental effects. And I have instructed officials to carry out and then publish this assessment for consultation in accordance with the PAC recommendations.
I call Jim Allister.
If Mr. Edwin Poots is as good as his word, then this will be one of the last North-South meetings until the Union Dismantling Protocol is itself dismantled. As an enthusiast for the Belfast Agreement, the Minister must know that it is said to be built on the equilibrium of sustaining East-West relations and North-South relations. With the key East-West economic relations trashed by the protocol, surely the Minister is not ignorant as to why it is necessary from a unionist perspective to ensure that North-South does not continue as if that trashing of East-West had not occurred.
The reality is that East-West relations in the members' analysis have been trashed. I don't agree with that, but they've been trashed by Brexit. The reason why we're in this situation that we are in is because the DUP mishandled Brexit in Westminster. Now, I don't need to rehearse the arguments because we all know that they're there, and it doesn't matter how we try to spin this, it is there for all to see. As a minister, I don't have a pick-and-mix approach to my legal obligations. As a Minister for Infrastructure, I have been very proactive in my engagement on an east-west basis. I've had numerous meetings with colleagues in the Department for Transport. I've had numerous meetings with Robin Walker. I've had meetings with the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. I've had meetings with my counterparts in Scotland and Wales, because I recognise that we have shared challenges and that they are best overcome when we work together. I also do it because I'm legally obliged to fulfil my obligations when it comes to my interactions north, south, east and west. So I understand that the DUP are having new leadership, but regardless of who the leader is, they have legal responsibilities. And I am so concerned by this matter that I have sought legal advice from the Attorney-General on this particular issue.
Members, that concludes questions on a statement. Members, please take your ease for a moment or two. Point of order, Martina Anderson.
Speaker, yesterday when the Justice Minister was in the chamber, I was down for a question and I was actually on Starleaf in the audience waiting to be brought into the spotlight. Now, there was obviously some kind of technical fault that resulted in my not being able to ask the question to the Justice Minister. I just want to say it was about a crucially important issue in relation to two of my constituents who were nearly burnt in a fan that was hijacked, and they have been put through, this happened in Gallia in the summer, and they've been put through a number of hurdles trying to get compensation, and I wanted to raise that in the chamber yesterday, but I hope I get another opportunity to do so with the Justice Minister, and I want to explain to the members why I didn't get in yesterday was not a fault of my own, but it was some kind of technical fault.
Well, thank you, member, for that, and we are looking at the process as it occurred last evening, and I'll come back to you formally on that when we get to the bottom of the problem that was created. Thank you. Okay, members, next item of business is a motion on the budget 2021-2022. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly approves the programme of expenditure proposals for 21-22 as set out in the budget laid before the Assembly on the 1st of April 2021 and the further detailed information laid on the 27th of April 2021.
I call the Minister of Finance to move the motion.
Moved, Giancarlo.
Thank you. The Business Committee has allowed up to 4.5 hours for this debate. Your amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshal list. Please now move the amendment, Minister.
Moved, Cancorla.
Thank you. In by convention, where a member or a minister seeks to amend their own motion, they are invited to address both the motion and the amendment within the time allocated. The Minister will have 30 minutes to allocate at his discretion between proposing and winding. The Chair of the Finance Committee will have 10 minutes to speak, and all others will have 7 minutes to speak. And I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Let me at the outset of today's debate address the amendment to the motion. Following the Executive Agreement to the final budget of 2021-22 last month, I provided both a written and an oral statement to the House. At the time of my oral statement, members were also provided with a detailed budget document. This document was not officially laid at the time, resulting in the amendments to today's motion, which reflects the actual date that the budget document was laid in the Assembly. Members will know that I hope for early confirmation of a multi-year budget. This would have provided departments with greater certainty and facilitated longer-term planning of services. Instead, on the 25th of November, we were provided with a single-year budget. I discussed this with Rishi Sunak in London a couple of weeks ago, and he confirmed his intention to move to a multi-year budget in the next spending review. I very much welcome that. In summary, the Executive was provided with an increased capital envelope but a standstill budget in terms of resource spending. There was also a reduction in COVID funding. The Executive published its draft budget on the 18th of December 2020, initiating a short period of consultation which closed on the 25th of November 2021. The consultation revealed 3 consistent priorities: health, education and social and economic recovery from the pandemic. Despite the challenging financial position, these priorities are reflected in the Executive's final budget. Health has been allocated nearly 50% of the resource budget and £430 million of additional COVID funding. This includes funding for health and social care workers, the rollout of the hugely successful vaccination programme. A further £20 million has also been allocated for safe staffing. The budget also prioritises funding for children and young people, given the huge impact COVID has had on their well-being. Education has received 18% of the resource budget and £103 million of COVID funding. This includes the childcare sector support and funding for the Engage programme, which helps address the disruptive impact of COVID-19 on learning. A further £35 million has been allocated for teachers' pay. In terms of social and economic recovery, the Department for the Economy's recovery plan has been funded in full. The package of almost £300 million includes £145 million for the High Street Voucher Scheme, which will act as a stimulus in our town centres and high streets. Funding has been provided for the Job Start programme, which will create opportunities for people aged 16 to 24 at risk of long-term unemployment. Rates have been frozen for both households and businesses at a cost of £230 million. The rates holiday for the sectors hardest hit by the pandemic have been extended for a further year. I will now take members through some of the detail. There have been 4 main changes since the draft budget. £7.1 million was released following a reassessment of all central items, and this has now been allocated. Further funding of £411.9 million was announced as part of the Chancellor's budget on the 3rd of March. Of this, some £224 million was a consequence of additional health spending in England. The £126.9 million of COVID funding held at draft budget stage in order to allow time to assess the changing course of the pandemic and consequently the needs of the departments has been allocated in the final budget. In addition, following negotiation, the Treasury agreed that funding for COVID-19, which was provided in late 2021, can be carried forward to the 2021-22. This equates to £238 million resource, £75 million capital deal and £14 million financial transaction capital. This is in addition to the normal budget exchange scheme amounts that will be made available in the June monitoring exercise. Although this funding was confirmed by Treasury, the Secretary of State did not write to confirm it. Therefore, legally, this funding cannot be included in the final budget outcome. The Secretary of State has still not confirmed the NDNA and confidence and supply money. However, to allow departments to plan effectively, the Executive agreed a number of allocations as part of the final budget process. While these are not included in the budget outcome for each department, they are shown separately in the budget document and will be included in the main estimates and reflected in departmental outcomes at June monitoring. These changes have enabled the Executive to make a number of additional allocations as part of the final budget process, including £35 million, as I have said, for teachers' pay, £20 million for safe staffing within the health service, £12.3 million to recruit an additional 100 PSNI officers, £1.4 million to extend the Bright Start school-age grant scheme, which provides much-needed support in disadvantaged areas, rural communities and the schools estate, as well as the holiday grant scheme for disabled children, £0.9 million for public service route from Derry to London, and £0.16 million for the translation hub. While we have used flexibilities to stretch our budget as far as possible, the general picture remains the same in terms of resource spending. That is, a flat cash settlement, which means effective reductions once increased and costs and demands and services are taken into account. Ministerial colleagues will therefore need to prioritise their budgets. The capital budget is much more positive, and this will help stimulate economic activity as we move into the recovery phase. Between the draft budget and the final budget, the Executive has borrowed a further £30 million from the RRI facility, bringing the total up to £170 million. The use of RRI will be monitored throughout the year, and if it is not needed, then it will not be drawn down. The Executive allocated a record £722.5 million capital to the Department for Infrastructure. This is 40% of the total capital, an increase of £164 million, or 29% over the previous year. Over £160 million has been provided for new social housing. This is an increase of over 11% on last year. £111.9 million has been committed to deliver flagship projects. The Department of Health has been provided a total of £32.6 million for Mother and Children's Hospital and the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service Learning and Development Centre. The Department for Communities has £20 million to deliver the redevelopment of Casement Park Stadium. The Department for Infrastructure has £6 million to deliver the AF5 project. Members will know that we have had some difficulty lending out financial transaction capital. There is some £73.6 million of FTC capital available this year, and it has been allocated in full in the final budget. £38.8 million has gone to the Department for Communities for housing, and £34.7 million has gone to the Department for the Economy for business support loans. I commend those departments for making use of this lending facility. Concordia, with a standstill budget from Westminster, our public services will remain under pressure. However, the Executive has used its carryover flexibility and its borrowing capacity to increase investment in economic and social recovery. This is a budget which, in difficult circumstances, progresses many of the NDNA commitments and which will have a positive impact on workers and families. I look forward to the debate today, and I commend this budget to the Assembly.
I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Finance, Steve Aiken.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much indeed for the Minister's remarks. I would like to thank the Minister for his opening remarks in bringing this debate to the Assembly today. Even though in his recent and regular correspondence with the Committee for Finance, notice of the debate was not provided. Although members will welcome enhanced scrutiny and greater transparency, and even an extra opportunity to question the Minister a little today, I suspect that some of us may struggle to make remarks which differ significantly from the supply resolutions and the budget bill debates, which I expect will take place in only 2 weeks' time. I understand that this debate serves a different function from those others. However, I think there may be some merit in considering streamlining this process and removing any possible duplication, without, of course, truncating the Assembly's very necessary and proper consideration of the budget. I know that the Minister is sincere in his desire to see enhanced Assembly scrutiny. I know also that, for this reason, he has established the Interim Fiscal Council. On another day, the committee may elect to bring its own debate and to hold its own debate on that subject. Perhaps then we might determine the views of this House on how we can establish an independent fiscal council with the functionality, discretion, powers, independence, competence, credibility and engagement with the Assembly, which will facilitate improved understanding and ownership of the complexities of the budget process. In the meantime, we might question the effectiveness of our existing approach with its limited granularity, occasional evasions and obfuscations from departments, and let's be quite frank, the impenetrable nature of much of the documentation that is provided to us. For now, Mr. Speaker, I will turn to the subject matter on the motion, namely the spending programme for 21-22. The documentation mentioned in the motion and laid on the 19th of May indicates that there will be around a £13 billion resource budget with around £1.8 billion in capital. It is understood that the new resource baseline, however, is just under £12 billion. As members are also aware, there was a further £687.4 million to be allocated in-year monitoring, plus the additional COVID resource allocation which was announced by a written statement last week. Mr Speaker, I don't mind telling you that the multiple spending rounds, though extremely welcome for those recipient departments, are very hard to track. The failure of the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland to sign off on these important allocations has also served to deny the Assembly certainty and clarity in respect of these very significant sums. The Department has advised that a similar situation applies in respect to £360 million of new decade new approach and confidence and supply funding. I understand that although this money is not yet confirmed, it is expected to be paid and thus appears in the main estimates as departmental headroom. Regrettably, Mr Speaker, the £19 million of payments to victims is also treated as headroom rather than as confirmed expenditure in the estimates. Perhaps in his response, the Minister might address all of these areas of uncertainty in the 21-22 spending programme, and particularly in respect to victims. And perhaps update the House, as he's already said, on the issues with the Secretary of State. And could he give us an indication of where the hold-up actually lies? Because, as the Minister has been talking about top slicing, the alternative of top slicing departments, many to the tune of many tens of millions of pounds each, would quite frankly be completely untenable. Additionally, Mr Speaker, dealing with the other undetermined financial matters, can the Minister advise on respect of the balance of the £200 million of New Deal for Northern Ireland funding? It was understood that perhaps the UK Government was considering revising the governance arrangements for this. Could the Minister therefore advise if he expects departments to enjoy enhanced financial visibility in respect of related allocations from HM Treasury? Mr Speaker, when the Minister last provided a statement, he indicated that he hoped that if departments kept to their spending commitments, there would be a limited loss of funding from the Northern Ireland bloc for 2021. Perhaps in his reply today, the Minister might also confirm that this is indeed the case. Mr Speaker, after all that, it would be very remiss of me not to commend the many measures brought forward by the Executive to manage the pandemic and boost the economy, as we all recover from what has been a significant community and national trauma. On behalf of the Committee, I therefore record our appreciation for the multiple business support packages, including the rates holiday, the localised restrictions support scheme and the other retail, hospitality and tourism grants provided by his department through Land and Property Services and also through the Department of Economy. I hope that these, coupled with the Job Start scheme, will make a real and measurable difference to hard-pressed businesses and families as lockdown ends, and we are hopefully confining this to history. However, the Committee, and indeed the rest of the Assembly, awaits with keen interest to see how the High Street voucher scheme and other related schemes will be rolled out. Mr Speaker, the subject of the debate is the 21-22 budget. However, I think we all know that coming round the corner is another and challenging HM Treasury spending review. I think we all suspect that this may prove to be difficult for the Northern Ireland bloc. Can I therefore ask the Minister if the Department is now preparing for this and urging other parts of the Executive to consider cost reductions and efficiency measures for 22-23, which might reduce our cost base? I am thinking particularly about the disposal of underutilised office space and the hard charging of departments for leasehold costs. Mr Speaker, although the Committee has not formally considered the motion, I think I am correct in saying that on the whole, and indeed on balance, the Committee for Finance would give this motion its cautious support. Speaking now in my capacity as the Ulster Unionist Finance spokesman, I would like to say a few words. Were it not for the additional in-year and carry-over of COVID funding, there is no doubt that the tone of this debate would be very different. The UK Government, both directly in terms of the Job Retention Scheme and indirectly in terms of additional allocations to the Northern Ireland Executive, has now contributed somewhere in the region of £3.8 billion in our efforts to tackle the pandemic. It demonstrates clearly once again the benefits of Northern Ireland remaining a constituent nation within the United Kingdom. Finally, Mr Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to revisit the issues of the health budget. Our waiting times are indeed atrocious. We heard more about them on the media again this morning. There are many causes, but a decade of underinvestment and poor political leadership are the two key reasons that stick in my mind and why we're in this situation. They are people coming to harm, real harm. So I welcome the efforts of the Health Minister, and I congratulate him on how he has got now the entire HSC family, including senior clinicians, breaking down old barriers and obstacles. But to make a lasting impact, it will require more than 1 year's breathing space. The entire executive, backed by this Assembly, as it said it's been going to do time and time again, needs to realise that only so much can happen within single-year non-recurrent funding. Our health workers bravely tackled the worst of the COVID pandemic. Now let's help them tackle the waiting list. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, and I call Paula Bradley, the Chair of the Communities Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on the final budget on behalf of the Committee for Communities. Having had a written submission and briefing from officials on the 20th of May, the Committee realises the Department is allocating its resources to protect key services. I would reaffirm the commitment of the Committee to work with the Minister and her Department within its budget allocation and to deliver on her overarching strategy, Building Inclusive Communities 2020-2025. However, the Committee wishes to express its dissatisfaction with the overall budget process. I know that some aspects were outside the Executive's control, but others were not. Also, the budget process is now running somewhat late, and this debate is now out of line with the Committee's consideration of the budget. I am having to speak today before the Committee has had a chance to finalise its response to the Committee for Finance. Moving on to the budget itself, the Committee shares the hopes of the Minister of Finance that this one-year budget is indeed the bridge to a multi-year budget. The Committee would highlight that the Department for Communities provides many life-changing support programmes and services that need the continuity of funding that one-year budgets simply cannot provide. Mr. Speaker, the Department's 2021-22 allocations totals around £876 million resource DEL, which thankfully is an increase from the £824 million in the draft budget. Almost £225 million capital DEL, which is an increase of over £10 million on last year's allocation, and £38.8 million in financial transactions capital. The final Communities budget represents over a £55 million increase from the baseline draft budget, mainly due to a number of COVID bids being met. This is still far from what is needed, but goes some way to easing the Committee's dismay at the draft budget. This final budget is still very challenging, and there is absolutely no funding for the Department to take forward many NDNA commitments. The Department submitted resource bids of £301.6 million, but was allocated only £109.6 million. This includes £48.2 million for existing welfare mitigations, and the remaining were bids for benefit delivery, new labour market interventions, homelessness and supporting people, all thankfully met. Over £132 million of resource bids were for COVID recovery, and only around half of that total was met in the final budget. Mr. Speaker, at its meeting last Thursday, the Committee expressed concern that the resource bids not met covered key areas. Never mind a week being a long time in politics, only one day later, members were then relieved to hear the pressure had eased somewhat when the Finance Minister did indeed confirm additional funds for the Department of £50.3 million to address a range of COVID pressures, including £10 million to councils, £3 million to support council-managed community development and advice centres, £13 million to arts, culture and heritage, and £12 million to progress the Restart programme, which will support older people in returning to employment. Mr. Speaker, last Thursday the Committee queried the outcome of an efficiency exercise, and officials highlighted that pressures have been addressed through £23.3 million of actions, including not filling over 320 vacant posts. This is the reality on the ground, meaning added pressure on existing staff and new work not being done. The Committee has requested a breakdown of these posts, but was pleased to hear that this did not impact on the 900 universal credit staff being recruited, with 367 in post and another 158 in pre-appointment check. Mr Speaker, just before I go on to highlight specific areas, I would like to note that the committee has continued to keep a watch on the progress of the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. It has learned that of the £220 million Community Renewal Fund for pilot projects, there is only an £11 million allocation for Northern Ireland. This in no way seems sufficient for groups across all areas to run pilot projects. Mr Speaker, the committee has considered the resource allocations, including arm's-length bodies. It noted the department has overcommitted by £2.5 million on the basis that it can be managed down in year. On COVID resources, as I've already described, the committee is pleased that an additional £50.3 million has now been confirmed. However, the committee was alarmed that the department was having to rely on this exercise in the first place. On welfare delivery and market interventions, the committee has engaged with the department on numerous occasions on labour market interventions, particularly the Job Start scheme. Thankfully, the final budget does now meet the substantial bid of almost £27 million and £25 million respectively for labour market interventions and benefit delivery. The committee is of course aware of the department's annually managed expenditure is outside the block grant, but nevertheless it remains concerned about the link between the success of labour market interventions and the level of AME spend interventions are needed to get people back into work and off benefits. On supporting people, the budget for supporting people is £73 million for 21-22. The bid for almost £6 million for COVID pressures has been met as one of the confirmed in-year allocations, but unfortunately almost £6.5 million inflationary bid has not been met. So the decrease in real terms for this vital programme continues. I know I'm running out of time, so I'll move on then to New Decade, New Approach. The department has made bids totalling £130 million, and only the £42.8 million bid for existing welfare medications has been met, and this has raised concern because we have other issues such as social strategies, language strategies, and a very important sign language framework, which, when the committee held their briefing with the deaf community, really did show that we needed that in place. Finally, Mr Speaker, just to finish, the committee looks forward to engaging with the department on the June monitoring round. However, although it is a substantial pot, it is expected that much of it is already spoken for. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you very much, and I call Melissa McHugh.
Agus a boy lumps just ways Yana for hanging and righteousness and Ira Foster, and I'd just like to give thanks to the Minister for his statement as well. I welcome the opportunity to contribute to this debate on the budget for 2021 to 22, and I commend the Minister of Finance for bringing forward this budget in the most challenging of circumstances. We all know the scale of the damage that the pandemic has inflicted on our society, both in human terms and in economic terms. Thousands of jobs have been lost in this last year, with many more workers uncertain if their own jobs will survive once the furlough scheme comes to an end. We have seen the number of people claiming universal credit double since the start of the pandemic, and this will no doubt continue to rise in the months ahead. Tough but necessary restrictions were imposed on businesses, which required them to close for long periods of time, many of which, unfortunately, won't be in a position to reopen now that the restrictions have been relaxed. We have seen the unprecedented level of government support to those businesses and self-employed individuals who have been most affected by the pandemic, with over £3 billion in COVID support funding spent so far. There is no doubt that this support has meant bills could be paid and food could be put on the table. But we must acknowledge also the hardship felt by families forced to get by on much reduced incomes. In addition to this, we saw huge levels of funding directed towards our hospitals and other health services, which was necessary to ensure our healthcare staff have the resources to respond to the crisis and provide the care to the many thousands of patients that suffered from COVID and other illnesses. We owe them a debt of gratitude, and it's right we acknowledge this contribution today. Thankfully, with the successful rollout of the vaccine and the cooperation of the public, we are now in a much better place. And I'd like to extend my best wishes to all those businesses who have opened up in recent weeks. We must now move to the next phase of the fight against COVID, which is all about rebuilding and repairing the long-term economic damage left behind by the pandemic. We face many challenges which we must quickly get to grips with, and it is in this context which makes this budget so important. The Ministers described this budget as a standstill budget, and although we have seen further COVID-barred consequences since the first draft was considered, it is disappointing that the British Government has not provided the type of funding envelope which will give us the ability to have an ambitious investment budget of the kind needed to stimulate significant levels of growth. It is also disappointing that we still have not yet got a multi-year budget settlement which would allow more strategic planning going forward, despite a commitment to deliver this in the New Deal new approach. Now, I just note there too, in the case of health in particular, that listening to the health professionals, that is something that they require themselves as well too, for the development of the health service in such a way whereby they can meet this ever-increasing waiting list that we have. In fact, one constituent only last week had it confirmed that he could wait up to 6 years for an operation that has to do with hernia. It reminds me very, very often when I had seen an advertisement, we'll say, in a supermarket where they say, bananas, 2p a pound, as long as they don't have any bananas. And it seems very much that to be the case now in our health service. Whilst everyone talks about it being free at the point of entry, that is very much the case, but it isn't in a fit state to deliver the service that is required. And the general public demand that at the present time, and to central government that can step up to the plate there and assist our minister and our executive as well too, to help to deliver that kind of service that we all are hoping for. Now, despite the limited level of funding available, and there is much to be positive about within this budget, and I believe it does provide the basis for a fair economic recovery. I want to condemn the Minister for securing $230 million of COVID support funding for rates relief, which will benefit thousands of our businesses. A 12-month rates holiday will provide some breathing space, particularly for the hospitality, retail, tourism, manufacturing and childcare sectors. These sectors have been hit very hard by the pandemic, and we must do all that we can to help them to get back on their feet. I also welcome the allocation of $275 million economic recovery package to the Department of the Economy, which will help kick-start the recovery, part of which includes the $150 million for a high street voucher scheme, which I look forward to, and the general public look forward to it as well, being rolled out in the coming months. Now, young people have been among the worst affected by the pandemic, with many losing their part-time jobs while still struggling to pay student fees and accommodation. So I am delighted to see that the $20 million has been allocated to the Department of Communities for the Job Start scheme, which will assist our young people back into work. $722 million of capital DEL has been allocated to the Department of Infrastructure, which is the biggest capital allocation in recent years. This substantial budget, along with an additional $170 million of RRI borrowing, will provide a major boost to our construction industry and will provide many jobs. We need to see the delivery on key flagship infrastructure projects, such as the A5 in my own constituency, Casement Park in West Belfast, and more social housing units and major repair works on the rural roads. Brexit is still a key concern going forward, with little or no detail to the date on exactly how much of the EU structural funding will be replaced and to what extent our devolved ministers will have the authority to access the replacement funding when it does arrive. I welcome the allocation of $35 million from the British Government to assist the implementation of the protocol, which will minimise the worst effects of Brexit. And to hear it emphasised only but today again by the European Commission themselves that the problem is not the protocol, the problem was Brexit.
Member brings remarks to close.
I will finish my remarks on an optimistic note. Although it may take some time to recover from the pandemic, the path to recovery is laid before us. Tamian Sasta go mudge, came le came, Agdol Concan, and I'm very happy we'll go forward step by step.
And I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we debate the budget in this Assembly, whether via budget bills or, as today, in a budget statement, I often pause to consider why we are here. We are supposed to be here to effect improvement in the lives of the people we represent. Whatever our differences on the Constitution or other issues, we should be here to find constructive solutions to problems that our citizens face. Problems like the fact that 1 in 4 of our citizens is on a waiting list. Our waiting lists are the worst in these islands and among the worst in Europe. We should all be ashamed of it. Since we restarted here in January 2020, there have been multiple budgetary events. 2 full budget statements, as today, both in draft and final form, and several budget bills and associated supply resolutions. In none of them have we seen anything approaching a coherent plan to address the major crises facing our public services, most notably our waiting list crisis. Given we've spent most of the past year dealing with the pandemic, it was understandable that we didn't have much of a coherent vision or strategy from the Minister last year. But we are now nearly in summer 2021. Governments all over the world have managed to produce coherent plans to match finances to priorities. Why not us? People in Northern Ireland, especially people who have been languishing for years waiting for surgery, will ask, why can't we have a government that produces plans to deal with our actual problems, rather than simply getting mired in improvised allocations? And I welcome allocations. We can all welcome allocations, short-termism and blame shifting. First, it is worth addressing a key point that the Minister has made and will no doubt make again, which is that London presented the Executive with a near standstill budget. And there was limited room for manoeuvre for the Minister, and that the failure to deliver a multi-year spending review limited the capacity to make multi-year allocations, including in relation to the health service. First of all, I am in no doubt that the failure of the Treasury to provide a multi-year spending review has limited our options. I acknowledge that. But I come back to the point. Why are we even here? What is the point in having a Finance Minister and an Executive when they won't offer a vision for how we might fund these crises going into the future? Minister, the Treasury might provide the overall envelope, but they do not make the allocations, and they don't write this budget. This document could have provided a template, multi-annual budget and encouraged political debate on the trade-offs and choices that we all face. The Sinn Féin manifesto in 2017 promised £1 billion for the health service. Minister, what is the view on how we deliver that, and why isn't it set out, at least in draft, in this budget? We could have had a debate today on the hard choices we face in dealing with the big challenges: waiting lists, post-COVID recovery, a just transition to a lower carbon future. But apparently that's not our job or the Minister's job. The money comes from London, and the bids for funding come from other ministers. I will give way briefly.
Thank you for the member giving way, and I agree with the points he's outlining. Will the member also agree that fundamental to that is us in this place taking our responsibility to deliver upon the commitments we signed up to in Bengoa?
Yes, I do agree with that. The job of the Finance Department and Finance Minister is to set strategic direction and vision. I'm afraid there is none of that in this document. Minister, one of the big economic questions facing us in this century, facing all of us, is about the rise of automation and in which jobs humans might be replaced by robots in the future. Judging by this budget, we might want to explore whether we could simply allocate the Finance Minister's job to a robot who can move information between London and Belfast. We already have a robotic lawnmower. I see it's operating today, operating in the front of the Stormont estate, so perhaps they're ready for a promotion. Perhaps if Star Wars comes back to film in Ireland, we could ask if R2-D2 fancies a stint as Finance Minister. That's not to be flippant, but simply to say that we are here for a reason: to take responsibility for improving our citizens' lives, rather than associating ourselves with allocations for the purposes of photo opportunities, then blaming the Treasury or other ministers when problems arise. I want to come on to a couple of other critical points. This budget highlights— I will give away very briefly.
The member agrees that this budget from the Sinn Féin Finance Minister does very little to give comfort to families who are on their hands and knees waiting on waiting lists to get the operations, to stop the pain that's besetting them day in, day out. This budget does nothing to give them comfort.
I agree that we should have seen more of a vision set out in this document. This budget highlights the real shortfall, but I want to come on to a couple of other critical points before I finish, Mr Speaker. This budget highlights the real shortfall in funding created by EU exit. There is no clarity on the long-term funding loss created by Brexit. DERA has confirmed in this document that £14.4 million in EU funding for direct foreign payments has not been met by the UK Government, nor has £5.1 million for disease eradication. For the Department of the Economy, the document makes clear that we need replacement EU funding of £5 million a year. And we've heard already from the Chair of the Communities Committee about issues with the Shared Prosperity Fund. We could have done, Minister, with a single table setting out those challenges in this document. We could have had a chapter detailing the damage done by Brexit, how we're going to deal with it, including by taking advantage of our position vis-à-vis the protocol at the crossroads of two major markets. But there is little sign of strategy or agency in this document. And then lastly, Minister, I am of course obliged to mention my habitual subject, the SAMI tax. £2.5 million a year to subsidise non-existent long-haul flights in the midst of an economic and waiting list crisis. Minister, while we won't be pushing this budget to a vote, we do have significant concerns about some of the contents of this passive, robotic budget statement. As I said, it fails to address the crisis in waiting lists. It fails to properly address our economic recovery, and it fails to properly, I'm coming to the end of my statement, I'm afraid it fails to properly address Brexit. I'm afraid for all of us, it simply isn't good enough going forward. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
And I call Andrew Moore.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support the motion here and speak on the motion as the Alliance Party's finance spokesperson. I want to touch upon the contributions by two members thus far. First, by the Chair of the Finance Committee, Mr Steve Aiken, about the need to streamline the process. I became an MLA in December 2019, and my term as an MLA has been most unusual because we had 2 months of normality. Well, you would call it normality in terms of the restoration of these institutions, and then we had COVID-19. So I've never experienced what would be considered a normal budget process. But thus far, what I've seen is an elongated process. I've also seen a process which is baffling and is very difficult to make sense to myself, neither mind to the members of the public. I'd also say that we don't have a place on the Finance Committee, so being able to provide scrutiny in this place around that without having access to the papers nor membership of the committee is inhibiting me. And also I speak for, well, I was going to say for the members of other parties, but none of them are here during this important debate, who also don't have access to these papers. And I think that's a fundamental issue that has to be examined by the Assembly authorities, and I have written on numerous occasions in relation to that. But also, in relation to the budget process, we're now coming towards the end of May. We're going to be in June very soon. But yet, the Department of Infrastructure still has not confirmed its budget, and we're 2 months into our current financial year. No other business would run their operation like that, and that is the same for other departments. So it's not a get at in terms of Nicola Mallon. It's just not a sensible way to run our finances. We also don't have multi-year budgets, and if anyone was listening to Good Morning Ulster this morning in relation to the impact in terms of COVID-19 and the state of our health service is having upon individual people, it was heart-rending to hear some of those stories. The impact of waiting lists, which are just they're so long that some doctors don't even tell them what the waiting list is because it doesn't have any meaning. And we have a situation, we have a two-tier health service where if you can afford to go private, you can get your treatment, but if you have to rely upon the NHS, which so many people do, and that's what the NHS was founded to serve, then they're not going to get the treatment for many, many years, never mind weeks or months, years. So there is a need for multi-year budgets, and that is something, and I'll take some elements in terms of what Matthew O'Toole said in terms of the health service on board. But I would also say that the need for multi-year budgets is also a thing relating to Treasury and the fact that they did not come forward with the much-promised multi-year budgets that were outlined a time ago. But to constantly pass the buck and the blame back to Treasury doesn't cut the mustard. We are formed as a devolved institutions. We have departments, we have an assembly. We have power here in Northern Ireland to effect change. We agreed Bengoa, which is a key element in terms of reform and the operation of our health service. And as one person said this morning, it isn't just money that's required, it's also reform. And I do agree that significant investment is required in the health service. I know that at first hand from my mother who used to work in the health service, but there is also a need for reform. And if we signed up to Bengoa, then we need to show the leadership and deliver upon that. And time again, we see situations when the difficult decisions arise that people are not prepared to follow through. And these debates have occurred already in this chamber in relation to that. So we do need to show responsibility and take our own leadership in relation to that. And that's not just the Finance Minister, that is all departments and MLAs. The Fiscal Council, and I do welcome that establishment, but we do need clear clarity in terms of what role it will play in terms of the budgetary process that we're undertaking. Today is just the start of an elongated, long budget process, and I intend to speak today, particularly in relation to the budget. But I don't have much hope that today's debate will not stick to that topic and will not get sidetracked in relation to other issues on this debate, and then the debate in relation to the budget bill and further budget bills. So we need to understand how the budget process is going to be better and different with the Fiscal Council now established. I do note that we do have a programme for government, but the fact that the budget doesn't link through to that to ensure that we have goals and outcomes that are linked to a programme for government is a matter of concern. Because what we have in Northern Ireland, and the best example which was outlined yesterday and again today, is in relation to electric vehicle charging. The responsibility falls between two departments. So what happens? Nothing. That's what happens. And we have situations where people then are not wanting to take responsibility to drive it forward because it requires cooperation. But if you had an outcomes-based programme for government linked through to the budget, you would have a much different outcome in relation to that. I do welcome the decision to borrow £170 million, and that wasn't something that we did utilise in the last financial year. But it is critical that government learns to spend and invest that money better. And the Northern Ireland Audit Office and the Public Accounts Committee, which I sit on alongside Matthew and other members in Malaysia, has considered inquiries, most recently in relation to capacity and capability of the Northern Ireland Civil Service. We published our report last week. I am grateful for the work that's been done by civil servants who have went above and beyond the call of duty over the last year and before. Absolutely immense efforts. But if we're going to ensure that this investment is realised, then we need to address the recommendations coming out of that report, and also in relation to a previous report in terms of major capital projects. I have a fear that these reports are produced, there's inquiries, and then they gather dust. If we're actually going to ensure that these reports have meaning, then we need to take action. And one example of that would be the establishment of an infrastructure commission. Why can we not establish it within this mandate? It must be established. If it doesn't have to be established under legislation initially, but it needs to be established, and this is something that we need to drive forward. And lastly, and this is something that always comes up in the debate, who's going to pay for that? About £500 million is wasted every year in the cost of division. Clear example in terms of how we can invest in the services that we need and realise those changes. So, in conclusion, I support this motion today. The Alliance Party is part of an executive. We supported the budget process within the executive. We'll support it here today. But it's important we also take those difficult decisions. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Call Paul Frew.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to say, first of all, of a certain truth in this House, that when it comes to budget debates or legislation, it's very clear that the needle returns to the start of the song and we all sing along like before, because it seems that nothing ever changes. We all have the same frustrations, we all raise the same points, but yet nothing seems to change. Although today, I must say, it's quite refreshing to hear Luke Skywalker in the corner. Although he did sound more like Chewbacca at times, and he alludes to a truth that we all need the wisdom of Yoda in times of stress like this. But this budget once more highlights the overwhelming financial contributions that the government makes to Northern Ireland. That is an undeniable fact. The financial benefits of membership of the UK are invaluable to public services and to the economy in Northern Ireland, and the additional contributions to funding the pandemic response has underlined that. So that has to be put into context. The UK has experienced the largest fall in output for more than 300 years and will not return to pre-crisis levels until at least Q4 of 2022. This will no doubt have a degree of economic scarring, which will undoubtedly lead to unemployment levels rising in the coming months. So where in this budget, either the draft version or the new version, do people find hope, inspiration and confidence going forward? I've heard a number of colleagues here today in this chamber state about the hard times and the difficult role that the Finance Minister will have with a standstill budget. Well, can I let you into a secret? The people out there in the past year who have just about managed aren't standing still. They're going backwards. They're losing capital quickly. They're spending their savings unbelievably. And they don't see hope in this document. Where is the inspiration? Where is the confidence for those families, those hard-pressed families? So I do have a wry smile when I hear ministers, Finance Minister and all others talk about standstill challenging budgets. Because out there in the real world, mums and dads just have to get on with it. And they just have to deal with the hand that they've been dealt. But what they look at us to do is give them hope, inspiration and confidence. Same can be said about waiting lists in our health department. We have lived through a pandemic, no doubt about that, probably the most challenging time in our political careers. But where was the drive and vision to actually fix things in the heat of that battle? Very little evidence that we have achieved anything in our health service other than treading water and sinking further, deeper into the mire. When is it going to change? When are we going to be able to stand up and say to our people that we can fix these things, that we can fix this, have confidence in us? Here's the hope and here's the inspiration. Having said all of that, it is difficult in not having multi-year budgets, and I get that. But even if we go to multi-year budgets, how can we still ensure that we'll not just do the same thing that we're doing now on an annual basis, on a three-year annual basis? Now, that should give us more latitude to make difficult decisions, long-term strategic vision, and put it into those decisions. But there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee, because if the model isn't fixed, then how do we move forward? You'll hear today from many chairs of committees about the budget process and how it's broken, how it doesn't allow the committees to scrutinise properly and to actually input with strategic thought from committees. And that's still a massive problem. My colleague Paula Bradley, the chair of the Communities Committee, has outlined that. Others will outline that today. And can I take this moment, Mr Deputy Speaker, to congratulate my colleague Paula in her new role as Deputy Leader. And I wish Paula all the best in the future. So here we are in a position where we've got a one-year budget again, and I understand the pressure that brings. And what we've seen over the year is the way the in-year monitoring rounds haven't really worked for us. They haven't really worked for us because of decisions that are taken, and can I say decisions that aren't taken, which are nearly as important as that, and how then committees find it hard and in fact struggle to scrutinise those decisions, and that is difficult. Can I say one of the big things for business is the rates holiday? That was massive last year, and I commend the Finance Minister and the Executive for that, and I commend him for the decision to have the rates holiday extended to this year. But that won't grow business. That just allows business to survive. That's the difference between a business being here and not being here. So what I want to see, and what businesses want to see, is inspiration, promises of growth, promises that we in this place have got it, have got the remedies to fix the problems that we face this year. And I'm not sure businesses will see that. I hope they do, and I hope that at least, if we do not have the answers, that government stays out of the face of businesses and allows them to operate unrestricted, that allows them to trade as they should be able to do, safely, and bring growth to this economy and to our people. That's what we need business to do. We need government to get out of their face. It should be said, and we shouldn't ignore, Mr. Speaker, in the time I've left, the damage the Northern Ireland Protocol does to this country and to East-West trade, and how that has a massive bearing of us going forward. No matter what our budget line is, and no matter what our process is, this will be diabolical for the future, and it should be removed, and it should be removed in its entirety, so that we in Northern Ireland can enjoy the benefits of a free United Kingdom. Thank you very much.
Agus Nish, Adam Sir, Kiva Archibald. I now call Kiva Archibald.
I'm Margaret Las Cancoya, and I rise to speak first of all as Chair of the Economy Committee. And we continue to be in exceptional budget times. Annual budgets and a reliance on ministerial directions to implement COVID relief schemes is not an ideal context in which a committee can effectively scrutinise a departmental budget. However, the Economy Committee has received regular budget briefings from the Department. The committee has engaged with officials on a regular basis regarding budgeting over the past year. Most recently, on the 12th of May, the committee was briefed by the Economy Minister with regard to her spending plans contained within the Economic Recovery Action Plan and the 10x Economy Vision. As is the case with other departments, the economy budget has flatlined in 2021-22, and this has resulted in the department realigning budget lines and beginning the financial year with an overcommitment of £7.3 million, which officials reassured the committee was manageable. The department has also received £12.2 million from the Treasury to manage protocol issues, and the committee will closely monitor this over the next few months as the impact of Brexit continues to unfold. A key element of the department's budgeting for 2021-22 is the Economic Recovery Action Plan. The Executive has agreed to fund this at a cost of approximately £290 million resource funding, with £11 million capital spending. Roughly half of the resource allocation for the Economic Recovery Action Plan will go to the High Street Stimulus Voucher Scheme, and I'll comment on that later. The Department has secured £23 million from the NIO, £8 million to support the development of SDNI locations overseas over the next 2 years, and £15 million for skills spread over the next 3 years. In addition to the Economic Recovery Action Plan, there are a range of New Decade, New Approach commitments relevant to the Economy Department. The Department and the Executive must ensure that the commitments in the Economic Recovery Action Plan, New Decade, New Approach and the Programme for Government are closely aligned. Failure to align the work of all the Executive departments runs the risk of duplication or failure to maximise the impact of spending. The Economic Recovery Action Plan in particular highlights the Department's key commitments with respect to strategies for skills, energy and the economy more widely, as well as further and higher education. The Department has suggested that the Economic Recovery Action Plan, the recently published 10x Economy Vision, have the potential to be game changers for our economy. However, the committee will be looking for clear delivery on what are very high-level statements of intent. Funding for these and other departmental strategies will come from in-year allocations, and the committee will want to see as much detail on this as possible. This is not a time for lack of transparency. Briefly on the High Street Stimulus Voucher Scheme that I mentioned earlier, this represents some £145 million of spending, roughly half of the Economic Recovery Action Plan's overall funding. It is therefore vitally important that the scheme is successful and provides the economic stimulus that is expected. Officials have briefed the committee on the scheme. However, there are many aspects of it where specifics are still lacking, with elements of policy still to be pinned down. The committee will be watching the implementation of the scheme carefully, and members are heavily engaged with stakeholders to provide as much advice as possible. The committee has flagged up its concern to the Department about funding being made available for schemes to reskill and upskill workers who cannot return to jobs once the furlough scheme has ended. The Executive must consider how support can be funded to put in place when this happens in the autumn. In their recent briefings to the committee, economy officials have suggested that they are optimistic about the Department's budget situation for 2021-22. It is likely that the sizeable allocations beyond the Department's static baseline have encouraged this optimism. Contingency funding is also in place to mitigate the impacts of the protocol and departure from the EU. So, on behalf of the committee, I support the motion, and I'll make a few remarks as Sinn Féin Economy spokesperson. I'll not repeat any of the detail outlined. But beyond the departmental budget, which has stands still as has been described, there is funding allocated to deal with the outworkings of Brexit and also significant allocations to the Economic Recovery Action Plan. That money, more than half of it going to the High Street Voucher Scheme, is going to be vital in supporting our economy in the recovery. And as it says previously, we need to hear more details on the voucher scheme as quickly as possible. When departmental officials briefed the committee on the budget, they told us, and I quote, "Just short of £131 million has been allocated to the Economic Recovery Action Plan, is to be used at DFE's discretion for economic support measures." And as we've seen last year with the COVID support schemes, some flexibility is useful to allow money to be moved to where it's needed. But if I could just ask the Minister to clarify what at DFE's discretion means, and if there will be business cases to be approved for schemes being developed. We've talked a number of times previously in budget debates about the furlough scheme, and my colleague Melissa McHugh mentioned this earlier. Obviously, that's due to end at the end of September, and undoubtedly there are going to be businesses that aren't in a position to be back to bringing all employees back. I've talked to some businesses, including in the tourism sector, who rely on international visitors, and they aren't looking at recovery in this year. So can I just ask the Minister about the engagement that he's had with Treasury around furlough? I think including in relation to the employer contributions that are required later in the summer. I think there's going to be businesses who aren't in a position to meet those, and redundancies are going to be likely to follow that. So I think it's important that we do call for some sector-specific flexibility in terms of the furlough scheme. And it's not often that I agree with Mr Frew in a budget debate, but I do have some sense of déjà vu listening to some members' contributions today as well. But just to remind some of the members who are criticising the budget process, it was agreed by executive ministers back in, I think, October, in terms of the approach to having a rollover budget. And I think that it's important. I think we all agree that we need to align PFG outcomes with budgets. But I think if members want to raise their concerns within their within their parties, if they aren't happy with how the budget process is being taken forward, because I think we all would like to see a more dynamic process going forward.
Call Paul Given.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And just before I get into making some comments on the budget, can I apologise for not being in my place yesterday during Justice Question time? It was an oversight on my part. Just to make some remarks in my role as Chair of the Committee for Justice, the Committee was initially briefed on the Department's financial planning for the years ahead in early November. At that time, the Committee heard that the Department was facing inescapable resource DEL pressures of almost £60 million for the 2021-22 financial year. Officials advised that that would be difficult to absorb without impacting on the frontline service delivery. The Department pointed out that these pressures should not be considered in isolation, but in the context of a baseline which has fallen by around 9% since 2011 and 12. I had mentioned in a previous debate, but I wanted just to repeat that again. The Department provided details of the range of measures that have already been taken by spending areas to manage that reducing budget, along with further measures that may be required across all spending areas in the future. The Committee has used this to help inform its consideration, along with information provided by the Department's non-departmental public bodies on their indicative allocations for the year ahead, which for the most part remain unchanged in the final budget allocations. During an oral briefing on the 29th of April, the Committee was advised that the final budget position represented a small increase of £0.3 million to the draft allocation that had been announced in January. £8 million for tackling paramilitary activity was removed from the baseline to be held centrally by the Department of Finance. £7.7 million of COVID funding has been received, which will be allocated to the police, the prison service and the courts and tribunal service and smaller bodies, and there were some technical transfers of just over £500,000. The Department will also receive an allocation of £12.3 million for police staffing in year, which for technical reasons could not be included in the final budget outcome. So the officials have advised, after a critical examination, that the £55.7 million pressures that were identified in November has been reduced to £20 million, of which nearly £6 million relates to the police. The police also still have pressures of nearly £6 million for EU exit and £1.6 million for transformation, and that brings then an overall pressure that is currently facing the department of some £27.7 million. In terms of capital, the draft allocation for the department was £96.4 million, which is an increase of £8.3 million from the previous year. So the department believes that that is a sufficient allocation to meet existing commitments and to progress priority projects. The committee, Deputy Speaker, won't formally agree its response to the final budget until Thursday of this week, in line with the deadline that had been set by the Committee for Finance. However, let me just reflect on some of the key issues raised by members during our discussions with officials. In respect of the police, information had been provided by the police and the Policing Board on the measures that may be required by the police to live within its indicative budget allocation, which was of particular concern to the committee when considering the draft budget allocation. So instead of working towards the New Decade, New Approach commitment to increase the number of police officers to 7,500, it would have been reduced by 300 police officers in terms of the staff complement, and that would have brought down the number of police officers to 6,700. However, I welcome the representations and the changes that have now been made, so the £12.3 million additional funding for the police will address that issue. The department has advised that £9.8 million of that enables the police to retain its current numbers, and then £2.5 million of this allocation will facilitate the recruitment of 100 new officers in the 2021-22 year, and that takes it on a trajectory towards meeting the NDNA commitments in due course. There will obviously be recurring costs beyond this year, which the department believes should be included in future baselines from the 2022-23 year. The Finance Minister advised that future budgets will depend on funding being available, and it will be for the Executive to agree the allocations at that time. So, therefore, we still are some way from meeting the NDNA target, but we have taken a step forward. As I mentioned before, the police is still also facing a shortfall in funding for EU exit, and the committee understands that discussions are ongoing with the Treasury to secure the balance of funding required for the forthcoming year. In respect of the prison service, there was a focus for much of the discussion around the officials on the meeting in April because of the information that had been provided to us. Officials advised that it's not expected that jobs will be lost, but rather new staff will not be recruited. This may not have an immediate impact, as the prison service is almost close to its full staff complement, but that would have an impact over time if that continues. Members heard that other options may be considered to help the prison service to live within its budget, including relocating working out units back into prisons, reducing learning and skills provisions, or closing down policy units. Now, such approaches evidently do have an impact on the rehabilitation, which would be a negative impact not only on prisoners but also their families and wider society, and prison staff themselves. So, as the officials put it, prisons operate most effectively when you have an appropriate number of staff per prisoner and appropriate activities for prisoners to be engaged in. Any reduction in one or the other will have a detrimental impact. The fact that the prison service could potentially get to this position is of particular concern to the committee, and one that we will continue to consider. So, Deputy Speaker, there were other issues that were considered in terms of the probation board, but I just want to conclude on the Troubles Permanent Disablement Payment Scheme. Members know that this scheme is set to open for applications on the 30th of June. Although it is the Department of Justice responsibility for delivery of the scheme,
ask the member to draw his remarks to a close, please.
Responsibility for its funding rests with the Executive Office. It will not come out of the Department of Justice budget, and I welcome the commitments that those costs will be met. However, I do support the efforts that this needs to be funded from Her Majesty's Treasury in terms of supporting the Executive to fulfil its responsibilities in this area.
Agus neis hiram Sir Declan McAleer on can I call Declan McAleer.
The ERA Committee recognises the significant pressure on future budget planning as a consequence of Brexit and the challenges posed by COVID-19 and the recovery from the pandemic. Whilst the Committee welcomes the continuation of recurrent funding for many of DAERA's core work programmes, there are several outstanding fiscal challenges that need urgently addressed in order to ensure that our public bodies and rural communities are supported to recover and modernise in the next financial year. The Committee in particular welcomes the planned investment of £9.8 million in 21-22 in order to support the agri-food sector as it emerges out of the pandemic, and the resourcing of innovations such as the planned new surveillance scheme co-led by DAERA and the Belfast Trust to facilitate early detection of coronavirus in wastewater outlets. However, our agriculture producers have been profoundly impacted by the downturn in market activity due to COVID, and it is vital that our farming industry has access to sufficient support in order to continue to deliver high-quality produce for consumers across the country and further afield. The pressures on rural communities to modernise and innovate to tackle the challenges associated with climate change are significant, and whilst the Committee welcomes the planned £2 million investment this financial year for green growth strategies, it is vital the Department puts in place sufficient resources to support farming communities to transition to eco-friendly farming practices, and that innovations and best practice can be disseminated across the sector. The biggest threat to our agriculture economy are the many challenges and uncertainties posed by Brexit. Members will have heard in the media reports in recent days of the proposed free trade agreement between the British Government and Australia that threatens to undermine the viability of farming communities across these islands. It is absolutely essential that our local farmers are supported with appropriate funding to remain accessible, competitive and sustainable in the years ahead, so that our high-quality agricultural produce can be traded effectively in our closest markets. The Committee also recognises the additional requirements posed by the protocol. It is absolutely essential that DAERA is provided with the investment needed to ensure sufficient resource and staffing levels are in place at Antrim.
Grateful to the member for giving way. Would you agree with me that in addition to dealing with some of the checks required by the protocol also offers our farmers an opportunity to be protected from imports coming in from cheap food imports, and those in this chamber who supported Brexit? I want to reflect on what they've done to farmers here. We're seeing a cut in agricultural payments that hasn't been replaced by the British Government, and we're seeing the cheap food policy to devastate farmers in Northern Ireland and indeed Britain.
I couldn't agree more with the member. Indeed, the protocol is in place to protect our farming communities and indeed to facilitate and protect east-west trade. And indeed, I welcome recently the fact that the EU Commission has encouraged the north of Ireland to be part of an all-island PGI status for Irish grass-fed beef, and that can only be made possible by the protocol. Yes.
Care to reflect on the idiocy of what he has just said, that the protocol exists to protect east-west trade, when the protocol is deliberately the biggest barrier builder to east-west trade. Surely, even the member can grasp that and not lose sense of reality as he fantasises in some Euro world.
Just remind members, please, no remarks from sedentary positions. Just remind members that the debate itself is principally about the budget. While there are implications of the Brexit protocol for that, I would just advise members to steer back to the budget debate, please.
Yes, and I do believe that the protocol will protect our farmers, because as we sit and watch the British Government entertain trade deals with Australia, a huge beef-producing continent, who want unfettered access to the British market, which of course is our main market. So when the British market becomes flooded with Australian beef, and of course this will be the precedent for trade deals with the USA and the Mercosur countries, when the British market becomes flooded with cheap beef that we can't compete with, well, we need the protocol. We need to work with the rest of the EU to access other EU markets and other opportunities across the globe, because the British market is going to be, we are going to be completely displaced from the British market, and we need a protocol to protect our farmers and our agri-food businesses here on the island of Ireland.
I think the member has made his point and clarified his point. If we could just move back and focus on the budget, please.
You can blame your colleague, Mr. O'Toole, and Mr. Hollister for distracting me. The continuation of the 18.8 Brexit-related funding from last year is welcome, but we know that this is insufficient to employ enough suitably trained staff to undertake checks and reports. The committee is particularly concerned about the projected £19.5 million shortfall in DAERA's budget this year to support foreign payments that would have been delivered via EU funding. The deficit is a direct result of the Treasury's decision to net off £14.4 million of ring-fenced EU funding against other manifesto commitments, and a failure to fund £5.1 million towards programmes to support disease eradication. It is absolutely vital that this funding pressure is addressed in order to provide assurance to our rural communities and to ensure they are supported at this particularly challenging time. The committee welcomes the planned capital investment of over £90 million in 21-22 that will support improvements in research and development strategies, ICT infrastructure and rural development programmes. However, it is essential that the Department is supported to access any additional capital monies that may become available over the next year to boost our rural development framework and ensure that our agriculture industry can continue to modernise its equipment, infrastructure and estate to deliver innovations and best practice. In summary, the challenges facing our rural communities are stark and wide-ranging, and there are many uncertainties posed by Brexit, the outworking of the pandemic and the future transition to eco-friendly initiatives to address climate change. The committee calls on the Minister and the Executive as a whole to ensure that our agri-food sector and its associated stakeholders are supported adequately to meet these challenges and thrive in the coming years. And just very briefly, in my role as the spokesperson on Agriculture and Rural Affairs within Sinn Féin, I want to just underline that Brexit is a huge threat to our sector. That was a major concern last week, where Minister Murphy revealed that we have now got a £60 million hole in our budget this year as a consequence of lost EU funding, which has not been replaced by the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. And indeed, the Community Renewal Fund, the £11 million Community Renewal Fund, isn't even going to be administered by the Executive here. So the Brexiteers who told us that we were taking back control and all these wonderful opportunities, this just exposes the lie and the spin of Brexit, because not only are we losing the funding, but we're also losing the control to manage what funding is left available. So just want to conclude. So well, thank you for that there, and for your indulgence and support the motion.
Agus na Siaram Sir Sinead McLaughlin, Hon Canch, I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is not a good budget. My colleague Matthew Toole has stated the reasons why this budget is beyond poor and inadequate, and why the people of Northern Ireland deserve better. For the past 14 years, Northern Ireland has been led by joint First Ministers from Sinn Féin and DUP. This leadership was supposed to deliver prosperity after the peace that was delivered by gigantic leaders such as John Hume and the SDLP. But instead of prosperity, the North continues to have some of the worst economic outcomes. Yes.
Could you also add David Trimble?
I will.
Thank you.
But instead of prosperity, the North continues to have some of the worst economic outcomes anywhere in Western Europe. My city of Derry has the highest levels of poverty, unemployment and economic inactivity. But it's not just Derry that is suffering. It's the same situation in Strabane, West Belfast and East Belfast. These are the areas that have suffered the most from the neglect of Sinn Féin and the DUP. I will give you an example. It was 19 years ago that the Fort George site in Derry was transferred to the people of Derry from the British government. It was supposed to be transformational for Derry. There were plans to make it a marvellous example of how this place can move forward, exploiting a prime riverfront location that would make our people proud. Instead, it is almost empty. It has a telehouse for Project Kelvin, itself another disappointment for the delivery for Derry, plus one Catalyst Business Incubation Centre. That is all. Unless you now include that it's used as a stacking area for McDonald's to eliminate what could have been a terrible risk of a car accident that was waiting to happen. Now we are merely waiting for Fort George to happen, for something to happen. Yes, we have the promise of a health hub on the site, but to be honest, we should all be fed up now of the promises being given but left unfulfilled. Nor is it just Derry, as I've said. What about the other major site transferred into the care of our government on behalf of our people? And I mean the Maze site. This is a perfect metaphor for joint government of Sinn Féin and the DUP. Row followed by row, lack of delivery followed by lack of delivery. Which brings me on to our universities. Making Derry a proper university city was one of the demands of the civil rights movement over 50 years ago. It is perhaps the only demand of the civil rights movement that has yet to be delivered. Despite 14 years of joint leadership by Sinn Féin and the DUP, that demand has yet to be delivered. There is crystal clear evidence that expanding higher education sector in Northern Ireland will be good for our economy, but government in Northern Ireland refuses to be evidence-led. If we had evidence-led government, the Finance Minister would put far more resources into skills. He would recognise the result of holding down the size of our university sector, not just the economic harm, but the social harm. The dislocation of families, the loss of skills, the impact of innovation and invention, the impact of our cultural and our arts sectors, the civic life, the impact on wages, the impact on poverty, the impact on productivity. The list goes on. All this flows from the refusal to be led by evidence and expand our university sector, to allow the continuation of brain drain resulting from having 60 university places here for every 100 applications. Mr Deputy Speaker, we have a bizarre situation here. We have a Sinn Féin spokesperson for higher education in the South calling for more funded university places, and a Sinn Féin minister here in the North continuing to preside over a policy of capping university places, forcing our young people to leave our island and many of them never to return. There is no point in Sinn Féin Prime Minister blaming the DUP Economy Minister for this failure. There are two parties in joint government, two parties in joint leadership of this executive, and they've been at it for 14 years. They have to step up and get things done and put aside their constant mutual recriminations and blame game. And I say this to Sinn Féin Finance Minister. He should be more than a pawn, or as my colleague has said, more than a robot, delivering on behalf of the British Treasury. He needs to be a leader. He needs to think for himself. Do more than just accept the way that things are done in the past, the way the British government wants him to act. He needs to deliver for the North. He needs to deliver for Ireland, not for the British government. He needs to stop playing fiddle for the British Treasury and start putting a vision for Northern Ireland front and centre. He needs to help to build this
point of order.
That we
point of
call
order.
home.
Point of order.
Two largest parties.
Members in your seat, please. Point of order. Point of order.
It's not supposed to be a budget debate.
Budgets. This is how we allocate money here in this place, and I'm talking directly about the budget, and I'm talking about the investment in skills and education and higher education in Northern Ireland that's been going on in 14 years, and I am entitled to explain what is actually happening here. I'm explaining it to the people of Northern Ireland today, should they care to listen. Yes, I will.
It's clear that Sinn Féin don't like the truth, that them and the DUP in it together for the last 14 years have held this place back. It's time to change. Choose change.
It is past time for the two largest parties to remember whom they govern. It is not just for themselves, and it is not just for your party members. It is for the people of Northern Ireland. It's for our families, our children and our future. They are leading this administration, and they must lead. They must deliver. And that means they must deliver for those most in need. those who are on the longest health waiting lists, those who are leaving school without the skills and qualifications they need, those who are struggling to pay their fuel bills, those who have cold homes, those who can't afford childcare and so can't get a job, and those who have no jobs because there are no jobs in the area in which they live. Those who are super intelligent but can't go to university because there are no local places for them and they can't afford to move away to study. Those are the people that we need to deliver for. Those are the people that this joint leadership of Sinn Féin and DUP have failed. Mr Deputy Speaker, can I remind the Finance Minister of where those people are that are being failed? They're living in Derry. They're living in East Belfast. They're living in West Belfast. The Finance Minister, the Economy Minister and our joint First Ministers need to remember this, and they need to remember for whom they are supposed to be delivering for. They need to remember that they are our families and our people living here in Northern Ireland. This budget doesn't cut it.
Vote against it.
I now call Mike Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much, and nice to see a bit of passion being injected into a budget debate, Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry to say I missed the Minister's opening remarks, but I imagine there were some trends and some high-level remarks with which I would agree. For example, the need for multi-year budgets, which many speakers have mentioned during the course of this debate. I think it's high time we removed the toxic uncertainty that accompanies 12-month budgets and how they impact negatively on our ability to deliver services. Another theme I'm sure the Minister is in agreement with me on is the need to better coordinate the budget with the programme for government. And going forward, there may be a third issue to be locked in: a budget, a programme for government and a Northern Ireland-specific Bill of Rights. But of course that will be a debate for another day. And the other big issue, which I think the Minister and I agree on, is the need to bring forward a prosperity agenda for the citizens of this country. And I'm most obliged to my party leader, Doug Beattie, who today has asked me to become the party spokesman on the economy, a role I fulfilled when I first joined this Assembly 10 years ago. And my theme will be a prosperity agenda. More people getting out of bed with a sense of purpose, with a worthwhile job to be done, with the assurance that people like the Minister for Finance and the Minister for the Economy have their backs. I think we could all agree that if people are getting to a Friday with more money in their back pocket, with a good sense of their own mental health and well-being, and with a feeling they've got an equal shot at success as the next person, then they can transform our economy, and our economy can transform them and their lives. And thank you for your indulgence, Deputy Speaker, because that was a party political broadcast on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party. Deputy Speaker, at this point I want to declare an interest as a member of the Policing Board, because I want to talk about what the budget says about the policing budget. And quite disturbingly, it admits that the funding requirements far outweigh the Department of Justice budget allocation, and therefore the extent to which the priorities of the Department of Justice can be met. Now, specifically, we have a commitment that we all recognise in New Decade, New Approach to increase the headcount of the Police Service of Northern Ireland from 7,000 to 7,500. You'll also note NDNA puts no timescale on that transformation. And in the course of this budgetary year, the plan is to get from 7,000 to 7,100. Now, this will be funded not through baseline, but through Barnett consequentials. And what we know is that just to maintain the 7,000 figures, because of the churn of retirements, injury on duty and all the rest, there's actually a cost of £9.8 million just to maintain the status quo of 7,000. To get the extra 100 in,
cost £2.5 million in terms of recruitment, but in terms of annual cost, that's £5 million. So if you add the churn of 9.8 to the annual 5, you've got £14.8 million, which we actually don't have. It's not baselined. It's not in next year's budget, or the year after that, or the year after that. And if it's £5 million for 100 new officers, to get to 7,500, we're missing £34.8 million. £35 million shy. And it's not just in recruitment that we have this issue. The Paramilitary Crime Task Force is currently, I believe, £5.8 million short of target. Nobody is saying that money will not be found through the likes of June monitoring. But again, it is not baselined, and is that acceptable? For such an important work stream to tackle terrorism and paramilitary criminality, and we've seen it in the North West recently, and part of the plan for the Paramilitary Crime Task Force is to open a new unit in the North West. And yet the funding is not there in the baseline. Well, the need for this task force isn't going to go away this financial year. It's going to be with us for some years to come. We have to start to address these issues. The point is made in this budget that a lot of the services from the Department of Justice are demand-led in terms of policing, prisons and the rest. But there are areas where we can look to make savings and recalibrate how we spend the budget. If we look at the prisons, we have a segregated prison regime for paramilitary prisoners. Why? Why do we do that? We call them criminals when they're outside prison, and then we allow them to be paramilitary leaders when they're in prison. And it comes at a financial cost as well as a cost to society perception. And there is also legal aid, of course, and compared to any other region of the United Kingdom, our spend on legal aid is disproportionate. So, Deputy Speaker, I think we have huge questions to answer in terms of the Department of Justice's budget for the police service of Northern Ireland and what we ask that police service to deliver. A final point, if I may, Deputy Speaker, because there's reference made to the legacy agreements from the Stormont House Agreement. Just to put on record, once again, because some people fail to grasp this, not every party in this House signed up to those legacy proposals. The Ulster Unionist Party did not. And let's remember that it appears that the United Kingdom government has also changed its mind about the Stormont House Agreement legacy proposals. But again, that's probably a debate for another day.
I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I wish to focus my remarks mainly in regard to the budget of our Health Department today. Mr Deputy Speaker, if there ever was a year when we have seen just how important funding for our health services the last 12 months have been it. Unprecedented demand has been met with unprecedented levels of financial support, and it has been a time when the benefits of being part of a United Kingdom have been so clear, while those who foolishly wish to end that union may not acknowledge it, they cannot argue otherwise. Yet, Mr Deputy Speaker, as we now emerge from the pandemic, thanks to the sacrifices of our people, the heroic actions of our healthcare workers and the wonders of science, we must look at the future of our health and social care provision. The current model in Northern Ireland is unsustainable. If we want the best health service for our people, then yes, we need funding, but we also need reform. What we have talked about in this place year after year must now be progressed. No excuses. It is hard to ignore the fact that the health and social care accounts for half of day-to-day spending this year at just under £6.5 billion. What more evidence do we actually need to underline the need for reform and transformation? We all know from constituents who contact us in despair just how bad things are in relation to waiting lists. Given estimates that it would take in the region of £750 million to £1 billion to tackle the elective waiting lists alone, it is clear that the funding impetus for the long-term change that is needed is simply not there at present. Yet that cannot be an excuse to stop the smaller steps that we can take. Key to pursuing this agenda is multi-year budgets. Making this transition is in the interests of more strategic spending decisions and stands to encourage greater scrutiny of expenditure. It is important that no stone is left unturned toward ensuring the current spending review can usher in a 3-year budget. We all know the limitations of in-year monitoring rounds and one-year budgets and the impact they have on planning. Stopgaps and temporary fixes only go so far. This culture needs to change. This is important, particularly in respect of areas like health transformation and implementation of commitments contained within the new decade new approach. Mr Deputy Speaker, I fully agree with those who responded to the consultation expressing concern around funding for social care. This issue needs greater funding levels if the needs of our constituents are to be met. Yet again, we are hindered by that lack of certainty on funding and the drive to actually reform, to do what we all know needs to be done. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to raise an issue as someone who sits on as the chair on the All-Party Group for Autism. Last week, Mr Deputy Speaker, it was revealed that almost 1 in 20 school children in Northern Ireland has an autism diagnosis. And yet, when I look at the budgets allocated for addressing the needs for our autism community, both in school and out, it is a drop in the ocean. And we all join rallies, we all share posts on Autism Week, but when it comes to funding sensory facilities or building stadiums, we pour money into stadiums. When it comes to speech and language therapy or minority languages funding, we pour millions into the latter. Where is the perspective? And when are we going to stop insulting those with autism and their families and actually stand up and decide what really matters in this country? Mr Deputy Speaker, the term Tory austerity will be parroted by many across this House today, but I must say that we cannot complain about austerity when we continue to prioritise vanity projects for votes. And that's for all of us to consider. On all sides of this House, let's get real. Let's spend what money we do have wisely. We're all familiar with the phrase, every pound is a prisoner, and that should be our approach to the use of our public money. Thank you.
Agus neis siarm sir colm gildinu hon cancha I call colm gildinu.
I rise to provide the House with details of the Health Committee scrutiny of the 21-22 budget. I would first acknowledge the enormous pressure under which the health and social care system is working. I've said many times that the system has been stretched beyond breaking point, and we are grateful to all of our health and social care workers who have sacrificed so much over the past year. It is true that our health and social care staff have been and are the greatest asset that we have, and we need to ensure we do everything we can to support them in their roles as we move out of fighting COVID-19 and move into recovery and addressing the very lengthy waiting lists and increasing health inequality gaps that we see right across the north. The committee was briefed by officials on the 2021-22 budget on the 29th of April, and at that briefing the Health Committee was advised that as things stand, the Department anticipates additional funding of £495 million as compared with its opening baseline last year. While this additional amount is welcome, the Department did outline that with the lack of recurrent funding, this is essentially a standstill budget that will make it difficult for the Department to make any inroads into the waiting list that the Minister has called dire and appalling. The Department's Director of Finance also outlined that she is even more concerned about the 22-23 position, as the temporary COVID funds are essentially masking the scale of the underlying financial pressures within the system. The Department outlined that it would be very difficult to achieve the effective delivery of strategies such as the strategy for elective care, cancer, emergency care and mental health without recurrent funding and reliance on in-year monitoring. This is deeply worrying, members, and should strike us all with fear, as these are strategies that, if not resourced and implemented effectively, will result in poorer health outcomes for patients. I think we all agree on the need for a health and social care system that is resourced in a way that produces better health outcomes for all of our constituents. The committee raised a number of concerns with officials in relation to the budget. Firstly, transformation. Everyone has agreed that transformation is essential to deal with rising costs. This is a priority agreed across the Executive and reiterated in New Decade New Approach. The 2021-22 budget provides for £49 million for NDNA transformation. That is 0.75% of the overall health budget. And while allocations for additional nursing staff and mental health are indeed welcome, it just doesn't go far enough. Over the past number of months, we have heard significant evidence of the very real benefits of multidisciplinary teams in terms of primary health care. GPs have told us how beneficial they are, and we see the reality of that in the places where they exist. However, in this budget, there is an allocation of £22 million for MDTs. That is not to allow the expansion of a very successful transformation programme, but to merely continue to service those MDTs that already exist. It was disappointing to hear that the funding set aside for transformation projects is largely to fund programmes that have previously been implemented, and that there is little scope to expand or introduce new transformation projects within the current budget settlement. In terms of waiting lists, which have been referenced by nearly every speaker here this morning, the committee has significant concerns in relation to the length of waiting lists. The COVID-19 pandemic has no doubt exacerbated waiting lists and left patients in very difficult circumstances, resulting in needing more complex treatment by the time they get around to their appointment. The Minister has recently outlined that it will take £1 billion over 10 years to address the waiting lists. I think we all agree that this needs to be a priority over the coming financial years, and there is a clear need for recurrent funding in the coming years to make inroads to those waiting lists and ultimately see better health outcomes for patients. And I think that needs to be taken on board by the British Treasury in terms of us moving forward. In terms of health inequalities, the committee also considered the issue of these inequalities, and we raised concerns with officials and the Minister in relation to what are increasing health inequality gaps, especially in relation to mental health and substance use. We continue to see large inequalities in health outcomes for large parts of the population. I think we need to see more work from the Department and from the Executive in tackling health, because while we appreciate there are many other factors that result in health inequalities, such as housing and education, there is simply no doubt that health is a key proponent of that, a key component of that, and that we need to see active planning rather than a restatement of the problems and difficulties. We must ensure that all our population have equal access to services and equality of outcomes. So, in terms of in-year allocations, while these are no doubt hugely welcome within a very difficult system, members will appreciate that it is not conducive to long-term planning, and the committee would underline the need for a multi-year budget that provides that recurrent funding and certainty that we need to see. In conclusion, in terms of Health Committee Chair, there is concerning evidence of increasing financial strain in the health and social care system, and little opportunity to make the type of progress needed to address those strains due to COVID-19 as well as financial pressures. The committee will continue to monitor the situation and seek to engage constructively as this progresses. And I'd now like to make some remarks as Sinn Féin Health spokesperson. Today, the health and social care sector is challenged in ways we have rarely seen before. The state of our healthcare system has undoubtedly been worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic, but our problems started long before the crisis arrived. The Tory government and their austere economic policies have failed, and nowhere is that failure clearer than in the emergency departments and the GP waiting rooms across the north that every one of us are dealing with at the present time. It is undeniable that austerity causes suffering. It causes workforce shortages, bed shortages, equipment shortages, and most importantly, it denies our constituents the right to enjoy good health standards. The waiting list that we are talking about today are not a new story. The Royal College of Surgeons today have advised that as of December 2020, over 323,000 people are waiting to see a consultant and 105,000 waiting for admission for surgery. That equates, members, to 1 in 4 of our constituents waiting for the health care that they need. Some of them experiencing unbearable pain and stress, and this simply cannot continue. So we cannot address waiting lists without addressing chronic staffing shortages, and we need to see multi-year budgeting for that to take effect.
I ask the member to draw his remarks to a close, please.
So, members, our health and social care system is in crisis. There is a huge challenge ahead in the coming years to bring the health services and care our constituents need, deserve and are entitled to.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Finance Minister. You'll not hear that too often today, Minister, for presenting your budget. Like others, I will be voting for the budget. What other option do we have? Any delay in getting this one-year budget confirmed puts pressure on our civil servants and all the many organisations and businesses that are awaiting contracts and grants. As has been highlighted by others, I hope this is the last time we receive a one-year budget from the Minister for Finance. Without another multi-year budget process, the Minister and all of us in this House recognise that the efficiency savings through planned and strategic delivery of services cannot be realised. Before joining this House in 2016, I worked in the community and voluntary sector, where late letters of offer, constant threat of redundancy and mad March monies made planning very difficult. It added a dimension of stress that was unnecessary, and it is time that we plan for multi-year budgets to give those who deliver our services some reprieve, some confidence that their jobs will be secure. As the Alliance Party spokesperson for communities and Deputy Chair of the Communities Committee, I share the concern felt by all of the members of the Committee for Communities as expressed by the Chair of the Committee earlier in this debate. The bid made by the Department was $132,589,000, but the award allocated was $66,825,000, a shortfall of almost £66 million. That shortfall will have a serious negative impact on the community, a community that is trying to come out of COVID. Minister, this is a cold budget. It is a very difficult budget, and one that I am sure you are not happy to have to bring to this House. The shortfall means support for councils to deliver COVID recovery programmes is zero. Social supermarkets received zero. Arts, cultural and heritage recovery also zero. Charities and social enterprise recovery fund, nothing. New welfare mitigations, this is the money to close the loopholes in the bedroom tax and the two-child limit, allocated nothing. The advice sector, the much-needed provision of welfare reform advice, allocated zero. I am aware that the Department of Communities submitted a bid to the Department for Finance to update COVID funding requirements. The updated bid for £68,645,000 aims to address some of the areas that were not allocated any expenditure in the 21-22 budget. It is disappointing to all of us that departments have to wait for in-year resource bids to be able to fund necessary services that we all agreed through Bengoa, through New Decade New Approach, for transformation to deliver more efficient services. I also found it very difficult when reading the Department for Communities budget presentation, where it confirmed how it had to focus on how workloads are aligned to the department's strategic objectives. Now, why should I find that difficult? I find it difficult because we have a draft programme for government where all departments should be working together to deliver cross-cutting outcomes. But where are the shared budget areas in this budget? If we are to achieve societal objectives as outlined in that draft programme for government or in any future programme for government, then we need to see a more strategic budget that reflects both departmental priorities and how outcomes will be delivered. As my... Yes, I will.
Very important point. If you have a programme for government which isn't budgeted, then you don't have a good programme for government. And if you have a budget that's not aligned to the programme for government, you do not have strategic thought or vision within the budget. It's a massive issue, and I agree with the member.
Members, next a minute.
I hopefully won't need it, Deputy Speaker, but thank you very much to the member. We had planned with our draft programme for government, the intention was that strategy would guide the budget, not money guide what we can do. As my colleague Andrew Muir, MLA, stated earlier, I welcome the Fiscal Council and the role it will have to assist the Minister for Finance and his department. So I say to you, Minister, is it time for a new way of thinking on our budget? Is it time to start the work today on a new way to develop and deliver our budget? How can we improve committee scrutiny? How can we include the public? How can the budget be presented to demonstrate how the programme for government outcomes will be achieved? Minister, perhaps in your response you can provide your thoughts on the way forward and how for the rest of this year, how you and your team will develop a budget setting process that will enable this House to have a budget presented in advance of a financial year. Minister, Westminster will always provide figures late. I know it breaks your heart, it breaks all of our hearts. We know all that what we ask for will not be provided. It's time that we proactively move to letting our strategic outcomes guide the budget, and I will support you when you're trying to do that. Thank you.
Members, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 o'clock today, and I propose therefore by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 o'clock. The first item of business when we return will be questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. This debate will resume after question time, when the next member to be called will be Robin Newton. Thank you.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland.
Okay, members, the sitting is resumed, and it's now time for questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and I call Trevor Lunn.
Speaker, question number 1.
I call the Minister.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I wish to group questions 1 and 5 together. I want to ensure that Northern Ireland plays its part in minimising greenhouse gas emissions and to tackle climate change head-on. I am committed to Northern Ireland having its very own climate change legislation to achieve this. But we don't need just any bill. We need the right, evidence-based climate change bill that sets out an achievable pathway for Northern Ireland to contribute to the wider UK and global efforts for greenhouse gas emission reductions. I therefore intend to bring before the Assembly an alternative climate change bill to the private members' bill, a bill which is actually strongly evidence-based, that is better for Northern Ireland and which will provide a high-quality piece of legislation, seeking to get those proposals on the agenda for an executive meeting since 24th of March 2021, and this is yet to happen. My officials are currently working with the Office of Legislative Counsel and are very well advanced on the drafting of a climate change bill on my proposals. I therefore intend to circulate my draft bill and accompanying explanatory and financial memorandum to the executive colleagues, and once that is secured, I intend to and am prepared to quickly move to the right climate change bill. It is important that carbon leakage is taken into account when setting emission reduction targets, so we do not inadvertently displace emissions to other jurisdictions, and in some situations such leakage could result in higher levels of overall emissions due to practices in other jurisdictions potentially not being as sustainable as those in Northern Ireland. In that context, the agri-food sector, for which my department has sectoral responsibility, aiming for a net zero target by 2045 presents an increased risk of carbon leakage. The CCC, in recommending an emissions reduction target of at least 82% for Northern Ireland by 2050, took account of the importance of the Northern agri-food sector and the fact that around 50% of NI produce is exported to other parts of the United Kingdom. So whilst the targets such as net zero carbon by 2045 may stimulate some sectors, the issue of carbon leakage is extremely pertinent for the agri-food sector, and in their analysis for Northern Ireland, the CCC felt that based on current knowledge, meeting net zero carbon by 2050 would require such a significant reduction in livestock production, particularly in beef and dairy sectors, that does not present a viable option.
Okay, we're well over 2 minutes there, Minister, just to remind you. So, Trevor Lunn, supplementary.
Yes, I thank the Minister for his answer. I think the answer was yes, actually. But can I ask him, in terms of the present climate bill that's going through the Assembly, did he have sight of this bill before it was made public? Did he have any input into it at that stage?
No, I haven't had input into the private member's bill, and the private member's bill wasn't consulted upon with the public in the first instance. And there are serious flaws within the private member's bill, so leaving aside the issues that I have outlined in terms of not taking the independent advice that is provided, the independent expert advice, and simply latching on to what's happening in other jurisdictions where there is not a direct interchange, then that actually leads to very significant flaws in the private member's bill. So I wish there to be a climate change legislation. I wish that legislation can actually make a real and tangible difference. The problem is, if we simply introduce legislation which translates the beef that's produced in Northern Ireland or the dairy that's produced in Northern Ireland to, for example, South America, where you're going to be cutting down trees to produce that beef, it'll do more harm to the environment. So jumping up and down here, pretending you're doing something for the environment whenever what you're actually doing is entirely counterproductive, is not a wise way forward, in my opinion.
William Irwin, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his response. Could the Minister outline other risks that he envisages in the result of net zero by 2045?
Well, first of all, there's the risk at home of job losses in the agri-food sector. So it employs over 100,000 people, well over 100,000 people. And if you take 50% of the beef reduction and 50% dairy reduction, which is the two largest part of the sector, then you're going to have job losses. So, for example, County Tyrone is a hub for agri-food. You have many large factories there. That is going to lead to job losses. That's going to have an impact on the regional balance of our economy. So it's going to have a disproportionate impact upon rural communities, particularly in the west of Northern Ireland. And going beyond the natural rate of stock turnover will also lead to the premature scrappage of assets. So high-quality dairy cows, for example, and beef cows may have to be slaughtered at a much earlier age, and therefore that is not a benefit to the environment. We're looking at a potential of increased prices due to the loss of control in production and importation of so much goods, potentially lower welfare standards and the quality of imported goods being of a lesser standard than what we have at home here, the potential for increased transport emissions depending on the means of transport into the country. So, for example, it's not the transport and shipping terms from South America to here. It's the fact that that meat may have been hauled for thousands of miles to get to the port. And the loss of support from the very sectors and those who rely upon it, who we need to actually achieve emission reductions, and a failure to meet legislative carbon budget targets from early on, resulting in a loss of momentum and detracting from any positive progress that's made. And finally, the sheer cost of achieving net zero by 2045, as opposed to an 82% reduction by 2050, with the ability to actually increase that if the science allows us to increase it.
I call Philip McGuigan.
And Minister, notwithstanding the fact that it was a commitment within the NDNA, my colleague and Chair of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee, Declan McAleer, brought forward a motion asking for you to introduce a climate bill almost a year ago. And the current private member's bill in motion and supported by this Assembly is a response, Minister, of your failure to act on this issue. So, given the very important issue at stake and given the very time frame, an extremely tight time frame in nature on this issue, would the Minister not agree that the time, his time would be better spent engaging with the existing bill rather than attempting to belatedly bring forward his own bill?
Well, it demonstrates the desperation of those who are trying to undermine me and who have been sitting on my bill from the 24th of March. So I've had a paper with the Executive on the 24th of March. I'm now going to provide them a full copy of the bill, so they have absolutely no excuses to move this forward. So the legislation is there. That will be going before the Executive, and that will be legislation that's, number one, consulted on. Number two, work has been done on the actual costs. You know, we can produce a Disney World bill from anywhere and put it out there and say, this is what's good for Northern Ireland. But it'll not be Disney World whenever the farmers in West Tyrone are driven off the hills because they don't want their beef. They can't produce their beef because of a climate change bill that Sinn Féin has supported. I hope you'll be able to go back to North Antrim and tell the farmers in North Antrim that they're not needed anymore because Sinn Féin want to back a climate bill which hasn't went through the regular processes of consultation, which hasn't been costed, and which hasn't taken the independent advice that's available. Instead of that, you should be backing me and supporting me in bringing forward legislation. I said I couldn't bring legislation forward in 3 months because I have to go through a consultation process. That was accurate. The fact that another bill was rushed leads to rushed legislation, and rushed legislation has always got a label of bad legislation.
Call John Blair.
Thank the Minister for his answers and the confirmation that he does indeed intend to bring forward the said bill. Can I ask in that regard if, as part of the bill brought forward by the Minister, there will be specific emissions targets for the agricultural sector, and if so, what support would be envisaged for that sector in order to assist it meeting those targets?
The bill that we'll bring forward will have targets and will identify where those targets can be achieved. And Northern Ireland has made substantial progress in terms of transport, in terms of energy, and can make substantial progress in terms of agri-food. And, you know, farmers are actually bought into doing this. The agri-food sector is bought into doing it. So Cranswick Pork Factory, for example, is now operating net zero. So people have a total commitment to achieving this. Why are we actually looking at those people and saying, yeah, you're committed to helping, but we're not interested in working with you to ensure that you have an industry in the future? We need to ensure that we bring people with us in a way which sustains jobs, sustains the economy, puts food on people's tables. Because, you know, we all say we mightn't have a planet in a number of years. We'll not have a life if we don't have food on our tables. So food production is one of the most important tasks anywhere in the world. And I'm, for one, I'm not prepared to take the quality food production that exists in Northern Ireland and offset that in some other part of the world where they've lower animal welfare standards, they've lower worker standards, they've lower carbon standards, and then we say, what good boys are we, because we're not producing the carbon, but we're using the material where the carbon has been produced at an even higher level than it would have been had we used material produced here in Northern Ireland.
I call Steve Egan.
And may I thank the Minister for his comments so far. Minister, yourself and the Economy Minister have asked for Sir Peter Kendall to do a review on agribusiness in Northern Ireland. Sir Peter Kendall was very clear when he says this is not about a zero-sum option for agriculture, but it's about being smarter. Will the Minister and whoever is going to be the new Economy Minister, will they actually commit to taking the recommendations for this and implementing them in full?
We didn't take on Peter Kendall to do a course of work not to give due regard to the recommendations that is made. So he comes with an excellent track record, and I would expect that a report that he will produce will be of a high standard, and therefore it would be very foolish of us, having commissioned such a report, not to pay attention to what is in it.
Well, Pat Cadney.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, in your answer to my Lagan Valley colleague, Trevor Lunner, I'm not sure if you're still committed, as stated in the climate bill, that you intend to bring forward to have zero emissions by 2050. I mean, I heard you mention a figure there of 82.5%, but I hope that you are still committed and committed to making that target alternatively within your climate bill. Thank you.
I am absolutely committed to this country, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, reaching net zero by 2050. I am absolutely committed to Northern Ireland making its contribution as recommended by the independent experts on climate change.
Would the Minister clarify, given the governmental system in which he operates, is he at liberty to bring a bill to this House without the assent of the Executive? And if he is not, does that not mean that his best intentions, which are far preferable to what we have before us presently, can be stymied by other political parties, most particularly Sinn Féin, simply declining to give assent?
A lot of truth in what the member says. The problem for Sinn Féin, though, is that this probably impacts upon the farming community that they represent more than any other, because it is more likely to impact upon hill farms and marginal land most, because the land that will have the lowest carbon footprint will be the lowlands. So Sinn Féin talk a lot about hill farmers, talk a lot about people who are operating on farms which are marginal in terms of the quality of the land. But Sinn Féin don't seem to mind turning those farmers over on this particular issue. And that's something for them to reflect upon whenever they block my bill and support something which is going to do demonstrable harm to the people that they purport to represent.
I call it McAleer.
Question number 2.
Secured an initial allocation of $5.5 million, $2.5 million of resource and $3 million capital for the 2021-22 Tackling Rural Poverty and Social Isolation programme, which will support a range of interventions that are consistent with the programme's objectives and intended outcomes of the TRIPSI framework. I recently approved the 21-22 TRIPSI Programme Action Plan, which builds on the success of working collaboratively with other government departments, statutory agencies and the community and voluntary sector. The plan reflects the important role that TRIPSI programme budget will play in sustaining existing initiatives and in promoting the development of new approaches. The resource funding will support and the Rural Community Development Support Services, the Rural Support Charity, the Assisted Rural Travel Scheme, the Family Farm Health Checks Programme, the Social Farming Support Service, social prescribing and employability schemes. The TRIPSI programme will also fund capital projects which enhance and develop rural recreation facilities such as forest parks and community trails. The Rural Micro Capital Grant Scheme will support community and voluntary sector projects to address localised poverty and isolation issues, while the Rural Business Development Grant Scheme will support the sustainability of rural businesses, other collaborative projects focusing on the regeneration of villages, the use of rural schools as community facilities and increased access to buildings for persons with disabilities will continue this year.
Supplementary, McAleer.
I thank the Minister for his answer, and I'm sure the Minister will agree with me that in terms of the overall budget that the TRIPSI programme is a modest amount, but it's an example of how a modest amount can go a long way. Will the Minister agree with me that a well-funded TRIPSI programme is going to be essential to enable rural community organisations and rural communities at large to emerge from the COVID pandemic?
Well, that's why I've secured the provision that we have, and that is a demonstration of our commitment to the rural community, which goes beyond the agriculture sector, and a demonstration that we can assist rural communities in a very tangible way in conjunction with other key bodies. So, for example, the farm family health checks will be carried out in conjunction with the trusts. Much of the work that we'll do will be done in conjunction with local government. So there is considerable work that we can achieve in terms of levering additional money through the TRIPSI funding, which can significantly boost those rural communities to an even greater extent.
Justin McNulty.
Can I ask the Minister what measures does his department use to assess rural poverty and social isolation and loneliness, and how successful do those measures show his programme has been to date?
All of the measures that we have identified have been addressed significantly as a result of the programme. So we have been targeting communities where isolation is a significant problem. And a lot of that funding that was used, particularly during the COVID period, where we entered into agreement, for example, with the Department for Infrastructure on the Rural Transport Scheme to ensure people continue to get food and continue to get medicines who were vulnerable, isolated, and because of COVID, who previously would have used that transport to travel to town, were actually able to have that to bring produce to them. There's been a whole series of schemes which involves the better utilisation of public buildings to ensure that they are, for example, schools, to ensure that they are used for other purposes other than education. And we have been able to support educational providers with iPads and with digital technology, particularly during COVID, on the back of COVID, to ensure that children in rural communities had that opportunity to continue their education, even whenever they couldn't travel to school as a consequence of COVID.
I call Sean Lynch.
Case number 3, question 3.
Last November, I stated my belief that the decision of the independent panel in review of cases should be final. My officials are working to put in place the necessary legislation, and a consultation document will be published shortly. The tenure of the current panel ends in January 2022, and the consultation document will ask for views on the make-up of a future panel, given its decision-making role. Under the legislation that is in place, I have decided that I will make the final decision in all cases coming from an independent panel. As of May 2021, there are 108 ongoing applications for a case officer review of decision. There are further 51 ongoing applications for an independent panel assessment. Of these, 36 have a panel pending, while officials are preparing submission for my final decision for 15 businesses following the independent panel assessment.
Sean Lynch, supplementary.
As an aggression, thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, as somebody who represents a rural constituency, this issue can affect an impact on farmers' mental health. Will the Minister and his department, with other agencies, lessen and mitigate the impact on farmers?
Well, unlike previous ministers who actually overturned many of the panel appeals, I haven't. So I'm accepting the decisions of the independent panel, because I don't see the point in having an independent panel who deal with appeals, and then for a minister, such as Minister O'Neill and Minister Gildernew, strike out the decision of the independent panel and take the advice of the civil servants who rejected the farmers in the first instance. So you can be very grateful that it's a DUP minister he has now, and they reflect upon the views of the panel, as opposed to Sinn Féin ministers who very often rejected the views of the panel.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Minister, you've just said there that you will uphold the decisions made by the independent panel. Can I ask you, will that be backdated, say, to 2016, 15, etc.?
I hadn't planned to backdate it. I felt that I have a responsibility for the decisions that I make. I have a responsibility for the decisions that previous ministers made.
I call John O'Dowd.
Can call you question 4, please.
Following extensive investigations by the Lochs Agency, they are confident that the source of pollution has been identified and stopped. Analytical results from the Northern Ireland Environment Agency laboratories are now awaited, and this will determine the next steps for the Lochs Agency. As with all of the investigations of this nature, details remain sub judice until their formal conclusion, and this being the case, I am unable to comment further.
John O'Dowd, supplementary.
Minister, given the significance of the fish kill in this incident and too many other incidents,
in relation to pollution, of whether it's riverways, lakes or lochs. Does the Minister believe that the protections and the enforcement that is in place is sufficient to protect our natural habitat?
These are tricky issues in that some of the pollution incidents are coming from our water service, and that has improved fairly dramatically. We then have some industry pollution incidents, and they have proved invariably very difficult to actually identify the source of. And that has been particularly problematic in places like 6 Mile Water, where there has been quite a regular number of incidents, but an inability to actually identify the source, because you follow the pollution and then it takes you to a large industrial estate, and it's hard to identify once it gets there. The agricultural ones, there has been a substantial improvement, but there's more to do, and we will continue to educate in the first instance and enforce in the second instance, but I'd much prefer the educational route than the enforcement route. Enforcement is whenever a failure has happened, and we want to avoid failure happening.
I call Justin McNulty.
Minister, when was the last time a prosecution was brought forward by NIEA or the Lochs Agency following a fish kill?
I haven't got the detail of when the last time was, but I know that there are many cases brought forward, and it is very usual for this to happen. They're reported on a regular basis whenever that happens, so people know of the costs that can be involved, and it can be very hefty because there is full cost recovery for the incident. So people aren't talking usually about hundreds of pounds. They're talking about many thousands of pounds and sometimes 5-figure sums.
Roy Beggs.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister has alluded to the fact that there can be a wide range of sources of pollution, and that can also include the water service. Given that our sewage system is, in many areas, is at capacity already, can the Minister advise, has he been involved in any discussions at executive level regarding solving the impasse with the water service so that pollution does not continue to be released and affecting the quality of our rivers?
Yes, I have met directly with the DFI Minister on this issue, and I have to say we need to be very careful in terms of the area plans that local authorities are producing, that they are actually taking full cognizance of the ability of the water service to deal with the sewage arising from new developments, and I'm not exactly sure that that is the case. So that is an area that really needs to be looked at and addressed. I have supported at the executive of additional funding for Northern Ireland Water because it's absolutely critical that there is more investment in the capital infrastructure. It's not the most popular thing to invest in. Sewage pipes and water pipes are all underneath the ground. It's not a new school, it's not a new hospital. People don't see it, but there's a really significant benefit of it. And it's important that the Northern Ireland Executive continues to invest in good quality sewage and water infrastructure, which will help ensure that our environment is maintained at a high level.
Keith Archibald.
Margaret, can colleague cast over Shay question 6, please?
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I wish to group questions 6 and 9 together. My department has commenced preparations for a new Northern Ireland biodiversity strategy, which will take account of the international post-2020 targets on biodiversity. These targets will be discussed at the forthcoming international meeting, known as the Conference of Parties, COP15, to the Convention of Biological Diversity. The COP15 meeting is scheduled for 11th to 24th of October 2021 in Kunming, China. A major feature of COP15 will be the agreement to protect 30% of the planet by 2030, often referred to as the 30 by 30 target. I endorse this 30 by 30 target, and my department is considering how best to achieve it. Protecting and restoring biodiversity in Northern Ireland is a long-term commitment. The actions we take now will enable Northern Ireland to meet the overarching global 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature. I recognise the importance of encouraging biodiversity in the urban environment priority habitats such as rivers, ponds and open mosaic habitat on previously developed land, underlining the importance of habitats in urban areas and the need to promote those special places for nature. My department is involved in a number of initiatives to promote urban biodiversity, including the promotion of the All-Ireland Pollinator Plan and working with local communities to create and protect habitats for pollinators, such as urban pollinator-friendly planting and sustainable parks management. Keep Northern Ireland Beautiful and Eco-Schools both work to inform, support and promote biodiversity and habitat creation and receive funding from the Department to carry out their work. DAERA works with local councils to advise on the development of biodiversity strategies, green infrastructure plans, designation of local nature reserves and conservation actions to support biodiversity and habitat creation and conservation in urban areas. The Department also gives advice to the public on wildlife-friendly gardening, recognising the importance of urban gardens and providing a refuge for biodiversity.
Thank you. And Keith Archibald, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for the comprehensive answer. There have been a number of studies, including the State of Nature report, the National Biodiversity Forum report and the Birds of Conservation Concern Ireland report, that have shown very worrying trends in our biodiversity. The State of Nature report showed that 11% of species assessed were under threat of extinction on the island of Ireland. So would the Minister agree that in that context that we are experiencing a biodiversity crisis?
I absolutely recognise that we need to do more in biodiversity, and that's one of the reasons why I have commissioned a peatland strategy, for example. And that strategy is close to completion and will be made public during this session of the Assembly. And that is an important piece of work for a very large part of our biodiversity, not an only part, but a very large part. Other areas that we do need to look at is pollinators, how we can encourage pollination both in an urban setting and indeed in the agricultural setting, and ensure that we can continue to promote wildlife biodiversity right across our country.
We have time for a very brief question and response, please. Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his very detailed answer there. And obviously there's a great renewed interest in biodiversity, especially given the last year that we've been in. Can the Minister tell us a bit more about what actions he's taking to increase overall biodiversity?
My department commenced preparations for a new Northern Ireland biodiversity strategy, which will implement the international post-2020 targets in biodiversity, which will be agreed when the Conference of Parties COP15 meet later this year. So protecting and restoring biodiversity in Northern Ireland is a long-term commitment, and the actions we take now will enable Northern Ireland to meet the overarching global 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature, which is critically important.
And that ends the period for a list of questions, members, and we now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Orlea Flynn.
Minister, in a written response to my colleague Paul Maskey last week, you've shared our party's serious concerns around the foul and offensive odour that's coming from the Mullaglass landfill site, which residents have been living with now for a number of years. Can you commit today to looking into the possibility of closure of the site and into launching an independent investigation?
Yes, I have plans to visit the site in the near future, and I recognise that there has been substantial complaints have come from the residents in that area, and that it is not something which I believe is a tolerable situation, and therefore I want to ensure that either we get on top of the smell problem, the odour problem, or indeed we do look at the suspension of activities at the site.
Supplementary, Orlea Flynn.
Yep, and I thank the Minister for his response, and I'm glad to hear that he's gone out onto that site visit. Also in his letter, he did mention that the health implications are of the utmost concern to him, and although the PHA have advised that unpleasant smells are not known to be harmful to health, the PHA have actually also, says Minister, that the problem of persistent odours can cause headaches and nausea, and that extreme smells and unpleasant unpleasant odours could certainly lead to mental health issues, and all of the above has been reported from local residents. So it's just what's maybe your opinions on that there is health implications that's being caused to residents, and just to give that firm reassurance that you will try and get this sorted. Thank you.
Well, I can't make a statement on the health implications, because it is the Public Health Agency that gives the advice, and it's the Health Minister makes those statements. I hear what people are saying, and we will pass that information on to the Department of Health, to the Public Health Agency for their further investigation. But we do have to take the advice as our department from the experts in public health.
Minister, you will be aware that the European Commission has called for the North to be included in the Irish grass-fed beef PGI application. Does the Minister join me in welcoming that development?
Yes. Supplementary, Colm Gildernew.
And Minister, you will be aware of the additional value, up to 20%, some evidence indicates, in terms of the value of our beef output, which would be welcomed. But also, the carbon footprint of our grass-fed cattle is much lower than the global average. So would the Minister agree that an All-Ireland PGA status would play a key role in recognising the fact that we have the most climate-friendly beef in the world here in the island of Ireland?
I'm delighted to hear the member making the argument that I was making in the previous question time, that it would be ludicrous to shift beef production from Northern Ireland to less carbon-friendly places in the world, and therefore that the legislation that's before us is unwise. But in terms of the issue that he raises, yes, I think we should be looking to identify every marketing opportunity that exists. So I support the PGI Irish grass-fed status. And I believe that there is a potential for a British grass-fed status, which we may be able to apply to as well. And I don't really care who gives us the highest price for our beef. I'll be very happy to take the highest price for beef anywhere in the world if I can get it from my farmers.
The Minister is due to take up a very important role shortly, and I wish him all the best in it. Given the importance of North-South working, and indeed he has emphasised one key element of that, and that's the agri-food sector, can he confirm that he will not obstruct any further North-South meetings?
I remain committed, Mr Speaker, to all of my duties as a Minister in this devolved Assembly.
Supplementary question.
Yes, glad to hear that, because some of those elements, for example, exports from the North to the Republic in 2017 amounted to 2.17 billion, and indeed 600 million litres were traversed the border for processing in creameries and other places in 2015. So therefore, will the Minister accept that trade and business development, and indeed food safety promotion, which he has mentioned there, as an issue which could be at risk due to a race to the bottom in other trade deals, will be very important?
I consider our relationships north-south to be very important, and that's why, as a Minister, I very quickly made the decision, for example, to open the facility at the radiotherapy centre in Altnagelvin Hospital, which provided cancer care for people on both sides of the border. It's why, whenever it became obvious that we couldn't carry on paediatric cardiac surgery in Northern Ireland, because we weren't going to be able to have a surgical team in place, that I came to an agreement to have that in Dublin. So working on a north-south basis on issues which are for the benefit of the people of Northern Ireland that I represent is something that I remain totally committed to doing and will continue to do, whether that be through north-south bodies or outside of north-south bodies. I would say this though, relations between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland have never been worse, because the Republic of Ireland, led by Mr Varadkar and Mr Coveney in particular, sought to create barriers between Northern Ireland and Great Britain, our main trading partner, and as a consequence of that, every home is being damaged. And on the Executive's papers, the red boxes are all there for health. So in every area of health, in medical devices and in medicines,
we are in the red zone, and that is a zone that we have been put there as a result of the protocol, which was driven very heavily by the former Taoiseach in Cont'd. So Northern Ireland, Republic of Ireland relations are very bad, and they need to be fixed. But we need to get some reassurances that we're going to get somewhere considerably better than we currently are in terms of protocol to fix those relations.
Call Keith Buchanan.
So far for his answers. Minister, given the imposition of the protocol in Northern Ireland as a result of the agreement between the United Kingdom and the European Union, which has now been legislated for in UK domestic law, would the Minister highlight the costs that incurs on his staff at the ports?
We'd be happy to. So, over the course of the last year, since June 2020, we have developed the costs. And the cost for vets, including managers, is £5,271,696. The other ancillary staff provided by DAERA is £6,324,902. And the environmental health officers and ancillary staff provided by the district councils is some £12,848,034, bringing us to a total of £24,440,632.
Buchanan, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Yet again, this is another example of the unacceptable nature of the protocol and the need for the protocol to be replaced and challenges. These figures are staggering and only well commenced of this. What steps are you taking to right this wrong, and which has been outside of the control of the Northern Executive?
Well, one of the wrongs that's been demanded of us of the European Union is that all of these costs are passed to business. And of course, when the grace period ends, these costs will spiral considerably, because we'll be moving to what the Department is suggesting, some 15,000 checks per week, which is considerably greater than what we're doing now. So these costs will absolutely spiral. Meanwhile, the European Union is saying that we need to pass these costs on to business. And do you know who actually pays whenever we can't pass the costs on to business? The consumers. And that's why I have repeatedly said to this Assembly that this protocol will hurt every single individual in Northern Ireland, be they consumers who will have their costs driven up in the shops, be they consumers who are told, actually, we don't supply Northern Ireland anymore because it's too small a market and there's too many complications, or be it consumers who need healthcare and who need the use of medical devices, and our health service will not be able to provide them because of an ill-thought protocol which is doing fundamental damage to every single person in Northern Ireland, and will do fundamental damage to every single person in Northern Ireland going forward if unchecked. So I will continue to press hard with the UK Government the issues that are at stake here. And the benefits that I have is that the case is unarguable that this protocol is bad for Northern Ireland. And the people who actually previously called for the rigorous implementation of it have went very quiet about seeking the rigorous implementation of it. SDLP, Sinn Féin, Alliance Party. Not too many calling for rigorous implementation now. People are recognising the harm that they have done. Now we need those people to actually stand up and say, we don't want this protocol either.
Thank you. I call Gemma Dolan.
The Minister will be aware of the recent decision by the Rural Women's Network to close for a period of 2 weeks, citing workload and limited resources as some of the key issues. Does the Minister agree that the pandemic has amplified the divide between urban and rural on a range of matters, including access to services, broadband and fewer opportunities for key workers to work from home in industries such as food processing?
Well, our food processing sector continues to grow, and we're delighted to support it in so many ways. And I have just launched a significant investment in Caffrey. The greater part of that actually being in food processing, some £43 million to the Lochary campus in Cookstown. And we are absolutely committed to ensuring that rural communities don't suffer as a consequence of not having the same opportunities. So, Project Stratum is something which DAERA is contributing to, some £15 million of an overall £200 million package delivered as a result of the confidence and supply deal done by the Democratic Unionist Party, which will help ensure that people in rural communities are not disadvantaged because we actually care about them.
Supplementary, Gemma Dolan.
Minister, given the disparity between urban and rural and the impact this has, does the Minister agree that all departments must implement the rural needs duty to ensure that rural communities are not disadvantaged when it comes to accessing government funding?
Yes, and that's one of the reasons that I'm opposed to the climate change bill that your party is supporting, because it hasn't went through the rural needs assessment whenever it has come before us, and your party is supporting it in spite of that not being in place.
Call Joanne Bundy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister outline what discussions he's had with the Justice Minister to progress a register for animal cruelty, please?
The Justice Minister and myself met earlier this month to discuss that very issue.
Supplementary, Joanne Bundy.
Thank the Minister for his short and sweet answer on that. Could I ask him what are his plans to strengthen the laws around such cruelty, around animal welfare, and a time frame for the progression of such an animal cruelty register, please?
I'm very keen to see these laws progressed. I'm very keen to see us getting to a circumstance where people who have been cruel to animals have their names associated with it. Therefore, whenever local councils would be looking at applications for dog licences or for people who are keeping dogs, they can very quickly assess whether these individuals are suitable people to be keeping animals. We seem to have some issues in terms of the Department of Justice and the sharing of information. I believe that if people have engaged in criminal activities which have involved in cruelty to animals, there should be no hiding place for them. And I would hope that the Department of Justice will find a way of working with us. I think there's a greater degree of willingness perhaps than there was, but they will find a way of working with us to ensure that animal cruelty is something that we can, number one, identify who engages in it, and number two, ensure that those people who do engage in it don't have the opportunity to persist in their activities by allowing them to keep animals going forward in the future.
Time is up. Can members please take your ease for a moment or two?
Order, members. We now return to the motion on the budget 21-22, and I call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And sorry, just get myself ready. Sorry, I wasn't quite expecting to have this sort of principal position of being the first speaker this afternoon. But I was, Mr. Deputy Speaker, thinking about this matter last night, and it was a question from my wife, and she said to me, "What's happening tomorrow in the Assembly?" And I said, "Well, I'm speaking on the budget bill. The Minister has presented his budget bill." And she said to me, "Well, I hope you're speaking on the Macabre theory of economics." It took me a minute or two to work out just what the Macabre theory was, but she reminded me anyway, and she said, first of all, it would do the Assembly well to think about the Macabre theory, and she reminded me that the advice came from the book David Copperfield, and Mr. Macabre's theory was this: annual income of £20, annual expenditure £19, 19 shillings and sixpence. The result is happiness. Annual income of £20, annual expenditure of £20, naught and sixpence. Result, misery. Now, in short, if you continue to spend more money than you earn, then you find yourself in serious trouble. Or to put it even more simply, you have to budget. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you'd think that in the current economic climate of the world's economy, nobody had ever been warned about the dangers of debt. And a significant amount of what the Minister has to play with this year is coming via debt, COVID-19 money that has been borrowed by the Exchequer and someday will have to be repaid. It may not be repaid, certainly not by me, certainly not by a number of others in here, but the grandchildren of those of us who are in here will end up repaying it somehow. And the Minister, in his presenting his budget, and as is laid out by Chapter 1 within his introduction, the budget document sets out the Northern Ireland Executive spending plans for the one-year period from the 1st of April 2021 to the 31st of March 2022. And we are now on the 25th of May 2021. And he says that the Executive constructed this budget in a curtailed time frame, and it made it difficult choices. Had difficult choices as the non-COVID-19 resources made available are only slightly more than the 21-22 financial year. A need, if ever there was a need, to think about a 3-year timescale planning for a budget. It's encapsulated in what the Minister has in his introductions. I think I do remember in my latter days as a representative for East Belfast in Belfast City Council, arguing, and it was accepted, I think, in general, certainly by the senior officers in the council, that the council budget needed to be thought about in 3-year cycles, a minimum of 3-year cycles, and perhaps even looking from 3 to 5 years, planning for those more strategic aspects of what budget planning is to involve. And the Minister also makes a point, rightly makes a point, that his funding sources come from the block grant, come from the ability to reinvestment and reform initiative, i.e. to borrow, comes from the European Union, other income which he hasn't specified, and indeed specific financial packages. but has highlighted also that a funding source is the regional rates. And I think we all know that the regional rates this incoming year and next year likely are going to be reduced. He also indicates that he needs, on page 14 and paragraph 315, changes to the level of funding for the Executive are automatically determined by changing in funding for comparable spending in Whitehall departments. And we do know, and others have mentioned it in the earlier sessions this morning, indeed, that Whitehall spending is under critical examination, under review. And that is likely, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to have implications for Northern Ireland spending potential. But I do welcome aspects of what the Minister, within the constraints, has been able to do. And I do welcome the increased aid within the area that I think we all hold quite special in our minds at the moment, the area of health, where the Minister has been able to make available $430 million under COVID, $430 million for the health service. And we do need the Assembly needs to think much more, having had that money, in a much more strategic spending review. It does need, and we do need to think about reform of our health service, and we do need to think about that document that is sitting on the shelf at the moment, gathering dust, the Bengoa report, and certainly to swiftly implement many aspects of that document, which I think was accepted unanimously by this Assembly a few years ago, Mr. And it would have been unthinkable had the Minister not allocated the $430 million to health to address the situation.
The member's time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Pat Cackney.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I recognise that we are in a unique time owing to the pandemic and the struggles the Minister has had to get this budget agreed by the Executive after the late announcement of the funding envelope by the Treasury in November. However, I have serious concerns that we rely too heavily on excuses instead of driving forward with the significant changes this place needs. As a general point, and although largely outside of the control of the Department, the time allowed for consultation and scrutiny of this budget was obviously far too short. There also seems to be limited consideration for issues brought by those consulted. I know the section is a summary, but surely this requires more than 2/3 of a page. There is a clear lack of detail in this document. We have proposals, total allocations for departments, but with the exception of some headline announcements. Very little is said about what new spending will be funded and how existing spending might change. I'm also concerned about the lack of confirmation on funding for specific proposals in the new decade, new approach document. There was progress on some NDNA commitments during 2020, but there is, however, no clarity about the current status of many commitments in, for example, action on health waiting lists, developing a regionally balanced economy and driving the delivery of essential infrastructure. One key area of concern is the lack of confirmation for the 25 million of low-carbon transport. The Minister for Infrastructure has done some excellent work with a very limited budget, but we need significant investment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to bring forward low-carbon transport in order to tackle the climate crisis. Even before NDNA, we still lack confirmation of funding from the Confidence and Supply Agreement, including 10 million for mental health, 20 million for severe deprivation and 42.3 million for broadband to help additional digital poverty. I heard last night of another one of my constituents in Lagan Valley who took their own lives. We must not lose focus on the terrible impact of poor mental health in Northern Ireland, and this funding must be secured. There has been a missed opportunity to set a key strategic focus throughout this budget to increase Northern Ireland's rate of business start-up, which will be crucial for rebuilding after the economic devastation of COVID-19 and relaying the foundations for economic prosperity. That is very disappointing that there was no move to a multi-annual budget in the recent UK spending review. This hampers delivery for long-term strategy objectives, such as creating a culture of entrepreneurship and embedding apprenticeships at the heart of our skills programme. Successful economies promote a culture of innovation and investment in research and development across the business community. This increased productivity, which is the foundation for higher wages, this is typically associated with higher value-added, typical high-tech sectors like life and health sciences, advanced manufacturing and ICT. However, driving innovation can have huge benefits for the entire community. Furthermore, it is important for us to lead from the front and to push for a dynamic digital government strategy, develop a culture of innovation in the public sector. It is therefore concerning that no additional funding is clearly directed towards rebuilding of the economy post-COVID. In addition, the budget lacks a defined budget line for the upcoming skills strategy and the long-awaited childcare strategy, both which will have a massive impact on the rebuilding of our economy in direct and indirect ways. In comparison, another £1.3 million has been allocated to the preservation of the Maze site in my constituency, with no engagement on further development from the Executive Office in a year. I raise this point in every budget debate, and I will continue to keep doing so until the economic opportunity of that massive piece of development is realised. Probably the best we have in all of Western Europe is sitting there gathering dust and idle. Shame. Shame. A key example of the lack of detail in the budget is that there is no specific mention of funding to help Northern Ireland achieve its environmental targets. Though this is a long-term issue, tackling the climate crisis will require a response across all departments, and funding coordination is integral to achieving this. UUEPC research has shown Northern Ireland to have a percentage of electricity generated from renewable sources, and our natural asset created an opportunity to develop this renewable energy sector further. As well as delivering environmental benefits, there is also the potential to deliver significant economic benefits and create jobs. However, managing the viability of wind energy is a major challenge. Up to 18% of wind power is currently thrown away, as it can't be used at the time it is generated, compared with 5% in the Republic. In the first half of 2020, 295 gigawatt-hours of wind energy worth £50 million was thrown away. The Spire 2 project, which involves academic partners, Ulster University, the Dock Institute of Technology and the University of Strathclyde in Glasgow and Queen's University, is looking at the potential of energy storage technologies in people's homes. Within this, the rural-led energy transformation is an initiative aimed at reducing or eliminating the risk of low-income households being left behind in the transition to clean energy systems. This work could allow up to £100 million a year of clean energy to be used to tackle fuel poverty. Similarly, work should be done to see how the energy could be used for electrical vehicles. Ownership of which is estimated to increase 100-fold in the next 10 years. These recommendations must be taken forward in a fully funded energy strategy to prevent Northern Ireland falling further behind. Thank you.
I call William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to contribute to this debate today, and there is no doubt that the financial climate we find ourselves in is one of the most challenging for many years. COVID-19 has been a very serious impact on many areas of life. Of course, sadly, it has been a great cost to life itself, with many families plunge into grief following the loss of a loved one to this virus. It has also wreaked havoc across our business community, with many sectors completely shut down for many weeks and months, many facing an uncertain future as the lockdown now eases and many businesses begin to fully reopen. With prolonged business closures, there is no doubt that without the significant financial input of the Treasury centrally, our journey through the current pandemic would have been so much more difficult. There has been an unprecedented levels of support offered to our executive to mitigate the worst aspects of this crisis. And that has meant vital cash for business to stay afloat and assistance for employees right across the province. This, of course, perfectly illustrates the real benefits of the Union, as we have seen the Chancellor and the Treasury offer unprecedented levels of support across the United Kingdom, with a very clear approach to support people in their hour of need. This Treasury support has also extended heavily to the maintenance of our network of public services, and again, this has directly supported many thousands of staff in the public sector at this time of pressure. With regards to agriculture and the environment, the document rightly refers to the importance of the agri-food sector in supporting around 100,000 jobs and contributed in the region of $5 billion to the local economy. This sector is absolutely vital to our economic future post-COVID and must be strategically supported in the months ahead in many fronts. In this chamber in recent weeks, and indeed as late as yesterday, we have been discussing climate change and climate action, and the agri-food sector is in many ways at the centre of this debate. We've used those recent opportunities to urge the clearest of thought on actions going forward, and there's great importance, in my opinion, in ensuring that actions taken on mitigating climate change are proportionate and also help sustain this important sector in Northern Ireland. The production of food and the maintenance of the environment is vital to life in Northern Ireland, and it would be foolish to bring forward too much change too quickly with over-ambitious measures that only serve to destabilise the agri-food sector and do serious harm to Northern Ireland generally. It is also vital that future financial support schemes are brought forward in line with any proposed climate action measures to assist farmers in assessing equipment and new ways of working. I welcome the Minister's efforts around green growth and his plans for the planting of 18 million trees in Northern Ireland targeting climate change. This represents a sensible step forward and one which will provide important benefits. Brexit is an important area, and especially so for the farming community, which I am a member, and as everyone knows, the issue of the protocol is never far from the headlines. The imposition of the unworkable protocol has been a total nightmare for agriculture, and has meant the most ridiculous of hold-ups, costs and procedures for farmers, suppliers, businesses and indeed hauliers. I note that the Brexit is referred to heavily in the budget document, and it is correct when it states that it is one of the most significant changes in the sector for 40 years. These changes, when taken in the context of moving away from the bureaucracy of the EU system, represent a great opportunity to create a thriving agri-food sector, playing to our own strengths. However, that can only be achieved with the rejection of the protocol, and I do welcome the Minister Poots' commitment to erasing this unhelpful and costly barrier to trade with the rest of the United Kingdom. The writing of the protocol wrong will assist everyone and be of significant assistance to agriculture and indeed many other sectors who are currently struggling with the nonsensical rules which are hampering trade and ramping up costs for business and consumers alike. It will also assist in our budgets where considerable financial resources are being required to operate the despised protocol. The fact the grace period is quickly coming to an end and the difficulties that exist in terms of having anywhere near the necessary level of staffing to effectively operate the protocol should be seen as a very concerning and looming economic threat. Most must be dealt with effectively. Food security is important, and the ability of Northern Ireland to produce high-quality food with the highest traceability standards is a quality that must be protected and enhanced. COVID-19 provided just how resilient our agri-food sector is by continuing to operate at full capacity throughout the pandemic, meeting consumer needs under significant strain, and that indeed has to be recommended. I will.
I entirely agree with the member in relation to food quality and the importance that we invest in ensure that. Will the member also then agree that leaving the EU single market in terms of food safety would be a very retrograde step and Northern Ireland needs to remain within that sphere?
Members, next minute.
No, I take on board the member's comments, but I would disagree with the member in that regard. The issue of disease eradication continues to be a source of concern, and with a particular reference to bovine TB, we know just how costly a disease this is to farmers and the department generally. I will state that despite the passage of time, progress remains much too sluggish in this regard, and the result of the current approach is that costs continue to mount and prevalence of the disease remains much too high. What is of further concern is the fact that funding around the area this area is under huge pressure, and that is pointing to an urgent requirement for improvement in eradication policies and practices to bring the disease under control. The pandemic has certainly taken a toll on both finances and financial forward planning, and there is a significant onus on all departments to ensure that the target their resources effectively and avoid the return of unspent money. In the months ahead, resources will be under scrutiny and strain like never before, and we must all do what we can to see resources used to their maximum advantage. Thank you.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to take part in this debate this afternoon. While we've had a year of considerable challenge due to the pandemic, the focus quite rightly was on saving lives, a pathway Minister Swan was always focused on and never veered off. With the vaccination programme recognised in Europe as one of the most successful, progressing at pace, now with shops and non-essentials having opened up and the infection rate declining daily, it is only right that our attention turns to the revival and rebuilding of the rural and urban economy, including our agri-food sector. During COVID, DAERA had an allocation of £25 million, and I welcomed the further £9.8 million secured for further COVID-19 support in 21-22. Looking at the budget from a DAERA perspective, it is very disappointing to learn that once again we only have a single-year budget. It's not a multi-year budget, essential as we move forward. Long-term strategic planning is impossible. How can prosperity across Northern Ireland be promoted, or a balanced and sustainable agri-food economy with year-on-year cuts to the budget be achieved? DAERA must be equipped to support the agri-food sector, so vital to the local economy and worth £5 billion. And supporting in excess of 100,000 jobs. It is disappointing to see that the DAERA budget of £553.8 million has decreased by approximately 3%. Yet DAERA will be one of the lead departments in working towards the reduction of greenhouse gases and carbon emissions in Northern Ireland as Northern Ireland progresses its climate change bill. Incentives are needed to encourage change on our farms, using machinery or promoting the green growth approach, which DAERA will be expected to deliver. With the exit from the EU, it is anticipated that a new future agricultural policy framework will be launched specifically for Northern Ireland within the next year or so. This has brought about change in the basic payment, support for the agricultural economy too. In relation to the direct payments, it's disappointing to learn that the £315.6 million allocated falls short of the £330 million in the manifesto commitment, meaning that £14.4 million of the projected EU funding for the next year has gone directly to HMT. Overall, there is a disappointing shortfall of £19.5 million in the EU replacement funding. This will have a profound effect on DAERA's ability to examine new measures in the future Northern Ireland policy framework, agricultural policy framework. Of greater concern, though, is the reduction in funding allocation of £5.1 million for the programme aimed at the eradication of TB. This is an essential programme to ensure the well-being of our animals and the quality of the final product. The capital investment allocations will permit DAERA to continue with many of its projects, including the £95.5 million which DAERA took forward through a priority investment programme, with another £48.1 million for priority investment. Overall, it is a very disappointing budget for the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, at a time when agriculture is facing such difficulties with the fallout from the protocol and the greater expenditure needed to prepare for the necessary changes that a Climate Change Act will bring about. Thank you.
Could we have Mark Durgan onto our screens? And I call Mark Durgan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As already alluded to, this has been an incredibly difficult year for families and businesses. As we look towards a period of post-pandemic recovery, we're acutely aware of the significance of this budget and its need to address the economic fallout of this crisis. This budget, I'm afraid, fails to do just that. While we appreciate the very significant challenges and unique pressures presented this year, there appears to be no sense of vision to tackle the urgent issues facing our society in the aftermath of COVID and beyond. That should be at the forefront of our minds today as we debate this legislation. The Communities Committee was briefed by officials last week, where they laid out the tough reality and blatant failure to deliver key objectives within the department. As my party's social justice spokesperson, I'll focus my remarks on our housing crisis, the dire situation facing our social security system and those dependent on it. All departments will feel the pinch this financial year, but the impact of unmet bids in the community's portfolio will reverberate around society, directly affecting people and their ability to weather the storm in a post-COVID landscape. While I do sympathise with the fact that the COVID response has dominated all departments, I would urge ministers to recognise that this budget is part of that response. Figures highlighted a 90% increase in universal credit claims last year, which is set to soar further as furlough ends and our businesses face the double challenge of the pandemic and leaving the EU. The Economy Minister has estimated over 100,000 people will be unemployed. The rise in new applicants highlights even more starkly the gaps in current protections. People currently receiving these benefits and the people making their applications now and in future need the certainty and assurance that they will be protected against the sort of system the Tories would impose upon them. The reality is that under this budget, they won't be. The £42.8 million directed towards extending welfare mitigations is welcome. However, our Communities Minister had promised a raft of mitigations which have gone unmet in this budget, including new welfare mitigations, additional payments for carers, those in low-income households, terminal illness, and offsetting the impact of the cruel two-child limit, which affects nearly 3,000 households. It is a frightening prospect that when need has never been greater, the financial outlook more precarious, people are effectively left without protections. Consideration must also be given to worsening health outcomes as a result of our awful waiting lists, which will inevitably force more and more people into a benefit system already under immense pressure. It's welcome that the cut to the independent advice sector floated in the draft budget has been reversed. The Job Start scheme is going ahead and recruitment is finally underway to beef up our benefits workforce. But it's deeply concerning that other than this, no allocation has been set for this new decade, new approach. This budget doesn't tackle poverty. It exists. We are in the grip. The full impact of COVID is realised. A roof over your head is the basis for a healthy life and for cohesive policy making. There are few areas of public and social policy that housing doesn't affect, and the housing crisis needs a multifaceted solution. We urgently need to build more social housing to accommodate the thousands of people on waiting lists. Our social housing stock is nowhere near the level it needs to be at. The executive pledge under the New Decade New Approach deal to enhance investment in new built social housing is another promise apparently forgotten. Improved social housing must remain a key objective going forward, not just to address the current demand or need, but to boost the construction industry and create vital jobs. We also need to be looking towards a reformed private rented sector and the repurposing of existing stock, but none of us can honestly be satisfied with the current rate that we're building social homes. The absolute minimum that this executive should be able to guarantee to everyone in the North is a secure and accessible home. Over 29,000 families here are on the waiting list in acute need of a home, and just this month the Communities Minister confirmed in my response to an AQ that over 8,000 people, most of whom have disabilities, are currently on the social housing waiting list seeking a ground floor property. Yet, in the past 5 years, only 164 bungalows have been built. How then can the Finance Minister justify the lack of investment in housing transformation, and what are the potential ramifications of these vital requirements not being met? £6 million has been directed towards supporting people, a vital provision in the months ahead for reasons previously outlined, yet this is a COVID-related allocation and represents just half of the required funding. We must also bear in mind that this programme hasn't experienced an increase in funding in over a decade as demand has grown massively. It's unforgivable that allocations to date have not been reflective of increasing demand for housing support services, in effect failing extremely vulnerable individuals. There's more to tackle in homelessness than building homes. We need to tackle root causes and give people the support that they need. The most lamentable aspect of the paper before us today is the glaring lack of strategic foresight. Prevention is the best cure. The SDLP have appealed for a mortgage support scheme to prevent families losing their homes as a result of the economic hardship brought about by the pandemic. And although Minister Hargey has recently assured me that such a scheme is under review, it is conspicuous by its absence from the budget. The economic fallout of the pandemic makes the grim prospect of families struggling to pay their mortgages highly likely, if not inevitable. On top of the personal trauma and distress this causes these people and their families, it places pressure on an already buckling housing system. I stood in the chamber in October pleading for serious consideration and outlining the need to introduce such a scheme that it doesn't even feature 7 months later.
Would the member draw his remarks to a close?
Given the economic situation we'll be facing in the coming months and years, it's with a heavy heart that we debate today's budget. We can't endorse its shortcomings and outright failings. Before long, these gaps will become gaping holes, which will be surely felt as society struggles to get back on its feet.
The member's time is up. I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is a budget of two halves. Firstly, the additional £380 million of COVID funding will be crucial in the months ahead as we continue at pace with the very successful vaccination programme and, importantly, now concentrate efforts on rebuilding and restoring as much elective activity as quickly as possible. However, whilst the additional funding is welcome, it mustn't be used to shield or deflect from the fact that much of it will simply have to be used to meet inescapable pressures and maintaining key existing services within our health service. As far as the Ulster Unionist Party is concerned, tackling our waiting lists must become one of the Executive's greatest collective priorities. Unfortunately, this budget is instead largely made up of non-recurrent funding, which doesn't provide the certainty or security needed to tackling these absolutely appalling waiting lists on a sustainable footing. The current Finance Minister, like all Finance Ministers before him, will no doubt be aware that short-term funding boosts does little for the health service. It's knowing what money it has in the years to come that allows it to appoint and train staff and to commission the services necessary to meet the demand. The Health Minister has been very clear as to how he wants to streamline the system, increase capacity and instil new ways of working. However, that will require not just additional funding, but also clear political buy-in. Clinicians and patients are already travelling outside of previous boundaries to deliver and receive care. So we should learn from what is working well and extrapolate it right across the system. I welcome the additional allocation of just over £52 million to help fund the Agenda for Change pay uplift, as well as the further £20 million for safe staffing. It seems like a lifetime away. However, it was only 16 months ago that there was serious unrest across our health workers, and yet within days of taking office, the Health Minister had pulled together a package that restored pay parity and which ultimately saw the unprecedented industrial action ended. This additional funding, as well as the clear commitment to safe staffing, was a key part of that. Mr Deputy Speaker, if ever there was an occasion for this Assembly and all the parties within it to pledge to work together to mitigate and evolve long-term budgeting and strategies to eradicate the unacceptable waiting lists for elective surgery and consultant appointments, it is now. It is certainly not a time for anyone to try and make political capital out of the current difficulties faced by our health and social care sector. To do so will be recognised by the people of Northern Ireland for what it would be. Hard decisions will need to be taken as we move forward. I know that the Health Minister will not shy away from making these calls. They will not be made with any selfish political considerations in mind, but rather because transformation of our health services will be in the best long-term interests of the people of Northern Ireland. The Ulster Unionist Party will support these hard decisions because it is the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Could we have Cara Hunter on their screens?
Thank you, Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity today to speak on the debate in my capacity as the SDLP's health spokesperson. We are currently facing the biggest crisis of our time with the NHS in any of our lifetimes. The pandemic has not only greatly exacerbated an already dangerous situation, but also served to highlight the faults and gaps within our healthcare system. Real people in real pain are behind these statistics within our waiting lists. I do believe that greater levels of funding would help alleviate some of the most pressing and urgent issues, such as waiting lists, which are truly in a dire and deeply alarming state. Most importantly, red flag procedures, such as cancer surgeries and treatments. £40 million isn't enough to tackle this. It is crucial we must invest correctly to help preserve life and provide improved quality of life for all our people here who are currently on waiting lists. It was both heartbreaking and deeply concerning to hear earlier this week from the Department of Health recently that it estimates it could take anywhere from 5 to 10 years to address the current waiting lists. These are real people on these waiting lists, deteriorating, living with chronic pain, and as time passes, their condition only worsens and it's somewhat irreversible. To really address the crisis in health, it will require extensive reform and possibly a complete reimagining of our services. Money talks, and it is undoubtedly needed to support the regeneration of our NHS and how we do things. What we have currently is a two-tier system. Those who can afford to go private do so and their lives improve, and oftentimes many are using their life savings, which is so sad. Others who can't afford to go private suffer and wait and suffer, often dying on the waiting list, a sad and horrific reality none of us can be proud of. We must make our health service run effectively and efficiently, but to do so we need a better budget, one with ambition and one with vision. I am very disappointed I do not see this today, and as a result we still see many challenges as we come out of COVID. I do welcome the funding which has been allocated in this year's budget to mental health. However, I am deeply disappointed that in a budget of 74 pages, mental health is only mentioned twice, and yet it is arguably one of the biggest difficulties we will see coming out of the pandemic. People, especially those on waiting lists, their physical and mental well-being is of the utmost risk. I have been willing to be patient. Many people have been willing to be patient during the COVID crisis, but as we emerge from this crisis, patience is wearing very thin. The budget does nothing to proactively tackle the historical waiting lists. It is important today to highlight that evident failure. As a young person looking at the health service, it indeed fills me with a lot of dread. These lists will take significant time to fix, but is heavily dependent on the correct funding. We all know or love somebody waiting on an appointment. For 1 in 4 people of Northern Ireland, this is the reality. Over 300,000 people currently await a treatment, a surgery, or to meet with a consultant. We must be ambitious and creative to tackle this and improve their lives. Surely there is more that can be done. We must work harder and smarter for the results that our citizens deserve. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to end with a few quick comments and questions to the Finance Minister. Minister, on the 13th of May 2021, your Sinn Féin colleague in the South, the health spokesperson, said waiting lists have been allowed to spiral over the last decade due to chronic underfunding and neglect by the government. This isn't good enough, and patients across the state are being forced to suffer the consequences of government failure. Well, now is our opportunity to tackle underfunding and neglect in the North. But unfortunately, looking through this budget put forward by the Minister today, I feel it lacks vision, it lacks ambition that his colleagues have been calling for waiting lists in the South. So, Minister, can I ask today, what more can you and your department do to tackle these waiting lists and appropriately fund so that they can be evidently tackled? Another concern I have is it's good that I witness political parties regard waiting lists as a priority, but I respectfully ask, with the resources you have with civil servants within your department, Joint First Minister, multiple ministers and SPADs, what more creative, innovative ways, what vision do you have to help tackle issues within the health service? And it's really important today to highlight some of the failures within this budget, and I think it's really crucial to mention it is good to see cross-party commitment to improving these waiting lists, but we just didn't see that today in the budget. Thank you.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What other country in the world in its centenary year would produce a budget without that centenary even being mentioned, and without a penny within that budget to celebrate that centenary? That situation here today is a shame on every party that is part of the government in this House, that they collectively produce a budget so ashamed of the centenary of the place where they are the government that it is not mentioned and there is not one penny to mark it. Not a single penny for a community grant from the Department of the Communities for those who might want to celebrate it. Nothing. Indeed, Minister Murphy has told us that not a single department applied for a line in the budget to mark the centenary. That is a staggering indictment, particularly of those who profess outside of this House pride in Northern Ireland and pride in this centenary. No surprise, maybe, from Mr. Murphy, because what sort of a country is it that would produce a budget in its centenary year without mentioning it or without wanting money for it? Maybe, of course, the sort of country that has as its finance minister someone who thought it appropriate to join a terrorist organisation to seek to bomb this very country out of existence. And now he's in this smug position to deliver a budget that delivers such an insult to this place called Northern Ireland, of which he is the Minister of Finance. And of course, he did much more than that. He rubbed the nose of every unionist in the dirt when he refused to allow a centenary stone within the grounds of Parliament buildings, as did the Assembly Commission, when again subject to the same belligerent Sinn Féin veto, they refused a centenary stone within the curtilage of this very building. And yet this is a budget which can find room for squander. The Minister today told us 1.6 million for a translation hub to translate into Irish and Ulster Scots. So I asked some written questions of every minister in this House. If we're going to have a translation hub, where is the demand for translation? So I asked every department, how many requests have you had in the 3 years of 17, 18, 19 and 20 for translation of departmental documents into Irish and Ulster Scots? And of the 5 departments who have so far answered, here are the results. It rivals the UK's performance in Eurovision, and it probably has the same political connotations. Health Department, no requests. Infrastructure, in 3 years, 8 requests into Irish, none into Ulster Scots. Agriculture, in 3 years, no requests. Finance, in 3 years, 5 requests into Irish and 1 request into Ulster Scots. That'll be a queer challenge. And Justice, no requests. 13 requests to translate into Irish government documents in 3 years, 1 into Ulster Scots. And yet this document and this department wants to spend, the Minister tells us, 1.6 million in a translation hub. Yet we hear today of the billion and more that our health service is going to need to tackle waiting lists. But this is a government who prioritises a translation hub that no one needs, isn't required, because everyone who reads government documents can also read English in which they are published. But for the political optics, we must, at a time of COVID, spend 1.6 million on such nonsense. What a sordid commentary on this executive. And then we find, within this document, that Mr. Putz's department wants to spend another £18.8 million in implementing the protocol that Mr. Putz tells us he's opposed to. And in this budget document, he's looking for EU exit staff costs of £18.8 million. How could Brussels ever take anyone seriously in saying they want to dismantle a protocol that at the same time they
would the member draw his remarks to a close?
£19 million to implement? Another part of the farce of this House.
Could we now have Daniel McCrossan onto our screens? And I call Daniel McCrossan the Chair of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I speak today as the Chairperson of the Audit Committee to reflect the scrutiny of the Budget 21-22 for the Assembly Commission, Northern Ireland Audit Office and Northern Ireland Public Services Ombudsman. As the House is aware, the Audit Committee scrutinises and agrees the budgets and the estimates of the Northern Ireland Audit Office and the Northern Ireland Public Services Ombudsman and lays the estimates before this Assembly. The Committee also scrutinises the Commission's budget and is actively pursuing codification of that role with a view to extending it to include consideration of the Commission's estimates. In recognition of the independence of the non-ministerial bodies, the Committee fulfils these budgetary functions in place of the Department of Finance. Following considerable scrutiny of the 21-22 budgets for the three bodies, the Committee agreed its initial budget position document in December 20. A debate specifically on the Commission's budget took place in this chamber on the 2nd of March 21. I wish to reflect on some particular areas covered during the Committee deliberations. I will start with the Assembly Commission. The Commission has a legal requirement to meet all costs associated with members, including salaries, allowances, expenses, member staffing costs and pension contributions. These budget elements are determination driven and are not under the control of the Commission. However, the Committee considered those areas that are under the control of the Commission. In relation to the capital budget, members recognised that resources were needed to address underinvestment in the fabric of the building in the last 3 years. The areas discussed during evidence sessions with officials included electronic access control, the security management system, the audio system in the chamber, and updates to the telephone and television systems in Parliament buildings, which is ongoing, and the potential financial impact of roof repairs to Parliament buildings. Other resource elements considered included some income generation options for the Commission, such as the use of Parliament buildings for weddings and ceremonies, and the staffing implications of a fully functioning Assembly. In relation to the Audit Office, members questioned the officials on its accommodation project and the increasing costs from the concept design estimates that were shared with the Committee previously. However, it was noted that the increase was due to moving to a detailed design process and allowances for COVID-19 and construction inflation in the current marketplace. Discussions also took place around the costs associated with the Audit Office's continuing recruitment process, which is intended to achieve the appropriate balance in skills and expertise within the organisation to allow it to operate effectively. The potential impact on income with the loss of European agricultural funding for rural development and the challenge of taking forward some of the RHI inquiry recommendations was also discussed at length. During evidence sessions with NIPSO and her officials, the questions were asked around the resources required to deal with the projected increase in maladministration work and the additional staff needed to place a greater focus on learning and development work, which is hoped will lead to increased awareness and insight around complaints and ultimately result in the improvements in public service delivery. The resources needed to allow NIPSO to provide a high-quality, impartial and independent investigation service were also the subject of discussion, including the resources needed to increase the capacity for own initiative investigations. The Committee was keen to see commencement of Complaints Standards Authority powers for NIPSO, and members paid particular attention to the resources needed to recruit appropriate staff and to put necessary systems in place. As I already mentioned, the Committee agreed its initial position on the draft budgets for the three bodies in December 20, but following correspondence from the Minister of Finance in relation to pay pressures and the public sector pay freeze, the Committee revised its position to take the pay freeze into account. I can confirm that the Department of Finance budget document has made provision for figures agreed by the Audit Committee. I'll now make remarks as MLA for West Tyrone and the spokesperson for education for the SDLP. Some members have mentioned that this is a disappointing budget. That is putting it lightly. There are many aspects of this budget that lack vision, that lack strategy, that lack prioritisation of key important issues that affect our constituents on the ground and on a daily basis. Members across this House, Deputy Speaker, have shared concerns in relation to the state of our health service in terms of waiting lists that are growing by the hour, let alone the day, when people are, their pain is increasing and they're becoming even more challenged by the circumstance they find themselves in. And when they seek support and help and seek the necessary medical attention, they're told that they're on the waiting list, And as my colleague, Cara Hunter, has already said, people are literally dying on these waiting lists. And that is a terrible indictment of a political failure of these institutions and of the executive to deal with this fundamental issue. And this is not as a result of coronavirus. This predates coronavirus. It was a problem then. And what did we do as an Assembly? What did parties of the executive do in positions of power and strength then? Walked out the door for 3 years, collapsing institutions on the very feet of the people that are struggling and needing intervention and medical support. That is a terrible indictment and reflection of the political failure of this place that needs to stop. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know that the majority of constituents that I speak for and I represent in West Tyrone share that frustration as well. And then, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we look to roads, and I see elected representatives across the various political parties, but in particular Sinn Féin, standing next to potholes. Not just councillors, but MPs, abstentionist MPs at that, and MLAs standing next to potholes, pointing in the road saying, "Isn't this terrible?" Well, I agree. It is terrible, and it should be resolved. But unfortunately, within this budget, and after many bids from Minister Mallon, there has been no meaningful investment laid out by Minister Murphy as the Minister for Finance, the man who holds the purse, the man who holds the money, the man who has failed to provide adequate funding allocation to the Department of Infrastructure, who has an outstanding minister who is delivering on the ground for people, but has been hamstrung as a result of a finance minister that is not coughing up the funds to deal with the roads that run through every single community in Northern Ireland, and roads that are becoming more and more embarrassing as the day goes on. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this minister, this finance minister, needs to close and start delivering for the priorities of people on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Jerry Carroll.
This budget utterly fails to meet the transformational change we so desperately need in the wake of a global health pandemic, as we sit on the brink of climate catastrophe and as economic crisis and widespread social need grows. I've made my views on this budget clear. Indeed, many in this chamber have also recognised today its failure to deal with waiting lists, poverty and many more issues. Yet the Minister is asking us to approve it and to accept the continuation of the damaging conditions our communities have faced for far too long. Well, I'll certainly not be supporting the budget today, and I wonder, will the members of the executive parties who have rightly condemned Minister Murphy's budget will stand by their words and refuse to endorse it? Will they join me in pushing to reject these huge shortcomings? We'll wait and see. The Minister has presented this as a standstill budget. Indeed, this is the very year when a budget should break away from the neoliberalism of the past, address increasing needs and adjust for rising costs. Instead, it harks back to an era of politics plagued by neoliberalism and underfunding. There has been no attempt at all to expand and properly fund the health service, community services, transport services, to name a few. All of these areas have been in crisis long before this budget, but there is no attempt to bail them out financially. And this budget opposes effective reductions in funding for welfare support, homeless and mental health services, and a real-time cut for public transport. And it is particularly insulting that one of the most effective organisations in the city, one that my constituency office uses, the Belfast Citywide Tribunal Service, which assists people with a brutal welfare reform system, was not allocated sufficient funding to keep its doors open over the next year and beyond from the Communities Minister as part of the budget. The workers in that service don't know if they have a job year to year, and that isn't where the threat to workers and jobs ends. Public sector pay is devolved, yet the best the Minister can offer is 1% to civil servants. That's a slap in the face for these workers, and my solidarity and full support to those in NSMC balloting against this meagre pay cut. The Hovis workers show what can be done to fight against pay cuts and pay freezes, and if it's a strike for NSMC workers, I'll certainly support them. And the lack of allocation on health pay is a further disgrace, and a year on from giving a commitment to increase the minimum wage, this executive has done nothing. That's offensive to many working people who deserve better, and this budget shows clearly that they are not a priority for the executive. This Minister tries to make much of the health budget increase of 5.7% in resource spending from last year, but health costs are estimated to have risen roughly 6.5%. So this is a real-term reduction in real terms. And in the middle of a health pandemic, nonetheless, where is the £75 million set aside for transformation that was previously promised? Where's the money to review adult care via part of people? Where's the £6.5 million for action nursing and midwifery students that was designed to alleviate pressure? And we heard from the Health Minister, I think last week or the week before last, in the Health Committee, the lack of investment in mental health services going forward. Where is the increase for provision for counselling? Where's the money set aside to rebuild cancer, oncology, haematology services and improvements in palliative care and many, many other issues? Where is the increased provision for those in need of IVF treatment, to name just a few of the issues? It's the same fate for the Department for Infrastructure. With inflationary increases, this budget represents a real terms reduction, and the document is littered with none too subtle threats of future cutbacks. We are told that TransLink may need to consider quote, service reductions, and that they are likely to be significant impacts on public service delivery, such as public transport and road maintenance, end quote. 24 hours after the Minister's party signs up to the politics of a Green New Deal, he lays down a threat to public transport, footways, street lighting, and he can't even provide for a proper winter gritting service. This is a very, very worrying sign that working class people will pay for this crisis once again. And the legacy of previous stormont budgets and decisions is well illustrated by the fact that we will pay out tens of millions of pounds in interest in PFI initiatives over the next year. This is a colossal waste of public money brought about by the same parties that were also responsible for the likes of RHI, the same parties who lobbied Westminster for a decade to let them lower corporation tax for the wealthiest, the same parties who struggled to spend a lot of money, hundreds of millions in COVID support money. The same parties will roll their ministers out to tell us their hands are tied and that they can't find the money for public services in this budget. And I have to say that in this society we have some outstanding journalists here, but this executive gets off lightly, to put it frank, with how little is held to account for what goes on in this building and the lasting impact in our communities. I'm sure the big parties are very glad of that indeed today and going forward. Not that the Minister gives them an easy job. The figures for budget are so general and broad sweeping that it's next to impossible to detail where exactly the money will go. Where is the scrutiny? Where is the accountability, as others have said today? We were barely given a chance to scrutinise it effectively or properly in our committees. And how on earth is any member of the press or public to ascertain from that where the money is going? The failure of this budget to protect young people, sick people and the environment is, in my opinion, a gross abdication of duty. It is an attack on the working class, and we need ultimately an economic strategy based on redistributing wealth and providing for those in need, and this budget is the antithesis of that from the Minister from Sinn Féin today, and for that reason and many, many more reasons I will be attempting to vote against this. Thank you.
Before I call the Minister to wind on the motion, I would remind you that the convention is that members and ministers seeking to amend their own motion are invited to address both the motion and the amendment together when they're winding. The Minister will have up to 23 minutes, and I now invite you to conclude and wind up the debate on both the motion and the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Lascan-Corda. I'd like to thank the members and the committee chairs for their participation in the debate. I thank those members who are supportive of the budget proposals for their input, and I listen with interest to members who have spoken against the budget, although, as with probably the last couple of speakers, or certainly two of the speakers over in the corridor, I'd be interested to see how many actually vote against the budget rather than simply speaking against it. I will try and respond to as many of the points as possible as raised, although there were multiple points raised by all speakers, some overlapping and cross-cutting. Can I first thank the Chair of the Committee for his contribution, and he did raise the question in relation to the notice of the debate, and I can say that was an error within the department. The committee weren't made aware of the exact time, and I apologise for that oversight. I understand the committee was anticipating the debate, but we need to ensure that that doesn't happen again. He raised points around the streamlining and the budget process and the difficulty, and it's something that I have spoken about before I was in this post, and something I'm determined to try and assist in delivering a more streamlined, a more accessible and a more understandable budget process. And the ongoing review of the financial process will help members and the wider public to scrutinise the budgets, the estimates and the accounts, and that's work we intend to take forward in the not too distant future. He raised a number of other points, I think, in relation to the Fiscal Council and its role, and the question, I know he has been speaking to other people who have experience of fiscal councils, and the issue of independence is something that has been raised by the committee, and I can assure him that the council is an independent entity and will be an independent entity and will provide independent analysis on the budget process. He also, and I think others, perhaps the Chair of the Justice Committee, raised questions about the victims' payments. And you will be aware that, along with the First and Deputy First Minister and the Minister for Justice, we have given an undertaking that payments will be made to successful applicants under the scheme. We remain committed to delivering the scheme, and we're mindful of the needs of victims and survivors who will be recipients of the payment. And that undertaking provides reassurance and confidence that payments will be made when they fall due under the terms of the scheme, regardless of where the funding comes from. However, it remains our position as an executive that the British Government should meet the costs of the expanded scheme legislated for by Westminster, and will continue to progress this. And I mean, he has referred on occasions to this idea of top slicing departments. I've always said that that is one option for the executive. We can't get agreement with Westminster, and we do have to meet these costs, but certainly we will intend to pursue vigorously that issue with Treasury in relation to the funding for this. He also asked further questions about the New Deal and the Community Renewal Fund. The member may recall this fund is outside the Executive's control. It's been administered by the NIO. That's the New Deal funding. It's a matter of some concern that this fund and others, Community Renewal, in relation to EU replacement, are being administered by Whitehall, where the funding is clearly in a devolved space. The Community Renewal Fund and EU funding was also mentioned by Melissa McHugh and again by Paula Bradley, and just say that we continue to have those concerns about a lack of information on replacement of EU funding. Our sense to date is that it's not going to match the funding that went under European membership, and the interference in our ability to distribute and to prioritise that funding remains an ongoing concern for us, which we continue to raise, as do the finance ministers for both Scotland and Wales with Treasury. The budget exchange scheme, that's the carryover, the spending, works ongoing on analysis of the provisional outturn and the assessment of funding that can be carried forward under the budget exchange scheme limits. However, at this stage I am reasonably confident that we remain within our agreed budget exchange limits for non-ring-fenced resource Dale, that's 85.8 million, and capital Dale, which is 22.3 million. A number of members raised issues in relation to the multi-annual budgets, and part of the position that we have here, and we've made this repeated request, part of the position that we have here is the fact that we are in a one-year budget cycle. It was very late notice. We were advised over the course of the year that we would be in for a multi-annual budget cycle. We have, in my discussions with the Chancellor for the Exchequer just a fortnight ago, been assured that that will be the position from next year on, and we certainly hope that that is the case, and we will hold them to that promise. The Chair of the Economy Committee raised a number of issues in relation to the discretion that the Department of Economy would have in terms of the Economic Recovery Action Plan, which includes the £145 million for the High Street Support Scheme, and the remaining funds are to be used at the Department's discretion for economic support measures. The discretion is not extended to other funds. This discretion on expenditure doesn't remove the need for business cases to be completed to support expenditure decisions and for expenditure proposals which are above the Department's delegated limits. These business cases must be submitted to the Department of Finance for approval. She also raised the point, I think as others perhaps mentioned as well, about the furlough scheme and it coming to an end. And we have been talking to Treasury on the importance of the furlough going forward. We recognise the support that the furlough scheme has provided, and we will engage with Treasury regarding the importance of furlough going forward as we move into a new phase of economic recovery. And there is a real fear, I think, among employers about a cliff edge approaching in relation to that. The question was raised, I think, by both the Committee Chair of Justice and by Mike Nesbitt in relation to policing funding. It was one of the issues that they raised. The budget has allocated £12.3 million for policing numbers and will help progress that NDNA priority of an additional 7,500 officers. The Executive will obviously decide going forward on future budgets. Undoubtedly, this issue will form part of those deliberations. There were some questions raised about a number of departments. Kelly Armstrong raised one about the Department for Communities. I'm happy to say the Executive last week agreed over $50 million of COVID-19 funding for the Department of Communities to help address some of the issues she raised, including support for arts, culture and sports. Of course, all departments remain very significantly challenged, I think, as most members are prepared to give away a very limited time.
But just my apologies, Minister, that I have to go and chair another meeting. But it's not by any set of any disrespect for you that I'm sort of heading off. But I'm sure my able deputy will be able to do what's required. I'm not quite sure I'll be doing it on the Star Wars theme, though. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate the Chair's advice. And also the question was raised in relation to programme for government and alignment with the budget, and of course that is and has been the intention since the Executive returned. The difficulty, of course, are twofold: one, when you get an annual budget, and secondly, dealing with the pandemic. But certainly I would like to see, as we get reassurance from the Treasury in the time ahead, that we get back to that issue. Pat Catney had raised a number of issues in relation to the new spending and NDNA money. I have to say, of course, we couldn't include some of the money that came late as the Secretary of State has not signed off, and so it's not included in this document. We made that very clear at the start. But you can't have new spending if you have a flat cash budget, unless you go and take it off other departments, and so that isn't possible. I must say I enjoyed Robin Newton's, Mr McCobber, proposals, but he would have been, as had previously been the case, a tax and spend man, that you only spent what you actually had. I think the other governments are looking at the issue of spend and tax to try and stimulate economic recovery and obviously return that, and I hope that's a direction that is thought through in the future, because I think that does invest in very necessary services and infrastructure and allows prosperity to be generated through spending of government money and then a tax return on the back of that. I have to say that Jim Allister raised the issue of the translation hub and his criticism of spending in relation to the centenary. The translation hub is actually £160,000. I'm not sure if that was his, I think he said at one stage said 1.6 million, but it's 0.16 million, and that's clearly what I said in my statement. I'm happy to give way.
6, because that's exactly the figure that the Minister said in his first speech today.
That's the case, then I apologise, because it was 0.16 actually, so we'll not haggle over a decimal point, but I'm glad we're able to clear that up. I have to say that clearly from the number of SDLP speakers, they had decided, maybe the memo wasn't shared to other parties, had decided to go into election mode in relation to this particular budget statement. And they're back to that position, which they've tried probably over the last 14 years with limited success, of straddling two positions at one time, of being both. I've had the whole litany of SLP speakers, and I've listened to them all, so I do have the opportunity to reply to them. They're attempting to straddle those two positions of being in the Executive and in opposition at the same time. Speaking passionately and vociferously against this budget proposition and looking for new spend and new vision and new ideas. When they accepted at the Executive, when we got notice on the 24th of November that we had a flat cash one-year budget, that there was no other prospect for the Executive to do but accept a rollover budget. That was agreed by the Executive, by all of the ministers, that in that time frame the only way you could do new thinking and new vision and new spending was to actually start taking money off other departments and allocate it to wherever you wanted this new vision to go to. And in the time frame allocated, that simply wasn't possible. So they accepted that at Executive level, but have decided today to go on clearly an election footing and claim credit, as they will do at the time ahead. And if this works for them, then more fool the people, but they will claim credit for things that the Executive do. And they will ignore the fact that there's a 29% increase in the Department for Infrastructure's capital budget. I just listened to Mr McCrossan complaining about roads. The biggest increase and the biggest capital allocation in the history of the Department for Infrastructure for next year, so I'm hoping that there don't need to be any more photographs beside potholes and to be able to celebrate all of the money that the Minister for Infrastructure has to spend. But that approach, as I say, attempts to claim the credit for the Executive's work, anything that is done, and certainly anything that's done by their own ministerial colleague, and blame us all for the rest of the problems of a bad budgetary outcome, which we have clearly acknowledged. Now, I'm long enough about here. One of the benefits, I suppose, of being in this institution for a long time is you can remember positions that people took in the past. And it was in the past that the SDLP used to actually vote against the budget, even though they were in the Executive. They occasionally put forward some fairly ill-thought suggestions as to how we would do things differently. I remember once they suggested that we would sell off the forests. Indeed, they suggested we'd sell off airports that we didn't own in order to raise some funding. But now they've moved to the position, I think they've learnt the lesson from that, so they're not bringing forward any policy positions, they're not bringing forward any suggestions as to how within this limited budget we would do things differently, but they do, and they probably will vote for it, but while pretending to oppose the budget at the same time. And I suppose the consistent position between over the last number of years is that they have never had any workable propositions to do things better, particularly in the context of a one-year standstill budget, but yet profess to oppose all of the necessary measures within this budget. Sorry, I beg your pardon, Mr. Speaker. I also, in terms of being about here long enough, I do remember the departments that they once held. They held, at the same time, the Department of Finance and the Department of, it was known as DALE then, you will remember it, Further and Higher Education, which meant they had the possibility of doing something with the University in Derry, and they held both departments with responsibility, had they wanted to at the time. They also held the Department for Social Development, and I listened to a lecture from Mr Durkin about what all needs to be done in housing. He ignores the fact that £160 million has been set aside for social housing this year, an 11% increase on last year. So the policy that they have adopted, I suppose, I can only say it's as transparent as it is dishonest. We all know the impact of bad budgets. We're dealing with one this year. We have dealt with one for many years as a consequence of austerity policies from Whitehall, policies that Mr O'Toole was paid to write press releases endorsing when he worked in Whitehall, as we here were battling the impact of austerity policies. And we do know that waiting lists are crucial and critical, and they affect all parties and all members of society, and the response to that is for all executive ministers to work together with the limited resources we had, to work constructively together and not to attempt to exploit the misery of waiting lists for some hoped-for electoral advantage. So, last Concordia, it is the responsibility of a finance minister to bring about budget proposals before this House, and that's a responsibility I take seriously, whether they happen to be budget proposals with a lot of resource attached to them or very limited, as it is in the case today. And following the successful rollout of the vaccine programme, together with the decisive actions of the Executive, we are now entering a new phase of the COVID-19 response. The Executive is now looking forward to how best to support our economy and recovery, both in terms of the economy itself and in terms of our people. And in a world where future economic, social and health landscape is uncertain, it's imperative we provide the platform that's needed for public services to respond to changing demands. This budget seeks to support key services now and is a platform for future responsive planning for going forward. So, last Concordia, on that note, I would commend this budget to the Assembly for approval.
Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of the Minister of Finance be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Before we turn to the question on the amended motion, then, I would remind members that the vote on this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion, as amended, be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put again in 3 minutes. And I would remind you that we should continue to uphold social distancing, that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come into the chamber. Order, members. I would ask members to take their seats. Before I put the question, I would again remind members present that, if possible, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper as amended be agreed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Aye. Do we have tellers? Order, members. The following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Gemma Dolan and Kiva Archibald. Tellers for the noes, Jerry Carl and Jim Allister. Before the Assembly divines, I want to remind you that, as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I remind all members of the requirement for social distancing while the division takes place, and would ask you to ensure that you retain at least 2 metre gap between yourself and other people when moving around in the chamber or the rotunda, and especially in the lobbies. Please be patient at all times, observe the signage and follow the instructions of the lobby clerk. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Please read the result.
Results of the division are as follows. 85 members voted, of which 80 voted aye, 94.1%. 37 nationalists voted, of which 37 voted aye, 100%. 38 unionists voted, of which 36 voted aye, 94.7%. 10 others voted, of which 7 voted aye, 70%. This motion is carried by cross-community support.
The motion is carried. The motion is carried. Unfasten doors. I'd ask members to take their ease for a few moments before the next item of business.
Thank you, members. Item number 4 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. And in conjunction with the Business Committee, Mr Speaker has given leave to Mr Gordon Lyons to raise the matter of the school estate in East Antrim. The proposer of this topic will have 15 minutes. I call Mr Gordon Lyons.
Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. And first of all, can I thank the Business Committee for scheduling this debate today. And at the outset, can I please give apologies from my party and constituency colleague, Mr David Hilditch, who's unable to be here today. As most in the Chamber will know, he is getting his chemotherapy treatment today, and of course we want to wish him well and wish him well for the rest of his treatment. At the outset, I also want to pay tribute to the staff and schools right across East Antrim for all the work that they have done in what has been a very, very difficult year. I want to thank teachers who have been put under a huge amount of pressure over the last number of months. It hasn't been easy teaching from home and having to balance so many different priorities at once, and we recognise that. We want to also thank the senior management teams in schools who have come under an awful lot of pressure, have been dealing with an awful lot of uncertainty, and have been dealing with a very fluid situation in regards to schools being open and then closed, and all of the additional pressures that come with that. And also to thank other staff in schools as well who have perhaps had additional responsibilities, additional work that they have had to be involved in, and they have done that work well. So I think it is important to place on record our thanks to those that have done so much to try and ensure that the education of our children can continue, albeit in very difficult situations and less than ideal scenarios. But Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, as we get back to normal, the old problems persist, and many of our pupils in East Antrim are being educated in less than ideal facilities and in poor accommodation. And there's a few issues that I want to raise with the House and with the Minister today. And the first of those is in and around rationalisation of the school estate. And I know, along with Mr Hilditch and my other colleagues here today, we have all in some way been involved with Isla Primary School and the very, very long saga of getting a new school build for Isla. It was over 10 years ago since I was first involved in meetings about Isla Primary School. And that school actually came about as the result of a merger between two schools, Kilcohen and Mullaghdow. And the new school building had been talked about for a long time, and we have the new school operating on split sites as of 2016. And here we are 5 years later, and they are still on split sites. I, of course, will give way to Mr. Begg.
Is the member aware that it even predates that and it actually originated with the proposal to merge 3 schools?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, that is the case. And although I think the original school, the third school, had closed down quite some time ago, and it was the 2 schools that merged together in 2016. But he's absolutely right, and progress has been made. And I'm pleased that I was able to host the Chairman of the Board of Governors and the Principal, Arlene Cambridge, who, by the way, has done a fantastic job and been very determined over the last number of years in relation to that school. We were able to meet with the former Education Minister, Mr. O'Dowd, and I'm pleased that progress has been made, and the application is now in the system and we are making progress. But 5 years after the schools merged, never mind all the time that has passed since it was first originally discussed, there is still no building that is there. And I think that that shows some of the problems around rationalisation. And yeah, I'll give way to Mr. Stewart.
For the work that she's done. I was actually speaking to a pupil who was in primary 1 whenever this merger went through, and they've now graduated university. That is the length of time we're talking about. And my fear, as I'm sure the members' fear is, that the pupils at Carrickfergus Academy might well see a similar platform. And I fear there's nobody actually at that school at this moment in time who will see the fruition of a single new school site. And does he share those fears with me?
I absolutely agree with the member. And in fact, the second example that I was coming on to was going to be about at Carrickfergus Academy. And again, we've all been involved. We were there when the Minister was there. We've had other meetings together. And I know Mr. Dixon was ill at the time, but he sent a representative to those meetings. And it is good there's cross-party agreement on this. But Carrickfergus Academy is a very, very poor example of how not to do things. Because we have a situation in Carrickfergus Academy where 2 schools were amalgamated. They're now in their 3rd year of amalgamation. The school is on a split site, and as a result of that split site, we have 318 staff movements every week. 318 staff movements between the junior and senior sites. That's staff moving back and forward for different periods and for different subjects. Of the 83 staff members, 73 of them travel, and some teachers are teaching in 10 different classrooms each week. That's a waste of teacher time, a duplication of provision and overheads, restricted opportunities for young people as well. And that's before we even start on the condition of those existing buildings. But I give way to Mr. Dixon on that point.
Just a very brief intervention, and I wholly appreciate and thank Mr Lyons for bringing this debate, but particularly in relation to Carrickfergus College. Not only is it a split site, but the 2 sites are on opposite sides of the town, and not only do the staff travel between the 2 schools, and that sounds very easy, but they actually have to taxi between the 2 schools in order to meet the time frame of teaching in the timetable. The situation is untenable.
Well, the member's absolutely right, because if you consider a teacher sitting in his or her classroom, a class goes out and another class goes in, is what would normally happen in most of our schools. But what's happening in Carrickfergus Academy right now is that you have teachers that finish their class, get packed up, walk out to their car, get into their car, drive across the town, park their car, get out of their car, or taxi or whatever else it might be, and then walk to class. A huge amount of time that's wasted. Or, as one of the teachers said to me recently, no time to stop and talk to those pupils that may have a pastoral issue or that may need that little bit more support at the end. Now, I'm glad that there is a recognition and that extra funding is given to those schools that are on split sites. But it certainly was the case last year. The funding that was available didn't even cover a quarter of the extra costs that were available for Carrickfergus Academy because of the operation on those split sites. Now, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I am glad that the protocol for selection of capital works programmes from the Department of Education does give some extra points in the scoring mechanism for schools that are part of a development plan and have had to rationalise, and those that are on a split site. But I think that needs to be greater, such as the impact on the education and the outcomes for our young people, the additional burdens on teachers and the senior management team in those schools, I think that it makes it a really reasonable case for additional weight to be given to schools such as Carrickfergus Academy that for so long has had to wait for this to happen. And also it is important to put on record that it was promised that there would be a priority given to Carrickfergus Academy if Carrickfergus College and Downshire School were to merge. That has not been the case, and my fear is that Mr Stewart is absolutely right, and that pupils who are currently at those schools will be experiencing that for the rest of their time. So I would appreciate it if the member could look into the funding mechanism that exists when schools are operating on a split site, and additionally then the mechanism for the capital works programmes as well. And on that, not only in terms of rationalisation, but for schools that are forced to close, such as Carnalbina Primary School on the edge of my constituency, can we please make sure that there are spaces available in nearby schools? Because many pupils from Carnalbina would like to go to somewhere like Hazelbank, which is only a few miles down the road, but there's no space there. It's already overcrowded. I made those points whenever it was going to close. I'll give way.
In terms of the briefing, that obviously Carnalbina is one of those situations that falls directly outside East Antrim, but would have a drawing from East Antrim in relation to it. But I know that whenever the development proposal was signed off on, it was on the specific conditions that additional, both additional transport and additional space would be made available if that was required. That was an instruction that was given as part of the conditions of the DP to the Education Authority. So if there is an issue around that, certainly I'd be happy to be in contact with the member, but that was part of the sign-off. It was put down in writing as part of the development proposal decision.
I appreciate that intervention from the Minister, and it is very important because, yes, you can make transport available, but in a place like Carnalbina, which is still within East Antrim, it can be a long journey at certain times of the year in particular, to Larne or Glenarm, wherever else it might be. But Hazelbank is nearby, and if the decision is made to close, I'm glad that that commitment has been given again by the Minister today so that children can go to a school as close as possible. But not only in terms of closure and rationalisation, there are other issues for the school estate more generally, where quite simply improvements are needed. Some are new builds, and some will be enhancement programmes that are needed. And I'm sure in these debates we'll hear about many different schools, but in particular I do want to raise a couple that I have been able to visit recently. And the first is Larne High School. And Larne High School is a fantastic school who are really doing their best by their children, providing opportunities for the young people that go there. They have seen greatly improved results as well, and they are really innovative in what they do. But unfortunately, there are significant improvements that are needed. There's a very high maintenance budget, so we need to look at the problems that exist and make sure that we're allocating the funding where it needs to go, and so that we're not just racking up bills for years to come on maintenance, but we're actually spending the money smarter and sooner as well. There is that capital expenditure that is required. I know the Minister has visited there and he was able to see it for himself, and I think that it needs to reflect the protocol that's in place, needs to reflect where the need actually is, and I would ask that the Minister would look at that again. And if it is the case that simply more funding is needed, then I think we need to be providing that funding, and I would urge the Minister to lobby and to bid for more funding for places like Larne High School and Green Island Primary School as well, that does find itself in need of much needed resource so that it can provide that quality education to our young people. And why is this so important? Well, for a number of reasons. First of all, it's equality. Why should some people, some pupils get the opportunity to be taught in a state-of-the-art facility where others are inadequate or decent or inadequate accommodation? Let's make sure that all of our children are feeling that they're getting the same treatment in that way. But secondly, I think that we want our children and our young people to aspire to more, to better. I think we want our young people to be inspired as well by their surroundings. And I think if we don't have those facilities in place, how can we expect our young people to take pride in their work if they do not have confidence in the buildings in which they are being taught in? Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I know I'm coming to the end of my time, but I did want to raise one other issue, which is sports infrastructure. It certainly is the case that in many of our schools, especially our secondary schools, we just don't have the facilities that are required. We have a great sporting history and tradition in East Antrim. We have much to be proud of, but we want to develop that. And in some of our schools, we have gravel hockey pitches that just aren't fit for purpose any longer. We have football pitches that have become waterlogged and are unusable. And we've actually got some tennis courts as well that have had to be condemned because they're no longer safe to use. We want to encourage people in sport, fitness and physical activity, and it does facilities to be in place. So could I urge the Minister to look at funding specifically for sports facilities that are much needed? And can I also ask him to work with other colleagues to see how sports facilities that we have in our schools can also be used by the wider community? Because all too often I have sports clubs that are coming to me, and we have a shortage of pitches and training areas in East Antrim, certainly in Larne and in Carrickfergus. And so I think it's important that where schools have that available, that they could share that with the local community. A lot of the times they're coming up against insurance issues or problems with the EA. So our schools are a fantastic resource that can be used outside of school hours as well. And so I would urge the Minister to look at that. I thank the Business Committee again for allocating this time. I hope we'll certainly hear more from other members about the great need that we have in East Antrim. I know that the Minister will get this from all constituencies, but some of the accommodation that we have is completely unacceptable. And so I would ask that the Minister look at this favourably, and if he's inclined to get his chequebook out, I have no doubt that we will find many projects in which they can be used. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons. Just to outline how I intend to run the debate, it would be my intention to call constituency members first, who will be allocated 7 minutes each, and all other members will be allocated 5 minutes each. That's in order to facilitate a 10-minute response, should he wish to offer one, a 10-minute response from the Minister. So I now call Mr. Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And can I thank Gordon Lyons for bringing this motion forward? I think it is right that it is aired, the difficulties that exist within the school estate within East Antrim, and hopefully that they will be subsequently addressed. The young people in East Antrim over the years have not benefited to the same extent as other constituencies in terms of funding of new educational premises. I'm not entirely sure why that has been, but certainly over the past 20 years there have been repeated announcements of new builds, and very few of them have come to East Antrim. It may be the fact that it's been an older settled community and has not been expanding with the same requirement for new build. I'm not exactly sure why, but clearly there has been a dearth of investment, and there is a need to correct that. And perhaps the Minister can allude to what might be coming in the future, and how, having viewed the condition of some of our schools, I hope he will recognise that there is a need to ensure that there is suitable accommodation for our young people, where our teachers and our young people will be able to thrive and reach their full potential. I would also like to pay tribute to teaching staff and other supporting staff in our schools over this past year and a little bit longer. It's been a challenging time for everyone. They have had to learn new skills, to learn how to continue to support young people through remote learning and adapt to that new technology, and to do their best to try and support young people. And I think most in East Antrim associated with schools are really pleased that we've been able to return to a more normal school activity, and hope that we will be able to maintain that, and that we will keep on top of this dreadful pandemic which we have faced. So as I've said, we've had a lack of investment over the years, and many of the school buildings are really quite tarred. They are no longer fit for purpose. The standard specification even just terms and space in a classroom, lighting levels, lots of things no longer apply. Yet many of our schools have an excellent reputation. There is demand for the schools. I'm thinking in terms of Green Island Primary School, White Abbey Primary School, some of the older premises, but there has been huge demand still for those schools because of the quality of the teaching that is occurring. But if we are going to give teachers the full tools and the young people the full benefits and the opportunity, we should be providing the right facilities for them. Mr. Lyons has mentioned Island McGee Primary School, and it really has been a saga. It's 2003 that the then 3 schools agreed to amalgamate. 2007, the site was bought on the low road, and then it sat for years and years with changes in policies. And I am pleased that has progressed now through planning. But I would be interested, the Minister, if he can advise us an update on the tendering for the actually building, and when can we expect foundations to be laid, when can we expect completion, and when can the community expect to have a facility that they have yearned for so long. The current facilities, again, are the schools, the remaining 2 schools in Island McGee, Cologne and Mullaghdu, are operating on split sites. Again, that causes problems for teaching. It causes problems for the families, picking up perhaps two young people at different ages, having dropped them off at the morning, perhaps. So it causes complications. It also, as has been alluded to in post-primary school sector, there are extra costs associated with this. And it's vital that if the department is encouraging school amalgamation, that they also ensure that the budget is appropriate, that young people and teachers are not caught out and have to subsequently suffer as a result, that the budget should be appropriate to operate in such conditions. But not only that, that there would be priority and significant priority given to such schools which do agree to amalgamate. And turn to Carrickfergus College, who are operating on this split site scenario, there are significant time factors resulting from the teachers and staff having to work across 2 sites. That is costing them the public money. It is costing the school funds as well. It is not good management, and really, certainly we've made this point previously to the Minister, the funding arrangements should be reflecting the priorities in the area plan, and also good value for money in terms of how public funding is spent. And I am concerned that whilst we have not yet had an announcement of a new build to allow all those children to amalgamate on a new site, on a new build on one of their sites, we are wasting money and we are failing our young people. So I would urge the Minister to ensure that that issue is progressed. Equally, Larne High School is no longer adequate. There's been a great success there, with the pupil numbers increasing in the last few years from 430 to over 700. The school is not fit for purpose. My dad actually started working at Larne High School, and some of the premises is still being used today. In 1957, 1957 facilities are still being used, perhaps with a lick of paint, and that's about the height of it. It's no longer fit for purpose. I have to say, there is a question of equality. I'm very happy that Lydia has had an announcement of a new build, but their school was built, was it 20 years ago? And significant parts have been knocked down. We're knocking down a 20-year-old school, but yet we are forcing others to continue to use 70-year-old premises. So I urge the Minister to ensure that there is appropriate and equality of funding so all our young people can reach their full potential.
Thank you. I call Mr Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and appreciate Mr Lyons bringing this debate today. It is an important one. But just first of all, can I associate with his opening remarks with regards to our colleague David Hilditch, and to wish David very well in terms of the treatment which he's going to have. David and I go back for many years in Carrickfergus Borough Council, and I count him as a good friend. Principal Deputy Speaker, I've been in touch, like all of the members in the chamber today, with many of schools across the constituency, and to be truthful, we have all and will continue to express very serious concerns about the dilapidated state of many of our schools. Simply, it's not an acceptable situation. Pupils in East Antrim deserve much better from the department, from this executive and from the Assembly. Just 2 weeks ago, like others, I was invited to visit Larne High School, and highly impressed by the work that goes on in that school, but in conditions which are literally unacceptable and in many cases might be described as third world. Today I've posted some photographs on my website of the school so the department and the public can see the circumstances and the facilities in which the principal and the staff have to work and teach in, a building which goes back to the 1950s. Damp and water damage across the school building, missing parts of ceilings, leaks and missing floor tiles, electric sockets which can't be used because water pours into them, a gymnasium which is not fit for purpose, and changing facilities which have to be shared by both sexes because the male changing rooms were closed a number of years ago because they just simply aren't fit for purpose at all. I will.
Would the member agree with me with sports being an important aspect of the school's curriculum in terms of particularly the sixth form development and its links with Larne Football Club? That it is scandalous that there is not adequate changing places in that school for the important work that it's carrying out there.
Member has an additional minute.
Thank you. I totally agree with Mr Beggs in respect of that comment, and it's great to see, for example, a new 3G pitch being built at the school, but how do you get changed to use those facilities and shower afterwards? That's part of the problem and the conundrum. We need to value our children and their education, and we need to provide a great deal more for them. But it's not just secondary schools. So for a number of years, I've been working with the Education Authority and the Department to address the unacceptable state, as members have recognised, of Green Island Primary School. I visited the school on a number of occasions. In fact, it's the school that I started my education in. The list of problems is endless. Very similar to Larne High School: damp classrooms, inadequate toilet facilities, severe lack of daylight. And the school was built for 200 pupils, but today with over 400. No space for library or parking, and wholly inadequate traffic mayhem in the mornings around the school. I am hopeful that things will move forward for Green Island following an allocation of SEP funding. However, I hope that the Minister will confirm that the Department will be endeavouring to move those projects along at speed and to get the school up to a standard quickly. In addition to that, reference has also been made to White Abbey Primary School, which is of the same vintage and with similar, broadly similar problems. Monkstown and Newton Abbey Community High School, again a promise of a new school building, but nothing materialising there either. Let's move to the other end of the East Antrim constituency, to St Killian's in Larne, in a beautiful historic building, but no longer fit for purpose, again crying out for new buildings and facing many of the similar problems. One of the major problems that they face with is access to the internet. They have to rely on a microwave link for the school. Let us hope that the Project Stratum will at least help in that respect. So I'd be grateful, Deputy Speaker, if the Minister could advise how he is working with the schools across East Antrim to develop both the school sites, school buildings, and to ensure that they have 21st century facilities like high-speed broadband. I'd also like to note my concern at the very slow pace, as members have also made reference to, with regards to the building in Isla McGee. Again, I've been involved in a number of the meetings there, and I am pleased that the matter is now progressing to planning permission. But what we need to know is when it moves beyond planning permission to the point of actually a contract to build. Some 10 years people have been waiting for that. But I think we should also look to some of the successes in East Antrim as well, to the wonderful new build at Corran Integrated School, which has provided modern and spacious school environment for the children that attend that school. And I hope that that success can be replicated across many more schools in the school estate across East Antrim. Principal Deputy Speaker, we have to invest in our school estate. Children, teachers and staff deserve much better than that which we've been providing in the past. It's a great credit to the staff and to the pupils who work and are educated in these buildings across East Antrim. But I have to say that when the credit goes to them, the poor marks have to go to the Department of Education when it comes to the way in which it looks after its estate. So I would encourage the Minister today to grasp the problem for the school estate across East Antrim, to work with school principals and school boards of governors, and to help us deliver the education facilities that our young people deserve going into this century. Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Mr. John Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. And from the start, I want to echo the comments just about our colleague David Hilditch. Just 10 years ago, hard to believe, since I got elected on the Carrickfergus Borough Council, and enjoyed serving with him there, and I've enjoyed serving with him here, and we all wish him well in his recovery. I thank Mr. Nance for bringing this forward today. I think this is my first adjournment debate in the House since we came back, so it is quite novel to just take part in it, but on such an important topic. And I do think that our pupils and our parents are spoilt in Carrickfergus and in Larne and across East Antrim with the quality of education that's provided by our amazing schools, by our teachers and by our principals. That is without doubt. And anyone who comes to me whenever they get turned down for their first choice, I don't have any hesitation in referring them to another school in the area, because I know the quality of education is fantastic. But the fall down is always with the infrastructure and with the quality of the facilities that are provided. And we could wax lyrical here today about the list of the issues in many of the schools across East Antrim. And I know, Minister, that it's the same across the entire school estate, across Northern Ireland. The money doesn't grow on trees, but we're here today discussing East Antrim, and it would be remiss of us not to bang the drum on their behalf, and that is why we're here today. I do want to pay tribute as well, though. This has been a hugely difficult year, and I'm a governor on two schools, Silverstream and Woodlawn Primary, and I'm also a trustee at the Model Primary, and I know, being there every day, they're with my son dropping him off, or whenever I go in as a governor to visit, just the workload, the passion and the difficult circumstances they've operated in within the last year, but it hasn't deterred them one bit. They've cracked on and they've got the job done, and the pupils are smiling. Things aren't easy, but it's been a difficult year, but my hat goes off to each and every one of them for the amazing work that they've done. I think what we've proved as MLAs, though, is that we have been able to get together and work together. Mr. Lance referred to a number of examples, and I think of a letter that I put together when we sent to the Permanent Secretary, Derek Baker, just on behalf of all of our colleagues in East Antrim about the delays at Isla McGee, and the discussion around that has been well versed. But I will make the point again, just for the record, that I was speaking to a pupil that I think they're now in their masters, about to finish, and they were in primary one when that amalgamation happened. And it is actually hard to believe that they've had to wait that 20-odd years, and in fact their kids are about to go, and it's still not complete. And we take our hat off to Arlene Cambridge and to all the staff there for their tenacity, because eventually it will come, and we look forward to the first brick being laid and to the school being complete. But it is very frustrating that that hasn't happened yet, and that so long has gone by. And we compare that to other sites where things have gone quite quickly. So there's not often the excuse, but I do go back to my original point about Carrick Academy, that I fear, Minister, that was somewhere we could end up. And the whole notion for that work and for that amalgamation was predicated upon the notion that you would be prioritised for a new build. And the governors and the parents, when the vote took place, and the momentum that went with that, was carried on the idea that they would be signed up to a new school very quickly. Yeah, of course, always.
Would the member agree with me that unless the Minister and the Department actually prioritises such amalgamations appropriately, there will be very few coming forward to seek amalgamation in the future?
Member has an additional minute.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. I mean, I think given the way that things are going, that and maybe the change in strategy for education and for prioritisation of sites, more and more schools are going to be asked to look at mergers. And they will certainly think twice if the experiences of Carrickfergus Academy and the former schools that formed that school are anything to go by. And I just fear now that there are pupils there in Year 8 who won't see that site, and if their experiences of Isla McGee to go by, their kids might not see that site. And it costs money, it costs teaching hours, it costs logistics, just the entire weight of effort transferring between those two schools. It's probably 2.5 miles. and it is hundreds and hundreds of teaching hours lost every single year, and you multiply that out over what could be 10 or 12 years or however long they have to wait. And it's also the impact of the uncertainty of it. We should at least know the site, but that hasn't even been confirmed yet. There's a nudge and a wink towards it will remain where it is, but that's not even been confirmed. So because of that, Carrickfergus Grammar School, which I left in 2000, is still sitting waiting on new sports facilities that Mr Lyons referred to, but they don't know whether we can invest in the site itself broadly to share across 2 school sites, because they don't know long term if the new school at Carrickfergus Academy is going to be there. So even given that certainty to the fact that it would be located there would mean that you could start to build the infrastructure around it so that shared facilities could at least be developed while we wait to get that new build. But I would urge with every piece of strength that I have that we at least try to give certainty as quickly as possible to the pupils and parents and the staff, Minister, at Carrickfergus Academy. I referred to other schemes that had gone well. I mean, Corn Integrated College in Larne was announced for the rebuild in 2013, and it's long since been built and it's off and running, and hats off again to the staff there. But again, the focus goes back to the other schools that are still waiting. So there's that disparity which I can never get my head around. Aside from those two, there have been some projects in recent years, and Woodburn Primary School has been a roaring success and a really, really good asset, and numbers are up because of that. And I think all the pupils, when I visited recently, all the staff were overjoyed by the standard of that, and we thank you for getting that complete. The same with Eghorn as well. I do have some concerns. I mean, there was recently... Anteville Primary School and St Comgall's High School were sold off, and money had been put into that by taxpayers. And it would be nice if in future, whenever items are closed off, that money that's sold off, and in this case it went to the housing to be built on it, was actually be able to reinvest it in the local school estate, would be something that could be maybe looked at. I don't know if that's pie in the sky thinking, but it would be...
Yeah. Details of the individual sites. I think whenever any public land is sold off, there will come with a certain level of restriction depending upon, I think, first of all, whether there's been direct money being provided for the site in the first place. But also I think that any, generally speaking, sales will largely speaking go back ultimately into public finance and treasury. It can't, unfortunately, I think that would be, never makes a reasonable point, but unfortunately it can't simply be ring-fenced into being reallocated within education. I would say my job would be a lot easier, to be honest, if it was.
Maybe that's something we can look at collectively. I don't know how that could be done, but maybe, like I say, pie in the sky thinking, but it was just a thought. In my last minute, I want to just comment on a couple of points. In terms of rural schools, there are a number that have been put on to the latest round of area planning, which is, in my opinion, a euphemism for earmark for closure. And I don't want to mention particular schools because that wouldn't be right. But those governors and the staff there are working tirelessly, and they fear that they are the victim of death by 1,000 cuts, Minister. And it is really sad to see that. They provide a vital service in the rural community, and I think they should be given every opportunity, or at least kept informed, rather than this year-by-year uncertainty. And the final thing I want to use in my last 30 seconds, if you'll indulge me, Principal Deputy Speaker, is across the piece, I have a real fear about the loss of our traffic patrol men and women. There have never been more cars on the roads, yet every school is being told if their patrol person retires or sadly passes away that they're not being replaced. And we had that at the Model Primary School, where we had the tragic death of the patrol person last year. Of course, yeah.
Brief second, just on that particular issue in respect of the Model Primary School. Travelling to my constituency office in Carrick, I very strictly observe the 20-mile-an-hour signs that are there to replace the patrol person, but I am constantly passed by other cars every time I make that journey.
I'm afraid the Alliance Party stole your last 10 seconds. I call Mr Philip McGuigan.
And can I thank Gordon Lyons for bringing the debate and echo the comments of others in praising the school staff right across the constituency of East Antrim for the work and commitment that they have shown every year, but this year in particular. Obviously, East Antrim isn't my constituency, but it does neighbour my own North Antrim constituency, and a small number of pupils in parts of the Glens, for example, will attend schools in East Antrim. And therefore, I have a few issues pertaining to the debate I'd like to put on record. St Killian's along the Coast Road has a school on one of the most picturesque and beautiful sites anywhere on this island, but it has a building meant for 600 pupils and a current enrolment of 850. When my party colleague John O'Dowd announced and committed to a new school building in 2014, I don't think anyone should have expected that by 2021 a sod would yet be dug, and I echo and agree with all the commentary that other members have made in relation to other schools. So, whilst that particular school, St Killian's, is at stage 3 and with planning at Mid and East Antrim Council and hopefully is on track for Christmas 2022, that is still a whole school generation of pupils and more who will have missed out on a modern school environment because of bureaucracy and delay in the process. In a similar situation in another school in my own constituency, I can recall a Board of Governor member describing the process as trying to wade through treacle. So, Minister, that is something that I believe needs streamlined. We need to ensure that there's a speedier delivery of new school buildings when they're announced. Parts of East Antrim are particularly rural, and whilst not a specific school issue, planning constraints and infrastructure deficits in parts of the Glens of Antrim are having a major impact on our rural school estate, and I echo the commentary from John Stewart in relation to rural schools. Young couples, because of this, the issues of planning and infrastructure in places like Cushendun, Cushendall, Glenariff, etc., are having to build away from where they were brought up or buy in communities outside of where they were reared on. And this is having an impact on primary school enrolment in these places. So whilst not directly the responsibility for the Minister, it is something that I think he needs to help address with his executive colleagues. School transport is another issue that has been flagged up to me in the constituency, particularly so for children attending special educational needs schools in Ballymena and Larne. Some of these children are being picked up as early as 8 a.m. and not getting to school until after 9 a.m. And leaving school not getting home until after 4:30. Some are spending as much as 3 hours travelling to and from school because perhaps the route, as has been described to me, is taken on a tour of East Antrim rather than the most direct route. So again, I think, Minister, this is something that needs to be reviewed to ensure that these children are spending less time travelling and more time at school and at home. Just a general point on all schools, and it has been raised by Gordon Lyons and others, is the facilities outside of the education. I mean, when I was speaking about St Killian's new build earlier, the new build needs to take account of more than just the educational facility needs of our school community, but also the lack of sporting and other facilities that exist in particularly rural parts of the constituency. The department needs to make provisions to allow schools, in my view, first of all, it needs to have excellent sporting facilities at schools, and then it needs to allow schools to open up these facilities to the general public. I mean, our schools, our communities in these rural areas should be able to access after 5 o'clock weekends to 2 months of the summer good sporting and other facilities that are there on their doorstep. As I say, in St Killian's, for example, why not incorporate state-of-the-art facilities and allow the numerous GA, soccer, rugby, rowing, athletic clubs in that constituency to facilitate it. So, I mean, that's just a number of things that I'd like to see. Yep.
Just chancing my arm because I think you're about to finish, so I'm going to use 30 seconds of your time to get a point in that I was going to use before, and please indulge me with that. Does the member agree with me that this plan by the EA not to replace traffic patrol people outside our schools, particularly in those with dual carriageways and even in our rural communities, is dangerous and is not in the interest of pupil safety? We have to be rightly obsessed with pupil safety inside and outside, and given that there are more cars on the roads now than ever before, surely now is the time to invest in safety getting to school as well as inside it.
The member on his use of intervention. I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, we should be passionate about making school facilities safe for our children travelling to. I agree with the issue of the school patrols. I also agree it's outside this minister's remit, but there should be a 20-mile-per-hour limit outside schools. We need to work to ensure that there's active travel provision so that our children can walk and cycle safely to school. So, I mean, I totally agree with what the member has said. Yep, go ahead.
thank the member for giving way. And on the point that Mr Stewart makes, doesn't help in other ways as well, because if parents know there's a patrol person there to help them get safely across the road, that might encourage them not to drive the children themselves. Because I know in a number of schools, be it the Lynn Primary School, Green Island Primary School, White Abbey, so many schools face problems and residents face huge problems with traffic. That's a big issue, and something else that should be taken into consideration when planning approval is given, because it can cause a real hassle for residents. Something that Corn Integrated School has got right in the site and the parking that they have. Thank you.
Just as the Alliance stole the Ulstunius last 10 seconds, the DUP has now stolen Sinn Féin's last 10 seconds. So I now move on to the next person on my list via Starleaf, which is our spotlight, rather, Mr Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I want to start by thanking Member Lyons for bringing this debate forward, and I'm all for these debates, particularly when it comes to putting a very bright spotlight on the school estate and its dilapidated condition in many parts of Northern Ireland, but also the safety issues that exist inside and outside the school. And as education spokesperson for the SDLP, I have had many stories shared with me from various constituencies right across Northern Ireland that are truly shocking and definitely pull into question the safety of some of these schools and the condition of some of the estates. However, I do find it quite strange that the member who is in the same party as the Minister has to bring an adjournment debate to highlight these issues. Certainly, maybe the best thing to do is have a conversation directly with the Minister to resolve these issues in your constituency, because I can tell you they're not unique to East Antrim. The condition of the school estate right across the entirety of Northern Ireland is in question. And whilst it is easy for all of us to point the finger at the Education Authority, the buck certainly stops with the Department of Education and the Minister, who not just Minister Weir, who has just been in office a year since the 3-year collapse of institutions, but consecutive education ministers have failed to grasp this nettle and resolve the issues in relation to the school estate. And with that said, you will know I'm not a member for East Antrim, but all of the issues that have been shared by members today are reflected in schools by school leaders and principals and parents right across the entirety of Northern Ireland. And I also note, and I've done a fair bit of research in relation to some of the issues, and I've looked at some correspondence come from principals from East Antrim. And I do share the disappointment of Member Lyons at the lack of commitment and willingness from the Education Authority to invest in Carrickfergus Grammar School. And members across the Chamber who also echo those concerns. But the Minister is best placed to resolve those issues, and could very quickly, with a phone call, the stroke of a pen, I'm sure, add pressure to ensure that the steam is taking out of the delays. Some of us might blame the Minister, and some would say that I continually blame the Minister. But I understand it is politically a big issue. It's an issue in all of our constituencies that needs to be resolved, and it's one that has been on for many, many decades. I've written to the Minister in recent times in relation to similar issues that exist in school estates across West Tyrone and in Fermanagh and South Tyrone. And the Minister will know that St Connor's Primary School in the heart of Omagh is suffering from similar issues. The school was built many years ago and accommodates 400 young people and many teachers. But the issue is, as Mr Stuart Dixon and Mr Stewart has also outlined, the issue outside the school estates, because of the higher volume of vehicles on the roads, also brings into question the safety of our children and young people. And certainly, similarly to Carrickfergus Grammar, there is a very serious issue with the traffic management in other schools like St Connor's in Omagh in my own constituency, where the main road, which is surrounded by hundreds of housing estates and residents, is log jammed every single day. And what's happening is children are coming straight out the school gate to go to their parents' cars or buses or taxis, running in and behind cars and putting themselves at risk. But the issue is there's so much congestion that it is threatening the lives and safety of those young people. When the when the members highlight Larne High School, it was built in 1957, and member Beggs has mentioned this. It needs work and is 64 years old. West Tyrone Strabane Primary School is another example. 50 years old and has been waiting for a major refurbishment since 2004. Well, I've stated interest there because my former primary
Order. If I could bring the member to some order just briefly. I think the member's contribution in a debate on schools in East Antrim has been tangential, to say the least. If we could try, this is an adjournment debate on school estates in East Antrim. I'm sure if the member wanted to at some point in the future we could have a debate on the West Tyrone as well, but if we could try just to return to the theme of the adjournment debate. Mr McCrossan.
Well, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, with respect, the theme of this debate is in relation to school estates, and it's not unique to this specific constituency. And that is why...
Order. The title on the order paper is School Estate in East Antrim. The member's veering dangerously close to questioning the rulings of the Chair, and I'm sure that wouldn't be his intention.
As stated previously, when mentioning Larne High School and Carrickfergus Grammar School in relation to the school estate, I am all for debates in relation to the condition of the school estate in East Antrim, but equally, adjournment debates in itself do not resolve these issues. Fluffy conversation around these issues will not resolve the school estate problems in East Antrim. What will resolve it is swift action by the Minister for Education, less debate, more action, more money, more investment in the school estate, and a swift leadership that is absolutely necessary to ensure that our children in East Antrim and in every other constituency have the best possible access to good quality provision.
Thank you. I'm afraid the member's time is up, and I now call the Minister for Education, Mr Peter Weir, to respond to the comments that have been made in the debate. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Members, first of all, I want to associate myself with the remarks a number of members made in wishing the best wishes to my colleague and friend David Hilditch on his treatment. I'm also delighted to be able to respond to this adjournment debate. Members, I'm sure, will forgive me if I keep my remarks to East Antrim in terms of the school estate. I also think, because of the title of the debate, road infrastructure, traffic management and safety on our roads, again, may lay outside. If only there was some other minister from a different party who could potentially answer on those issues, but one assumes that therefore there will be a quiet word rather than a debate on the subject. Can I say, look, I appreciate, I think, a lot of the frustrations and concerns. I would also say at the outset, while I have 10 minutes, I hope to be able to deal with as many as possible of the issues that have been raised directly by members, if there are, and indeed particularly as regards the individual schools that have been mentioned. If, however, I either inadvertently omit a school or indeed don't get the time to complete that, I will certainly endeavour to try to write to the members with the specifics in relation to that. Members will be aware that in terms of the broader school estate, is when we include special schools, is comprised of about 1,100 schools within the system. I think it is part of the frustration that in terms of capital expenditure, the budget could be spent 3 or 4 times over if the money was there, and I think that has resulted in a range of schools not being at the best possible condition. Mention being made, I suppose, in terms of area planning. I don't intend to touch too directly on that, because while I think we are moving towards a cycle which is a little bit more longer term in terms of area planning, obviously specific individual decisions in terms of schools are a legal process to which I would have to directly respond and forbidden from commenting. The comments of Mr McGuigan, obviously in relation to special needs transport, while this doesn't cut down the direct length of time, we've seen recently the EA have launched a series of new buses with much greater level of comfort and safety for children, particularly some of them focused in on special needs schools. And I will be tomorrow, in terms of transport issues, I will be visiting Robbinsvale School in Larne, so special schools. It will be interesting to see whether those are directly raised. The school estate in East Antrim comprises 52 schools with 14,000 pupils being educated within that. Under the major capital announcement that was initiated in 2012, 5 schools in East Antrim have been announced, and while mention is made probably the slightly quicker progress at Ulidia, That was announced under the Fresh Start programme, which has enabled that money to be levered in directly. Of those other schools, 2 projects, Woodburn Primary and Carn Integrated, are complete with an investment totalling £8.7 million. And of course, every school, I think, would like a new build. Sometimes that's not possible. So the other device that principally has been used has been the School Enhancement Programme, which enables investment of up to £4 million. There have been 4 SEP programmes have already been announced in relation to East Antrim. Rodensville, as I've mentioned, Carrick Grammar, Thornfield House, Green Island Primary, and particularly as regards Carrick and Green Island. I'll come to those in greater detail later. There's also been 2 SEP programmes that have been completed in recent years at Acorn Integrated, which again I know was mentioned, and Belfast High, with a total investment in the region of about £5 million. There's also the Minor Works programme, which in the last 3 financial years, over £6 million has been invested in minor works across schools in East Antrim. Now, I should say, in terms of the broader basis on it, it's obviously the responsibility of the managing authorities to plan sustainable provision and also, which I will touch upon, bring to, in terms of applications, in terms of build. They have to be the gateway, if you like, for that. Turning to some of the individual schools that have been mentioned, Island McGee, and I think Island McGee and Carrick Academy, I suppose, both share the issue of the particular pressures that are there because of split sites. I was very recently at Carrick Academy and will be looking to see whether there's any scope that, in terms of additional funding, can be looked at in terms of split sites. Obviously, while it will impact on a limited number of sites across Northern Ireland, obviously any adjustment to common funding formula by way of additional money to split sites will mean that effectively it will be a slightly different division, if you like, of money, which means that any money going to one school will always have some level of knock-on effect on other schools. But specifically as we go to Island McGee, because I know there's been a level of frustration there, the business case was approved in July 2019, identifying a new build school on the Low Road, Island McGee. Maybe update that the design of the new build is progressing well, and Stage 4, which is the technical design report, was submitted by the integrated consultant team for approval by the department on the 17th of May of this year. And a planning application, as members will be aware, has been lodged for the project with the local council. And obviously, we hope that will get a level of progression. In terms of Carrick Fergus Academy, again, we are awaiting, in terms of that, the last capital call, which was prior to devolution, indeed scored in relation to. Mention has been made of incentivising amalgamations. I suppose one of the problems, to some extent, was actually nearly all the schools that went forward at that stage and were approved by way of the capital call were actually amalgamations. Carrick fell a little bit just below the radar in terms of numbers. But what I would say is the intention would be later on in 2021 for a fresh capital call. And I think while that will be scored independently by officials, Carrick Academy is well placed for that. What I would say is, and I think this has maybe been a problem in the past, there will be strong consideration will be given in scoring. I can't make any direct promises in relation to that. I think sometimes, maybe in the past, maybe too many promises have been made. Yes, very briefly.
I thank the Minister for getting away. Could he confirm whether or not he thinks that there will be changes to the protocol, the scoring mechanism, and also just in response to Mr McCrossan's point, I'm glad he was able to visit many schools in East Antrim. Mr McCrossan, whose default position seems to be outrage right now, can also be assured that I raise these issues not only with you, but on the floor of the Assembly as well, which is appropriate.
I'm glad to see one member is raising the protocol without the protocol being quite the level of controversy in other subjects. It is the case that we will examine to make sure the protocol is fit for purpose, and particularly, I think, at times, not enough credit has been given to the state of the buildings of the school, but also given assurance, certainly from my point of view, I believe it is critical that there is a high level of scoring for split sites, because I think it does lead, as members have raised, both in terms of the inequity, but also actually the pressures that are there. Larne High School, again, I've been in Larne High School and I'm aware of the very good work that is going on. One of the important things to note in terms of Larne High School, that in both the way that any process for capital build, be it either SEP or major works level, is the managing authority will put forward a range of schools to be considered. I would point out that the Education Authority, in both the latest school enhancement programme call or the latest major capital works programme, did not put Larne High School forward. So it did not make, from that basis, even a starting gate to be considered. And that's why I think there needs to be continued engagement with that. Green Island Primary has been announced in terms of the SEP. It is at an early stage. Initial site visit has been undertaken by EA, and procurement of the design team for the project is well advanced. Once a design team is appointed, formal steering group meetings will take place, and that will allow directly the school to have an impact on that. The sports pitches at Carrickgrammar again, there's been good work that's been going on there, and I know also there's been the situation in terms of the SEP, but also there's good work. I know that Carrickgrammar, having visited there with the Mayor, good work between the Council and Carrickgrammar, and I think that is something which should be advanced. White Abbey, an application was submitted. It didn't make the, directly speaking, the green light for the full announcement, but again, there has been some work that's been done, is provided in terms of minor works. And indeed, the projects in terms of minor works are expected to go to tender over the next week or two in terms of White Abbey. St Killian's, I think, was mentioned. It was announced under a major works programme in June 2014. Business case was approved by the department, total capital value of £32.9 million. And the position is that the developed design stage 3, submission is currently undertaking review by the Department Technical Advisor, so there is a level of movement there. Abbey Community
Minister,
College...
just to let you know, this is scheduled to end at 26 minutes past, so you have an additional minute if you want to take it.
If I'd known that earlier, I could have spun this out a little bit better. The mentions we made, obviously, of the Abbey Community College as well. It was announced in 2014. The integrated consultant team has been appointed and a feasibility study report has been completed, which identified a number of feasible options for the provision of accommodation for the college. So a business case is currently in development by the Education Authority to determine the preferred option to be taken forward. I think there's been a very valid point that we need to look at how process can actually move more quickly. Balanced against that is obviously a need. But particularly looking at major capital works has also got to be ensured that there is value for public money, which creates a level of needs of checks. That, I think, has been, and because as part of that, with any new build, there is always a requirement to look widely as to any potential venue for that. That will mean that any capital build by its nature will tend to be a lot more elongated than, for example, a school enhancement programme. But look, I thank the members for their contribution today. I will continue to work with schools in East Antrim and beyond, because I think every student deserves the best possible facilities to be able to have their education. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, members. The Assembly is now adjourned.